Hello everyone and welcome to this JavaScript crash course. In this course, we'll cover everything from the fundamentals of JavaScript to more advanced topics. And along the way, we'll work on a few projects to help solidify your understanding of the concepts. We'll begin with the basics, such as understanding what JavaScript is and why it's used. I'll also guide you through setting up your development environment so that you can follow along and practice as we go. I'll aim to explain everything in detail throughout the course. So let's dive in and get started. But before we start, if you have already started learning JavaScript and you want to learn a very specific topic, you can check out the description of the video. I've mentioned every topic along with the timelines, so you can switch directly to that topic, whichever you want to learn. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, let's start by understanding what is JavaScript. So first of all, of course, it's a programming language. Now let's understand that what is the purpose of writing JavaScript code and how we can do that. So first of all, there are three major components whenever you see a web page, or you can say like a website. It will have some sort of style. It will have boxes, it will have images, different fonts, different styles, right? So whenever a web page is designed, right, whenever a web page or website is created, the structure is created first using HTML, and then the styling that you see, right, any different colors or font styles that you see, that is done by using CSS. And any sort of action that you add to your web page or to your website, that is done by using JavaScript. So JavaScript is basically used to add any sort of interactivity to the web page. Now let me move to my VS Code and I'll quickly show you an example. So here, if you see, I've created a project, simple calculator, and I have three files. So HTML file will always have an extension .html, and then before the extension, you can give any name that you want. I have given index. So .html file we have, which will basically is like, preparing the structure of the project, as in the skeleton, or you can say the blueprint. And the CSS file is applying the style, whatever we want, like, what font we want, how and where do we keep different boxes on the screen, what color do we want it to be, what size do we want it to be, correct? So all those sort of styling is kept in the .css, which is the style file, and any sort of action or interactivity is done by using the JavaScript file, which has .js extension. All right, so let me quickly preview this and show you what will happen if I remove, let's say, the style file or the JavaScript file. So this is the project. Okay, it shows me a calculator, and if I show you, for example, if I do, let's say, 8 plus 9, it gives me the result. Okay, so this calculator is working perfectly fine. Now if you see in this index file, I have included two other files. So I have linked the CSS file, right, the style.css. If you see style.css, so I have linked the style file onto my HTML, and I have also linked the JavaScript file, right, .js file, into my HTML file. So basically this is, you can say, this is like your home file, right, wherever your structure lies, right? In that structure, you are linking your JavaScript file and you're also linking your style file. Now if I remove the style file, let's see what happens. So if I remove this, you can see the style is gone. This calculator will still work. So for example, if I do 9 plus 4, let's say, and is equals to, it is working, right? You can see it's working perfectly fine, but this doesn't look good, right? So that is why we have styled all the elements, how it should look, what should be the background, what should be the color, and like, how these number blocks should look, and all of that is included in the style file. So I'll just do a Control Z here and include the style file back. All right, so basically CSS, we write CSS code in order to apply the style, and with HTML, you already saw what did we do with HTML. With HTML, we prepared the structure, right? What are the things that you want on the page to be visible, how it should be. Okay, so just by adding the structure, it doesn't look good, it is not very user friendly, correct? So that is why we have added styles, so that we can make it look a bit more beautiful, or a bit more organized and structured, you can say, right, and a bit more stylish. And after that, let's say, so now also, if you see, right, everything works perfectly fine. But if I go ahead and remove my JavaScript file from here, right, let's say if I delink this, and now what happens? No matter what number I keep on clicking, is it typing in here? No. Any operator, any number, any function here, it's not working. Like the interactivity or the action, you can say, is totally gone. Okay, because the whole logic that we already have for this calculator is inside the JavaScript file. So the logic that I have, right, for example, if somebody, in my logic in my JavaScript file, I have already defined that, okay, if somebody is pressing on 8, then the display box should show 8, and if somebody, for example, clicks on plus, then it should take the operator as plus, and then when somebody clicks on the next number, then it should add both the numbers, right? Similarly, like, for each and every control that you see here for plus, minus, division, multiplication, equals to sign, or clearing the screen, for everything we have written the logic in the JavaScript file. And now because we have removed the JavaScript file from here, it's not working. Okay, it won't work at all. So just by having the HTML and CSS is not enough, right? If you want to add interactivity, then your logic should be written inside the JavaScript file, and your JavaScript file should be linked in your HTML file. So there is one more thing, right? So the best practice is of course to create separate files. So for example, what else we could have done is that we could have directly in the script tag here itself, right? I could have just inside the script tag. So for example, if I remove this, let's say this. So in the script tag here itself, I would have written all the logic that I already have in the JS file. But the best practice is to keep this file separate and then link it into the HTML file. And similarly, it's the same case with style file. Either you can link the style file here, or we could have written the logic of the CSS in this file itself. But let's just go with the best practice right now, so that and don't worry, I'll show you the other way as well, how you can include the CSS and the JavaScript in the HTML file itself. But these 2 points, just remember that you should create separate files and then link those 2 separate files into your HTML. Okay, so I'm just gonna do Control Z here. All right, this was the very basic of what is JavaScript and what does it actually do. Now if let me go ahead and create a sample JavaScript file for you. So I'll close this down and I'm going ahead and but before we get started, this is VS Code that I'm using. So let me tell you how you can install the VS Code. So this is the official website, and you can navigate to this link and you can install VS Code as per your requirement depending on whatever system you're using. So once your VS Code installation is complete, when you launch your VS Code, you'll see a page like this, the welcome page. So the next step is to create a folder. So either you can create a folder by clicking on this, or what you can do is just close it down and then click on this icon, Explorer icon, and here you need to select a folder. So click on open folder, choose a location. You can create a new folder if you want. So I'm just going to create this folder and select this folder. So once you do this, you can see that your folder which you have selected is coming up over here, right? Now the next thing that you have to do is create another project, right? So let's say if you want to get started, you have to create your own projects, correct? So here, just click over here, and then there are these icons that you see, right? This is to create a new file, and this one is to create a new folder. So we'll go ahead and create a new folder. So I'll just click on this and just type in demo1 or something like that. Okay, anything, any name that you want to give. So after you have created your project folder, you have to go ahead and create your files. So there are 3 files that we want to create, right? We want to create HTML, CSS, and JavaScript file. So there are 2 options to create the file. Either you can right click on this folder and click on new file and then create the file, or you can just use this shortcut. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and use this shortcut. So I'll click on this, and first I'll create index.html. So the name you can give anything, but you need to give the correct extension. So if it's a HTML file, then it has to be .html. If it's a CSS file, then it has to be .css. And in case of JavaScript, it has to be .js. So this is my index file. Now let's just go ahead and create another file. So I'll just create one for CSS, and I'll go ahead and create another one for JS. So .js. Okay, so we have all the 3 files now. Now let's just go ahead and can write our first JavaScript project. But before that, you need to do another step. So there's something called live server extension. So click on this option, extensions, and here search for live server. And I'll tell you that why we are doing this. So here just search for this one, and when you click on it, you will get an option to install it. Because I have already done it, I'm getting the option to uninstall. So once you have already installed it, right, what happens is when you go back to your project and when you right click on the HTML file, you see this option, open with live server. So here, if I click on this, it's gonna run the project. So right now we haven't written anything on the project, right? That is why it is blank. But this is very handy because this shows you the live changes. Otherwise, there are other ways as well in order to run the project. For example, you can navigate to this folder wherever you have kept it. So for example, if I just right click on it and I'll click on this reveal in file explorer, and here I'll click on demo1, and here if I do this, I can run this way as well. So let me first go ahead and create something. Okay, so in the index file, I'll just add a boilerplate code. So I'll type in exclamation and then hit enter. All right, and in the body tag, I'm going to give a header and just type in hello and save it. Now we'll go back and then we'll see here, and you see the hello is here. But what did I have to do? I had to, I mean, if you are taking this way, you always have to go to the folder and you have to rerun or refresh, right? So this extension is very handy because this extension gives you the option to run the project here itself and see the changes live. So for example, if I run it again, I'll just adjust the 2 screens. Okay, so here I'm just going to drag this and adjust it to the size of the VS Code. All right, so you can do your page half and half, and you can see like, whatever is happening, like, your changes, and then you can see the live changes over here. All right. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do something else now. So another advantage of using this extension is that with this extension, you can also inspect, because there are other extensions as well that shows the preview of your code, but they do not allow you to debug it. Okay, so the developer tool you'll not be able to use with any other extension is what I know. So better use this one, so that because you're learning JavaScript, right, and you would need a lot of times to see the debug logs, so you need this extension specifically. Okay, so once you're done with this, now we can go ahead and try something in JavaScript. So right now what we see is coming from the HTML directly, right? So for example, if I do this, okay, so here you can see the changes, right? So this is coming from the HTML, but we don't have anything in JavaScript right now. So what we can do is, if I put in alert, right, let's say alert. So alert is a inbuilt method of JavaScript that you can use. So I'm just gonna type in something here and I'll just save it. But before running this, right, we need to include this script file in the HTML file. So here we haven't linked it, right? Remember, I told you to link it, otherwise it won't work. So source and then script.js, and then we'll save it, and you see the alert, right? So where is the alert? In the script file, in the JavaScript file. And there's something else we can try. So here, if I do anything, so to log anything in the console log, here you can just type in coming from console log and just save it. And here, let's just remove the alert because it's popping up every time. So I'll just remove it. That's it. Now here, if I just right click and inspect it and I go to console, so here now under console, under info, you can see that this is getting printed. All right. Now let me show you another example, but you won't understand a lot of things that I'm going to do, but just have some patience. And the only agenda that I'm going to show you this example is so that you'll just have this bit of understanding that what and all we can do with JavaScript, right? Just for the very starting point. So here I'll go ahead and create a button, and I'll give this button an ID. And here let's just give it a name as click me. And save this. So there's a button here, right? Now when I click on this button, nothing happens, correct? Because we need to add the interactivity using JavaScript. So what I'll do is I'll take the ID of the button, okay? Because I cannot directly refer to the button, okay? So I'm just taking the ID of the button. I'll go to the JavaScript, and now I want to write a logic. Example, let's say I want to display an alert when somebody clicks on this button. Okay, for that, in your JavaScript file, first you need to get that element. Which element? The button element, right? Because your JavaScript file should know, right, that which element you want to perform an action on. Okay, so let me just remove all of this, and I'll just create a variable here. Don't worry if you're not understanding any of this, it's totally fine. Okay, just keep observing. Okay, so here there's something called document.getElementById, get element by ID, and then what is the ID that I have copied from the HTML? It's this, right? And dot add event listener. And what is the event that somebody is going to do? Somebody will click on the button, and when someone clicks on the button, what should happen? So let me make some space here. When somebody clicks on the button, I'm going to run a function, and what will I do? I will show an alert. Okay, and I'll just show this as button click, and that's it. Okay, I'll save this, and if I click on this, you can see, right, button clicked. So this is the very basic thing that we learned, right, that we are adding interactivity using JavaScript. So all of these things, don't worry about it. We'll learn that, like, how and all we need to fetch the element, and how am I, like, using this particular method, and what is the use of this method, and all of that. But I think it's also very clear that you might not be very aware of, like, what is document, what is this method, but at least you should get this idea that, okay, you know what, there's a button in the HTML file, and we have taken the ID. So first we are accessing the button element in our JavaScript file. So I have accessed the button element, and after that I'm defining that if somebody clicks, so there are some events, predefined events, and when somebody clicks, then what should happen, right? So this is how we need to access the elements from the HTML and then write the logic in the JavaScript. Okay, all right, so you can say that this was our first JavaScript program. Now you know that, like, what is the project structure that you would be creating and how you can start writing code. Okay, so that's it for now, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome back to the session. Let's start understanding what are variables in JavaScript. So let's start with the definition. So variables are containers that stores data or information. So if you want to store any sort of data, which could be a number, it could be a string, or you can say text type, or it could be just a true or a false, right? So that sort of information you need to store by creating a variable and then assigning the respective value to it. So let me just show you an example. So let's say we have this box and we have given a name to this box. What is the name here? It's age. And then we are storing a value inside the box, which is 30. So similarly in JavaScript as well, whenever you want to store any sort of information, any value or any data, you will create a variable, you will give that variable a variable name, and then you will assign the respective value to it. All right. And then later on in your program, whenever you want to use this value, you can just refer the variable name and then you'll be able to use this value. Now let's just go ahead and start creating some variables. I'll go to my JavaScript file and let's say I want to store some information about a person. So I'll create some variables, person name, and I'll assign a value to it, Robert. Let me create another one. Let age is equals to 30, and then we'll create another one is student, and let's just keep it as true. So you can see that I have created three variables. What is the variable name here? For the first one, the variable name is person name, and what's the value? It's Robert. The second one, variable name is age, the value is 30. Third one, the variable name is student, and the value is true. Okay, so in JavaScript, you don't have to specifically mention here that what kind of data type you are storing inside the variable. So you just need to use let, const, or var. We will discuss about that later on, but just remember that you don't have to specifically mention whether it is a number or it is a string or if it is a Boolean. Okay, now the second thing is that when you are assigning the value, you need to keep in mind how you are going to assign the value. So for example, if it is a text or a string value, then I have to enclose that value in single quotes, or I can use double quotes as well, or in fact we can use backtick as well here. Okay, so that will actually, so that just to mention that the value is a string value, and if it's a number value, then you don't have to use the quotes. All right, and if it's a Boolean value that you want to store, which is always going to return you either true or false, then you have to assign either true or false. Okay, now let's just console all these three and see the result. So console, as in we haven't done anything here, so we are just going to print the value. Let's just go ahead and log these values and see it. So person name, and let me first include this JavaScript file in the HTML file, otherwise it won't show up. And then script.js, let me save this and then let's go back. All right, so here you can see the person name. Now let's just log the age as well. Okay, now you can see the age. You keep an eye on the console and then we'll log is student. Okay, and here you can see all the three values. For example, if I switch it to false, it will show me false. Okay, and here if I change it to, let's say, 35, it will show me 35. Okay, here if I change it to Alice, it will show me the updated name. This is how you can create the variables and assign the values. All right, so in your program, whatever code you write, if you use this variable, then it is always going to take this value. If you use this variable, it will take this value, and if you use this variable, it is going to take this value, right? Whatever you have assigned to it. Now there are different ways of actually declaring the variable. So either you can do it, let me just write it over here. So you can do it with using let or const, or you can use var. So this is one of the oldest methods. So nowadays you will, any new code that you would see in JavaScript, you will see only let and const getting used. So we are only going to discuss about let and const for now. Okay, about var we can discuss it later on. So let me tell you what's the difference between let and const over here. Okay, so if you see that these variable names I have declared using let. So what happens if I redeclare the same? Not exactly redeclare, but if, let's say, if I update something here, right? So here I'll just copy person name. So right now if you see the person name is Alice, right? So let's say if I just assign another value to it, right? Let's say Rob, and then save it. So you can see the name got updated, right? And let's say similarly if I give another age, let's say 22, okay? So the age will get updated, and if I change the third variable value as well to true, so this will also get updated. So what does it mean? It means that if you are declaring any variable by using let, that means that variable can be changed, the value can be updated later on. So anybody can go ahead and override the value by just reassigning the values to these variable names, right? But when you're using const, that means the values are not going to get changed. So for example, if I just make it as const, right? So you see it is throwing an error. Assignment to const variable, right? So basically we have made person name as const. That means person name cannot be updated. Okay, so I'll remove this, and if I save this, you will see all the three values. Similarly, if I make the age as const, you will again see the error. So basically anything that has been declared with const, that cannot be changed. Okay, that is just going to be constant. Whatever initially you have declared and assigned the value, nobody can update that value. Now let's talk about naming conventions. naming conventions for variables by taking another example. So I'm going to declare a few other variables. Let x is equals to, let's say, 100, and then I'll say let y Alex, and then let's say let z is equals to. I think just by looking at this, you will understand that why naming convention is very important, right? So first of all, whatever variable name that you're creating, it should be sensible enough, right? So just by looking at this, you will not understand that what is it that I'm trying to declare here, right? Although these are valid, these are not invalid, right? But at least whenever you are writing a program, you should always give some sensible name so that when you proceed with the program, or let's say somebody else tries to modify the code, or any other developer is working with you, they should be able to understand that, okay, these are the variables that you have defined and why you have defined those, right? Just by looking at the name. So for example, here, if I make it as price, okay, now it makes sense, okay, that this might be some price. And here, if I give it as username, this makes sense now. And here, if I say is logged in, this also makes sense now. Let's just quickly log these three. So I'll just log price, and I'll also log username, and I'm going to also log is logged in. You can see all the three values. Now there are some naming convention rules that I want to talk about. So let me just put it in the comment, and then I'll mention one by one. So the first rule is that you should always try and declare your variable by using camel case. Okay. So for example, if you have a variable name which is a combined one with different words, for example, this one, right, is logged in. So you need to start with a small letter. So I have kept the I as small letter, and then logged L is capital, and then in I is capital. Okay. Similarly with username, U is small and N is capital. Okay. So this is called camel casing. And the next rule is that it is always case sensitive. Okay. So for example, here we have username, correct? And let's say if I am trying to access this by, if I make it small and let me run this. So you see I have an error now. It says username is not defined. This is not found here, right? Because JavaScript is case sensitive. So you need to use it. If you want to refer to this, then you need to keep in mind about the case sensitiveness. So now this will work. The third point is variable name cannot start with a number. So if I want to, let's say, give it as 9 or any number if I want, right? You see, it gave me the error here itself. An identifier or keyword cannot immediately follow a numeric literal. Okay, so you cannot define a variable name starting with a number. So all you can use can use letters and dollar sign and an underscore. Okay, so for example, if I give it like this would work. Let me save this, and you still see the value, right? It didn't throw any error. And similarly, if I give it as start with underscore, this will also be okay. So here also you still see the value, there are no errors. But as I said, right, you should try and not start any variable names with dollar sign or underscore. It's always the best to start with letters to keep it simple as possible. And there's another point that you shouldn't be using the reserved keywords. So there are few reserved keywords that is used by JavaScript. Okay, so you shouldn't be using that. For example, function. Okay, don't use this. Control Z. Let me just type it. Okay, so for example, you are not supposed to use the reserved, because function is a reserved keyword, okay, in JavaScript. So you shouldn't be using it. So variable declaration not allowed at this location, right? It will not allow you to use any reserved keyword. So for example, there is another keyword called this, which is also used by JavaScript. Okay, so this is a reserved keyword as well. So you're not supposed to use any of the reserved keywords in your variable declaration. Okay, so let's just make it back to price, and that's it. Now there are few other different things that you can do. So let me just create another variable here. I'll just say let discount is equal to, let's say, 10. Okay, so there are few things that can be done here. So let me log the value and show you. So if I do something like this, here I'll just say final price is, okay, and here I'll just mention price minus, what is it, discount, and then save it. So you see, so these kind of mathematical operations you can do, okay, with the variables, right? If you have created the variables and you have assigned values, so these kind of things will work. So similarly, for example, let's say if I have here, let's say let first name is equals to Peter, and I'll give the second name as well. Second name is equal to, let's say, Parker. Okay, so here I can log the full name. Okay, so full name is the first name, and we can concatenate just by using plus. Okay, so second name and then save it. So here you see now we need a space in between, right? So plus, okay, space. All right, so now there's a space. Okay, so this is how you can concatenate two values, or you can also use any sort of mathematical operations over here, so that will work as well. Okay, so there's one more thing here. So let's say if you want to do something like this, let me log this. And let's say if I want to print the final price is, but I want to show the final price here itself. I don't want to display it like this. Okay, so what will I do? First of all, I need the result. Okay, so I'll create another variable. So let's say let final price. And how do I calculate the final price? By doing this, right? Price minus discount, and I'll just do this. So I know that I have the result in the final price. So can I use it directly like this? Of course not, right? See, it doesn't print anything. So there's a way to get the value. So you need to use dollar and then curly brackets. Okay, but now also you won't see the value. You are just going to see whatever you have typed in. But if you want to append the values like this, what you can do is, instead of this, you need to use the backticks. Okay, so you need to enclose this inside the backtick. So let me just cut it out and remove this, and here, right? Now you'll see the final price. So this is the advantage of using back. Let me show you one more thing. So what if I want to print these values over here, right? So how do I do that? So let me just go ahead and clear this out first, and I'll go to my HTML file and I'll include some p tags over here. So this is my, over here I'm going to create few p tags and I'll give it some ID. So let's just give it the ID as, let's say, price, and then I'll create another one and I will give this one the ID as, what was the other thing? It was username, and then I'll create another one and then I'll just say logged in or something, like, you can give any name you want for the ID. You just need to remember that, like, where you want to display what. Now let's say I want to print the price over here. So how do I do that? So first of all, I want to display the price for this p tag here, okay, which I don't have anything here right now. Okay, so if I type it anything, I'll type in anything, so it just shows me some text, but I don't want to display this text, right? I want to display the price that I have in the JavaScript file. So I'll remove this and then I'll just take the ID and let's just go back to the JavaScript. So the first thing that we'll do is, let's just declare the variable. So this price is this is something that you can declare anything that you want. Okay, it's the name is not similar to this. So I know that these kind of confusions happen when you're a beginner. So this has nothing. So let me just give it something as like this, price ID. So now I think it should be fine. Okay, so I'll just take the price as this and then let username is equal to, let's say, Alex, and then I'll give let is logged in, and then here I'll say true. Okay, now I want to display this price in place of this p. Okay, this p tag, the placeholder that I've created. So here I want the dynamic value, right? Dynamic as in the value that's in the JavaScript. Okay, so here what will I do? I have this price ID, and here I'm going to go and do this document dot get element by ID. And what's the ID? This is the ID, and I will change the inner text. So inner text is what? This price. Okay, so if I display this price, you see we are able to see the price, right? And similarly we can display the information for the other two. So this was price, and what's the ID of this one? Username, and here I'll give it as username, and here what is the username here? It's the same, but it's fine. And then this one logged in, I'll go back and here I'll use logged in, and here it is logged in. Okay, and then save. So here I can see the price, I can see the username, and I can see the value, and the backtick thing that we just learned, right? So we can use that over here. So if I use backtick, and let's just take this and I'll say the price is, and I'll use dollar symbol and then curly brackets, and inside that I'll just print the price and save. So you see the price is this, and similarly I can do the same with this. So I'll just use backticks, and then I'll take this, the username is dollar symbol curly brackets, and inside that we'll just paste the value. Okay, and similarly for this backtick, and I'll take this, and here we'll type in the login info is dollar curly brackets, and then inside this, and save. Okay, so don't worry about all these things. Just remember that if you want to access any element from the HTML file, this is how you do it. Okay, document dot, and if you have defined ID to the elements, then you can use that ID to access that particular element in the JavaScript. So that's what I've done. Okay, document dot get element by ID, and then we'll mention the ID in single quotes, variables, and then dot. After that dot, we can change any property that we want. So we just wanted to change the text. Okay. And then whatever we assign it to, it will just display over here. All right. So that's all in the variables, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. Let's understand what are operators in JavaScript. So by definition, operators are symbols that allow us to perform any sort of operations or actions on data. And these are the types of operators available in JavaScript, or in fact in any other programming language as well. So let's go over these one by one, and we'll do some examples and check out the results. So I'll start with the assignment operator. So I'll declare a variable and then assign a value to it. And I'll declare another variable and I'll assign a value to it. So you see, I am using assignment operator to assign a value to any variable. Okay, so that's the use of the assignment operator. Now let's start with the second one, which is arithmetic operator. I'll take another value, let x is equals to 5, and then let's take another value, let y is equals to 5, and then I'm going to log these values with by using these operators. So if I do x plus y, you can see the result here that it gives us the result. And this one, if I do this, you can see that it is subtracting, and if I do this, it will do the multiplication and it will give us the result back. And similarly, if we do the division, it will give us the result back, right? And this one is a modulo operator, which returns us the remainder of a division. Okay, so let's say if I use this, and here if I use the modulo, so you see the remainder is 0, because when you divide 5 by 5, there is no remainder that is left. But if I change this value, let's say if I make it 11, then you should see 1 as the result. So here is the result. And this one is for the exponential, right? So for example, if you have this value, let's say 10, and let me make it 2. Okay, so 10 to the power 2, that is the kind of result that it will give us back. So for example, let me just use this and save this. So now you can see the result over here, right? Now let's just start with comparison operators. I'll change this value, I'll make it 5, and this one I'll make it as string 5. So here you see this is a number value and this is a string value, and let's just go ahead and start using these. So I'll log the value and I'll do x double equals to y, and let's save this. So when I'm comparing these two values, right, x is equals to y, it shows me true, but actually we know, right, that this is a string value and it's a number value. But double equals to does not compare the data type, it only compares the value, and that is why it is returning true. But if I do something like this, x triple equals to y, so this compares both the things, it will compare the value as well as the data type, that is why it returns us false. Now let's try this one, negation one. So log, and let's save this. So if you see here, it is returning us false. So I'm trying to ask if x is not equals to y, so it should have returned true, right? Because according to me, this is a number and this is a string, but it is returning false. But if we use this one, then this will look at the data type as well as the value, so it returns true. That means we are saying that x is not equals to y, so the result should be true because x is not equals to y. Okay, so you need to use double equals to if you want to check the type as well as the value, but if you only want to check the value, you can use just this one. Let's just check this one, greater than and less than. So for this, let me change the value to, let's say 6. X is greater than y, and if I log this, it says false because x is not greater than y. And similarly, if I do the check for the other one, x is less than y, it returns us true because x is less than y. This one checks if it is greater than or equals to. So for example, if I do this, greater than or equals to, and if I save this, so for now it's returning false, but let's say if I make it as 5, it will return me true because it is not greater but it is equals. Similarly for this one as well, less than or equals to, this will also return us true because it's not less but it is equals. Now let's check the logical operator. So I'll remove this and I'm going to take another two variable. Let is adult, I'll make it as true, and I'll say let has id, I'll make it as false. So if I do this is adult, and let's just use the first one. This is called and logical operator. Okay, adult and has id. Now let me use the first one, which is called and logical operator. So is adult, and we'll use this has id. So whenever you're using this one, right, and operator, then both the values, right, both the values should be true. Otherwise the statement that you're writing, it is not going to return true. So in this case, one is true, another one is false, so it will return us false. So if I save this and run this, see, it is false, right? But let's say if I make it true, then it will return me true. So for and operator, everything has to be true, otherwise it won't return true. Okay, now let me make it back to false, and now let's try or. And for or, even if there is one value which is true, then it will return us true. Okay, so here if I save this, you see it is true. And this one, the negation one, it just flips the value. So for example, if I do this, so is adult is true right now, but if I use negation, it is going to to see the value and it is just going to flip it. So see, it made it false. Now let's check increment and decrement. So I'm going to take another variable, students is equals to 30. So let's say I want to increase this value by 1. So there are different ways of doing it. The first one is this. So students is equals to students plus 1. Okay, now if I log students, I'll see 31, right? Because students has a value 30. So 30 plus 1, 31. Or there is another way of doing it. If I just do students and plus plus, it will increment by 1. Okay, and if I do it again, it is going to increment again. So it will be 32 now. All right, and there's something else that I want to mention over here. So you see this statement, there is an easier way to write this statement. So let me remove this for now. And this statement is actually is equals to, when you write students, and you can write plus equals to 1. Okay, so this statement is totally same as this one. Okay, and if I save this, you'll see 31. It was 30 and then 31. And similarly for the decrement, whatever we did for the increment, it will work for the decrement as well. So if I do this, right, let's say minus, then it will decrease the value. So you'll see the use of these operators a lot in the programs whenever there is a need to keep on increasing the values one by one. Okay, let's understand the ternary operator. So in ternary operator, first you need to mention a condition, and if that condition turns out to be true, your expression 1 will be executed, but if that condition is false, then your expression 2 will be executed. Okay, so let's take an example. Let age is equals to 17, and I'll take another variable, let can vote. First we'll mention the condition, if age is greater than 18, and then what's the syntax, question mark. So if this is true, what do I want? I want to display a message, can vote. But if this turns out to be false, what do I want? I want to display another message, and that's it. And now let's just log this, log can vote. This is what I'm logging here, right? And then let's just save it and see. So see, it says cannot vote because age is 17. So 17 is not greater than 18. So which one got executed? This one. But let's say if I make it 19, then the first one will get executed, can vote. Okay, in this sort of situations, you can use the ternary operator. Next one is TypeOf operator. This is just to check the type of the data. All right, so let me remove this, and I'll take one more variable, let person name is equals to, let's say, Robert, and I'll take another variable, let is student is equals to true. Now let's just use this operator and check the data type. So age, the data type should be a number. Okay, so TypeOf and save it, so number. And similarly, if we check for the other two, it will tell us the data type. So TypeOf, then person name, and it is a string. Okay, and the third one should be a Boolean. So it is checking the value, how you have defined the values, and then based on that, it is checking the data type. So that's all in the operators, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand how to handle user input in JavaScript. So there are different ways of doing it. So let's start with prompt method. So I'll declare a variable here, and then I'll use prompt method of window object. So window.prompt, and then you can give any prompt that you want. So here I'll give enter your name, and then let's just save this. We have the prompt here. So if I type in anything here, we are not doing anything with the value right now, so nothing will happen if I click on OK. So let's just log this value, log, and then username, and save this. Now let's just give the prompt a value and then click on OK. So you see the value here, right? And you can also add something else to it, for example, and then save this. And if you type in anything here now, so you see the value, right? So this is how you can accept user input using prompt method. Now let's just see how we can do it with HTML elements. So I'll remove this, otherwise this prompt will keep on coming. And let's just go to the HTML file, and I'll create some HTML elements over here. So I'll just go ahead and first create a label, enter your name, and let's save this. So we have the label now. Now let's create an input box, and let's keep the type as text itself. Let's just give an ID to it and then save this. So now we have the input box, and also let's create a button here, submit, and let's give this button an ID and save this. So I want that when the user enters a value over here and then clicks on submit, I want to display that value over here. I want to log that value. So what am I doing over here? I'm taking the value entered into the HTML element and then taking it to the JavaScript file and then logging that value. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see how we can do that. So first of all, we'll take the button ID. Okay, because everything is happening on the button click. So when the user will click on the button, that is when we'll see, okay, what is the value that has been entered by the user, and we'll take that value and then print it. So I'm taking the button ID here, and I'll go to the JavaScript and I'll write something like this, document.getElement by ID. And what's the button ID? This is the button ID. And then I'll add an event listener. So add event listener, and what is the event that will happen? Click event, right? User is going to click on the button, and when the click happens, I want to call a function. Either you can write the function here itself, or you can just call the function, and I'll give a random name to the function. So for example, I have given this name. So let's just copy this, and and write the function. So the simple syntax for writing a function is with this keyword. You need to define this keyword function and then give a function name. This can be anything that you want to give, but this has to be there, function keyword. And then after that, put curly braces, and inside that you can write your logic. Now, if you see this line, I have taken the button ID and I am adding an event listener, which is click. So when somebody clicks on the button, what do I want? I want the value of this input box, whatever has been entered over here. So for that, we would have to do something like this: document dot get element by ID. And what is the ID of this input box? So let's go back to the HTML, and this is the input box. This is the input box, okay, and the ID is this. So let's copy the ID. We'll go back and take the ID and then dot value. We need the value, right? Now we have the value, but we have to receive the value somewhere, right? Because we need to print it. So let's just say let username is equals to this, and then I'm going ahead and logging this value, and then let's just save this and try this out. So if I typed in Alice and if I click on submit, you see the value, right? So here I have entered a value in my HTML element, and then on the click of an HTML element, I am taking that value in my JavaScript and then logging that down. So all of these are HTML elements, right? So when somebody is entering a value into one HTML element and then clicking on to another HTML element, I'm taking that value by identifying the event, using the ID, and then taking that value and then receiving that in JavaScript and then logging that value. That's all I'm doing here, right? Similarly, we can include other elements. So let's just go back to the HTML file and I'll create another label for age. And then also let's use a break statement so that it will be in a different line. Now let's include an input here, and here I'll keep the type as number, name as age, and let's just give this an ID. Now let's take this ID and go back to the JavaScript file, and similarly the way I've received the username, I'll receive the age as well. So document dot get element by ID, and what's the ID? This is the ID dot value. So whatever user enters into that, okay, and let me save this and I'll also log this one as well. And what's the variable name that where we are receiving it? Over here. So let's just save this, and then now let's try it out. So Alice, and then in the age, if I give like 21 and click on submit, you can see the name and also the age. Let's log one more thing. I'll type in hi. We'll use the dollar symbol and then curly braces, and I want to take the username. Your age is, and then dollar sign, curly brackets, and age. And if I save this, let me try it again. Alice 22 and submit. So you see I'm getting this message: hi Alice, your age is 22. So that this is how you can receive elements from HTML, okay, and then use it in your JavaScript for any logic that you want to implement. But the way we are receiving the value, right, by using dot value, this can be different if the input type is different. So the here the input type is still an input box, right? Here also it's an input box, but what if it's some different kind of input type, right? So let me go back to HTML and create another one. Here I'll create another label, and I'm going to give it a name as subscribed, and I'll add a question mark here, and let me save this, and we'll also add a break statement over here. Now let's create the checkbox, and let's add another break statement over here. We'll also give an ID to this so that we can access this in JavaScript file. So I'll give the ID as subscription ID or something like that, and I'll copy this ID. We'll go back to the JavaScript file, and here let is subscribed. We'll create our variable, and then document dot get element by ID. What's the ID? It's this one. Here we are not going to do dot value because it's a checkbox, right? So it doesn't contain like value, right? It will just either be true or false. So for this we use something like this: checked. Okay, checked. Let's log this value as well, and then also append it over here. Your subscriptions status is, and then here we can append the value dollar sign and curly brackets, and what's the variable where we have the result? It is this one. And that's it. And let's save this and then try it out. So here I'll give this, I'll give an age and then subscribed. And if I click on submit, you can see the values, right? Alice 34 true, because we have logged all these three values, and then we are seeing the final console log that we have put. Hi Alice, your age is 34, your subscription status is true. So depending on what kind of input it is, this format can change, right? So it is not always going to be dot value. All right. And over here, you can also do some basic input validation. So for example, let me comment all these lines. So I'll use Control K C. This is a shortcut in your VS Code to comment. And then here I'll put a validation. So if username is equals to blank, if there is no username, then show a message. Please enter username. And then in else, you can just log the username and then save this. So if I just click on submit without entering the username, let's see what happens. See, it is giving me this validation. Please enter username. But if I enter a username and after that, if I click on submit, I'll see the username. So for any logic that you write, correct? You can put a validation. So for example, if I now take all of this and let me just cut this and paste it over here, right? Because that is the validation. And here, if I save this, if I enter a name, some age, then I see everything, right? But let's say if I remove the name and if I submit, I'll see this message, right? If I refresh, if there is no name and if I click on submit, then I'll see this message. And also you can put like, combined validation. So for example, if username is null and see these are the places where you can use logical operators, right? If age is also is equals to blank, then only this validation will be displayed, because I've used and, right? So it will check for both the cases, right? If this is blank and this is blank, then only it will show this message. So for example, now if I just click on subscribed and click on submit, it will give me this message, please enter username and age, right? But if I enter both of these and click on submit, it will show me the value because it will go in the else part. So these are few ways how you can handle user input in JavaScript. So that's it for now, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's see what data types do we have in JavaScript. And these are mainly 6 or 7 data types that we have in JavaScript. So these are strings, numbers, booleans, objects, undefined, null, and symbols. Okay. And these are the ones that are categorized into primitive data types, and object is categorized into composite data types. So let's go over these one by one and we'll understand everything with an example and we'll check out the output. So I'll start with primitive data types. So let's start with strings. I'll declare some variables here. Let username, and I'll use single quotes, and then I'll declare another variable, and this time I'll use double quotes, and then I'll declare another one and I'll use backtick. So basically, whenever you are initializing a value of string type, you can use single quotes, double quotes, or backtick. Okay, the data type is going to remain the same. So if I check the data type for all of these, so let's say type of username, it is going to be a string. You see, this is a string. And if I check the data type of greeting, it is still string. And if I check the data type of message, it is going to be string as well. Okay, so whenever you are initializing a string value, you can either use single quotes, double quotes, or backtick. And if you remember, we have previously talked about it that you can use template literal when you are using the backtick. So for example, if I want to append the values from here, I can do that. So here, for example, hello, and then I'll use dollar sign and curly brackets, and then here I can give username, and then I can also append the greeting as well. And let's console this message and save this. So you see, you're seeing the values over here, right? In string class, there are inbuilt functions that you can use for doing certain things. So for example, I'm not going to discuss all of them, but I'll show you few of them. So for example, I'll log this. So username, and then there is a function called to uppercase, and you need to use parentheses as well. And if you save this, you see everything got converted into uppercase, whatever the value we had in username. And similarly, we have some other methods as well. So let me show you how you can identify the length, how you can check out the length. So if I save this, see, it is giving me the length for the username. And also there's one more that I want to show you. So let's say username dot includes, if I want to check if a particular alphabet or combination of alphabets exist in username or not. So here I'll give any value. So let's say if I give A, then it should return me false because there is no A in John, right? And if I provide O, for example, and do this, then you can see that it is true. Alright, so you can check out other methods of string class as well. Just Google and check all of them. It's really a long list. There are a lot of them, but I think for now, this much is enough. So just remember that whenever you are initializing a string value, you can either use single quotes, double quotes, or backtick. Now let's move on to numbers. So I'll declare a few variables. Let age is equals to 30. Let price is equals to, let's say, 100.01. And then I'll also declare a big number, and let's give it a value as 2E9 or something like that. Now if I check the type of all these three, so type of age, it will be a number. And if I check the type of the other, right, the decimal value, the floating value, type of, and this will still be a number. And even if I check the data type of the big number, it will still be a number. Okay, so no matter how you're defining a number value, it could be a big number, it could be a decimal value, or it could be a plain number, the data type is still going to be a number. The next one is Boolean. So any Boolean data type will either hold a value as true or it will hold a value as false. So let me declare a variable. So let's say is student, and here I'll give it as true. And if I give let has ID, I give it as false. And now let me check the data type for these two. So both of them, right, because they are holding either false or true, then it is going to give me the data type as Boolean. So let's just check this out. Type of is student, it should be Boolean. And if I check the type of the other one, so log, and type of has ID, this will also be Boolean. But let's say if the moment I make it string, right? So let's say if I I make it string, then it will become a string data type, correct? But till it holds a value of true or false, it will consider, JavaScript will consider it as a Boolean data type. All right. Now the next one is undefined. So whenever you define a value, okay, let me just type it over here, undefined. So whenever you define a value but not initialized, that is when you get the data type as undefined. So if I declare a variable here and I'm not initializing it to anything, okay, I'll just leave it like this. And then if I check the data type of address, then it will show me undefined. But let's say if I declare something here, anything, right, then of course, like, whatever the type is, it will show me the type. But if there's nothing which has been assigned, if it's not initialized, right, then it will show me undefined. Now there's one more, which is null. Okay, so null is something which user keeps intentional. Okay, so it is intentional initialization. So if I declare a variable, let's say let emp str or something like that, okay, and if I initialize is as null, and let me log this value first. I want to show you something that is very quirky in JavaScript, you can say. So emp star, and then if I save it, you see the value which it shows is null because I have initialized it as null. But if I check the data type for this, okay, type of this, then it will show me object, correct? But that's how it is in JavaScript. So if you have even intentionally initialized a variable as null, it will log you the value as null. But if you check the data type, it is going to be object data type. Now let's discuss symbols. So symbols is something which is used in libraries or APIs to kind of keep the properties unique. Okay, so it will be, you can say that it is a unique identifier and immutable. That means it cannot change. So you won't see this very commonly, okay, but I'll just give you an example. So I'll create few symbols. So let's say if I'm creating symbol 1, and the syntax for creating symbol is this, and then inside this you need to give a symbol name. So symbol 1, let's say, okay, and then I can create another one, let's symbol 2, and then I'll give it a name as symbol, or you can keep this name as same, no problem with it, okay, it is still going to be valid, but these will be unique. So if I check the data type for these two, I'm not going very much into detail for this one. So type of symbol 1, if I check this, then see it is symbol, and if I check the type of the other one, this is also symbol. Now let's move to composite data types and check out the objects. So in object, you always assign the value as key value pair. Okay, so let me give you an example. So let's say I want to declare this variable, and then the values that I'll assign will be in key value pairs. So what are the properties that a student can have? It can have first name, and then you need to put a colon and then give the value. So let's say if I give John, and then you need to separate the properties with a comma. Then what other property can it have? Last name, and then separate it with a comma. And again, this is because this is a string, right? String values. So you can either use single quotes or double quotes, doesn't matter. Okay. And what other property can it have? It can have age, and then we can also, like, take some Boolean. So is student, here you can give it as true. So this is how you create an object. You declare a variable, and then this is how you assign the values. You need to assign the values in key value pairs. So for this particular attribute, this is the key and this is the value. This one, this is the key, value, key, value, key, and value. And then when you want to access these values, this is how you do it. So I'll just log it. So if I want to log the student name, so you need to type in the variable name first, then dot key name. Okay, so first name, and then if I save this, you see I get the first name. Similarly, if I want to print the last name, I can print the last name. Okay, and if I want to see the age, I can see the age. And if I want to check if whether this particular property is true or false, I can check that as well. Okay, and the object can be nested as well. So for example, if I want to include address, so I'll type in address, and then because address itself will have different properties, right? And again, I need to give those properties as key value pair. So I'll start another curly braces here, and here I'll give, let's say, city name. So let's say New York, and then let's say postal code, give it any value, and let's now try to access city name and postal code. So if you want to do this, you cannot directly type in something like this. So for example, let's say console.log, and if I do this, right, student.city name, it won't show anything. Okay, undefined, because you have another node in between. So you need to type student.address.city name. Okay, so this is how you access the values, key or values of a nested object. Now if you want to update any of these values, that also you can do. So we have age here, right? So if I type in age is equals to, let's say 30, let's see if we can directly do this. Okay, and if I save this, let me first print the age. If I save this, it is still 20, right? You cannot directly just type in the variable name, assign the value. You need to type student.age and then save this, and now the value is 30, right? So the student had the age value as 20, and then you accessed that key, right, student.age, and you have updated the value from 20 to 30. And then when you check the value here, student.age, it shows you the updated value. Now let's check arrays. This is ordered list objects. Okay, so let me show you how you can define an array. So you first start declaring the array, and here let's say if I take it as fruits, then you need to put square brackets, and under square brackets you have to put the values. So put the square brackets, and inside that you need to define the values. So let's say if I take few values over here, apple, orange. Here also you can either use single quotes or double quotes. Okay, now let's check the type of this variable. So log type of fruits. So this will show you object, because the data type of array is still object. Array is just an ordered list object. Okay, so the data type will still be object. And how do you access the elements of array? So these have indexing. Okay, so let's say if I print this log and then fruits, and if I save this, here you see that it has indexing and it starts with 0. So 0, 1, 2. So what is the index position of the first element? It's 0. Then the index position of second elements, it's 1. Index position of third element is 2. And that is how exactly how you access these elements. So let's say if I want to access this element, right? So what will I do? I'll go here, log, and then fruits, and then we'll put curly brackets, and here you need to mention the position. So 0, 1. So if I do 1, then I should be able to see this element. So if I save this, you see we got this element, right? So you need to access the elements by their index value. So these were the common data types that we have in JavaScript. If there is anything that you did not understand, don't worry about it. We are anyway going to get to those topics wherein we discuss all of these things in detail, but this was just to give you the basic idea of what are the data types that we have in JavaScript and what is the meaning of them and how you can actually create and access them. All right, so that's it for now, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand what are conditionals in JavaScript. So basically conditionals help us to execute a piece of code based on certain condition, and these are the ways how you can achieve it. So let's just go ahead and get started with the first one, which is if else. So I'll take a variable here and let's give it a value. So the syntax for if else is something like this. So you need to type in if, and then you have to use parenthesis, then curly brackets, and after that you will type your else statement, and then inside that whatever you want in the else. So under if you need to type in your condition. So I want to write a condition if age is greater than 18, then I'll just log something over here, can vote, and let me just copy this, paste it here, and then change it to cannot vote. Okay, so I've written a very simple condition that this line should get executed only when this condition comes to true. Otherwise it should go to else part and it should execute this. So here the age is 18, right? So if I run this program, when it will evaluate this particular statement, it will come out as false. That means anything which is written inside this will not get executed, but rather it will go to the else part and it will execute whatever is written in the else part. So let me save this and show you. So you see it went to the cannot vote. So if I increase the age, let's say 19, now the first part of the code will get executed, because this time this condition comes out as true because 19 is greater than 18. Okay, and similarly when you have multiple conditions, you can use something like this, if, else if, and else. So let me show you that as well. Let's take another variable as score, and I'll give a value here as 90, and we'll give some grades according to the score value. So here I'll give first one as if score is greater than 90, then I'll log it as grade A, and then I'll use else if, and again here I'll use another condition, if score is greater than 70, and if score is less than 90, then I'll give it as grade B. So here you can also use your logical operators, right? So combine the conditions, and then in the else part I'll give it as grade C. Let me save it and then run this. So right now if you see, I've given the value as 90, but it does not come to be true for any of the conditions, because 90 is not greater than 90 and it is also not between 70 and 90. So that is why this line got executed. Okay, but let's say if I make it 91 and save this, then it will show me grade A, because this statement becomes true this time, right? And if I make it, let's say 68 and save this, then you see it goes to grade C, because it does not. Let's check one by one. Okay, so here is 68 greater than 90? No, so this will not get executed. So it will check into this one. So if score is greater than 70 and less than 90, so is that true? No, because 68 does not come between 70 and 90. So this will also not get executed, but rather this one will get executed. All right, and let's say if I give something as 75, then it will show me grade B. Okay, so grade B here. So in multiple conditions you can use if, else if, and you can use as many as you want. If there are other multiple conditions, then you can keep on adding else if over here, and you can keep on adding your conditions. So for multiple conditions we can also use switch. So let me show you how we do that. So for example, let me change this to let day is equals to, let's say I give it as 6, and then the syntax is you need to type in switch, and then under that you need to pass your variable. So my variable over here is this, and then after that the syntax, the next part of the syntax is you need to write for all the cases, right? So case 1. So that means let me show you how do we do this. So the syntax goes like this. You need to type in switch, and then you have to pass your variable, which is this, and then curly brackets, and then you need to start putting cases. So I'll type in case 1, and then here I'll log something and I'll say Monday. Okay, so that means I have the value here as 6, right? And it will take 6. So case and then 1. So this is going to evaluate against whatever number I have here, right? Whatever the value I have here. So in case 1, it will show me Monday, and it will keep on searching. Okay, so whenever it gets the case exactly what I've mentioned here, right? So here if I have given 6, the moment it gets case 6, right, it will execute that particular statement. So for example, let me just complete this, and after every statement you need to break it. So for example, like, so that it can break its search, right? So if it gets the result here itself, then it shouldn't be executing everything, correct? That is why we have to use break statement. So here I'll write case 2 Tuesday, and let me just type in break first, and then I'll just copy and complete it. So here 3 Wednesday, 4 Thursday, 5 Friday, and then 6 Saturday. And then we need to include a default case. So let's say if whatever number you have given, right, if there is no case written for that particular number, then you need to show a default message. So here I'll log something as invalid day. So if I save this, you see it is showing me Saturday because the value I have given here is 6 in day, right? And when it searches for this value, it is true in this particular case. So that is why it is logging Saturday. If I change this value to, let's say, 5 and save this, then it will keep on searching, and when it finds the correct match, it will execute that particular statement. And let's say if you enter something which is not valid, which does not exist, right, then it is going to execute the default case. So these are the 3 ways how you can handle conditionals in JavaScript. And that's it for now. I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand what are loops in JavaScript. Loops are something that allow you to repeat same task without writing the same code over and over again. So if you have any repetitive task, you can use loops. And these are the types of loops we have in JavaScript. Alright, so let's understand a problem first by taking an example. So I'm going to log a number. If you see on the console, we see the number, but if I have to log another number, I'll write it again. And then if I have to log another number, I will write it again. So you see, if I have to log numbers from 1 to 10, I have to write the same code 10 times, right? And if I have to log till 20, then I have to write the same line 20 times for each number, right? So to avoid such kind of conditions, we use loops. So let's start understanding all of these one by one. So I'll start with the for loop. So let's first check out the syntax. So the syntax is you need to write for, then you have to add parenthesis, and in the parenthesis, the first thing that you have to mention is the initialization, like the starting point of your loop. So if you want to print, for example, if you want to print numbers from 1 to 10, that means the starting point is 1. If you want to print numbers from, let's say, 5 to 50, then the starting point is 5. And then how are you going to mention the starting point? By taking a variable, right? So you have to declare a variable. I'm going to declare a variable, let I, and then is equals to 1. So this is my starting point. If it is 5, then I'll just simply write 5 over here, right? So for now, I'll just take it as 1. And then you have to mention the condition, okay? Because this loop is going to check the condition every time it is going to execute your code. And it will run till your condition is true. The moment your condition becomes false, the loop will exit. So let us write a condition here. I'll type in something like this. So I want to run this loop till I is less than or equals to 10. If it is not, the moment this condition becomes false, I want to exit the loop, okay? So this is the condition. Now we have to mention increment or decrement. So here I'll just type in something like this. So every time I want to increment the value of I by 1, okay? Now inside this, I'm going to log the value of I, okay? Now what will happen here? Initially the value of I is 1, and then it will check the condition. 1 is less than or equals to 10. That means it's true. Then it will go inside and it will print I. What is the value of I? 1. And it will print it. After that, it is going to increment the value of I. So it was 1. Now 1 plus 1 becomes 2. Then it will check the condition. Is 2 less than or equals to 10? True. Then it will go inside and print 2. Now the value of I is 2, right? Then it is going to go over here and then again do an increment. So 2 plus 1, 3. So is 3 less than or equals to 10? True. Then it will again go inside, print 3. Then again the same thing will happen. 3 plus 1, 4. And then it will keep on doing this till this condition is true. So when it becomes 10, right? Then it will check, is 10 less than or equals to 10? Which is true, right? Because 10 is equals to 10. So it will print 10. But then it will again increment, right? 10 plus 1, 11. Now this time 11 is 11 less than or equals to 10? False, right? Because 11 is greater than 10. Correct? So the moment it becomes false, it will exit. So it should print the numbers from 1 to 10. So let's just save this and check it out. So you see it printed from 1 to to 10. Now here, rather than writing I is equals to I plus 1, we can just do this plus plus, okay? It is the same thing. See, the result is still the same. And similarly, let's say if you want to jump the numbers, right? So here, let's say I don't want to just increment by 1. If I want to increment by 2, then I can do that as well. So I is equals to I plus, let's say 2, and then I'll just save this. So you see, it will jump the numbers by 2. So basically, depending on your condition, right, whatever logic that you're writing and whatever you need, you can amend the condition, the initial point, and also the increment and decrement here. So similarly, the way we are discussing increment, right, in a very similar way, the decrement also works. So let's say if I want to print numbers from 10 to 1, then my starting point is 10, right? So I'll change the starting point first. It is 10, and then let's remove this. And in the condition, I have to keep this check. I is greater than or equals to 1, and then here I will decrement this. So minus minus. So every time it is going to decrement by 1. Okay. So first of all, what it will do, I is equals to 10. So is 10 greater than or equal to 1? True. Then it is going to print 10, and then it will decrement. So it will become 9. So is 9 greater than or equals to 1? True. Then it will print 9. Then it will again decrement. So when it reaches 1, so 1 is greater than or equals to 1. True. Then it will print 1. But the moment it becomes 0, the condition becomes false. So it will exit. Now let's just save this. So you see, it printed the numbers from 10 to 1. Okay. So this is the basic use of for loop. Now the same thing can be used with objects or arrays. Okay. So let me take some examples. So I'll just take an example of arrays over here. So let's just take an array. Let fruits. I'll take banana, apple, orange. And what if I log the value of fruits? If I save this, you see this array, but the way, if you observe the way it got printed, right? It got printed like this. So it still shows that, okay, it is an array, correct? But if you want to take out the values out of this, right? If you want to print all the values one by one separately, then what will you do? You can run a loop over this, right? And let me show you how you can. So first of all, let's just check the length of the fruits, right? Because as we discussed in the for loop, you need to know the exit point and what will be the exit point in this condition. There we knew that, okay, we had to print numbers from 1 to 10. So we knew the exit point, right? Here the exit point would be the length, right? So the moment array ends, the loop should also exit. So that is why let's just check the length. Although we can see the length over here, but let me just log the length for you. So fruits dot length, which is 3, correct? Now let's just write a loop for this. So for, so here what I'll do is I'll first declare a variable, let I is equals to 0. And the reason I'm declaring it from 0 is because we access array elements by index, right? And the index starts with 0. So this is, if you see the index, right, this is where we have to run the loop, correct? So we'll start with 0, okay? And then we have to mention the condition, and I is less than or equals to length, fruits dot length, right? Fruits dot length, and then I plus plus. And then how are you going to log it? How do you access the elements of an array? So fruits, the name of the array, and then what do we have to pass here? We have to pass the index, right? Fruits of 0 is banana, fruits of 1 is apple, fruits of 2 is orange. And where we have these values 0, 1, 2 in the loop, right? So when it is 0, it will take 0, and when it is 1, it will take 1, when it is 2, it will take 2, correct? If I save this, you see banana, apple, and orange. The indexing is from 0 to 2, right? So you don't need to include is equals to here. So if I save this now, you see that undefined is gone. And we can similarly do the same thing with numbers. Now let me take another array. I'll take few numbers here, 2, 5, 5, 7, and 10. So let me first log this array and show you. So it comes something like this. Now if I want to take all the elements outside of the array, I will write the loop, right? So for, I'll declare the variable, let I is equals to, and the index, right? Index start with 0, and then I less than or just less than, right? Not equals to, because we are starting with 0 and it has to go till the length. So nums dot length, and then I plus plus, and here I'll simply log the value of nums and I'll pass the index value, and that's it, right? So it gave me 2, 5. It is showing me 2, but let's just change this so that, okay, so 2, 5, 6, 7, 10. Okay, now let's check the other loop, which is for in loop. So for in loop is generally used when we are dealing with objects. So I'll just go ahead and create an object. So let student is equals to, this is how you create an object. I hope you remember this. So we'll give some properties, student name, then let's give age, then let's give city name. Now if I want to access the properties of this object, how can I access? I'll access something like, I'll write something like this. So student dot student name, correct? And then if I want to access another property, I have to write it again. I'll just type in student dot age. And similarly, if I want to access the third property, I have to write it again, student dot city name, right? So rather than writing all of this one by one, I will use for in loop, and then we'll use the loop to access all the properties, as in all the keys and the values. Okay, so let's just remove this. So the syntax for in goes like this. So you need to type in for, and then you have to declare a variable. I'll take it as key, and then you have to type in, and then in where, right? In student. So this loop basically will take all the keys from the properties. Okay, so these are, write something like this, let key in student. Okay, this is something that you can give another name as well, but it will still have the keys, right, and not the values. Now we want to print keys as well as the values. So if I just want to print the keys, I can just log it, and I'll just print key, right? If I save this, you can see all the keys, right? Student name and age and city name, but we are not seeing the values. So how we can access the values? We can access the values by doing this. Okay, so we'll do it like this. Let's just separate it, and then in student, if I pass the key, I will get the value, right? That's how you access the values out of object. So here I will just pass the key. So here, and then let's just save this. So you see, we get the key and the value, the key and the value, the key and the value. Okay, so basically the for in loop will only run on the keys, but then using the key, you can access the value. Now let's go to the next one, which is for off. Now, if you remember, in the for loop, we had to mention the exit point, right? The condition. So in for off, you don't need to mention the condition. And exactly like, how we did in for in, we also didn't mention the condition here, right? We just typed in key in and student, right? So we didn't have to mention the condition. So in for off also, you don't have to mention the condition. So let me just take an array first. Now, if I want to run a loop on this, I can either write the basic for loop, or I can use for off. Okay, so for, and the syntax goes like this. For, of course, it will start with for, and then you have to declare a variable for, let's say, fruit, and then off, right? This is the syntax of what? Of fruits, correct? So this is your array. So fruits, and then inside this, just log the values. Where do you have the values? Inside this, and then let's just save this. So we got the values, right? So this is one difference between this loop and then this loop. Okay, here we are not mentioning the conditions. We are just only giving that, okay, which is the array where I want to run the loop. Okay, so we don't have to give the condition that, okay, it has to run till the end of the length of the array. All right, let me take another example for this. So if I do this, let language, and here I'll type something as this, JavaScript. And if I want to run a loop and I want to print each and every character one by one, what will I do? I'll write this loop. So for, and then let's just declare something, let char off, right? This is the syntax, and off what? Of this here. And then if I print this, I'll print this, correct? So it will take one character at a time, and it is going to print it like this. So basically, if you have a very specific condition till where you want to run the loop, then you can use this one, okay, for loop. But if you don't have any specific condition and you have to run the loop over an array, you can just simply use for off loop. And if it's an object, then you can use for in loop, right? Because for in loop takes the key, and then using the key, you can access the values of the object. So just remember this basic thing, and then you'll always be able to differentiate which one do you need to use. Now let's understand while and do while. So we use while and do while when we don't know the exit condition specifically. Okay, so whenever the exit condition could be dynamic, we use while and do while. That means we are not sure about, like, till what point of time the loop should be running. Although you will not see these two getting used a lot, but let's just understand what they are. Okay, so I'll take an example. So the syntax goes like this. So while, let me first take a variable. So let count is equals to 5, and then the syntax for while is while I'll just mention count is greater than 0, and then here I'll just log something, log value of count, and then I also have to increment the value of. So what will happen here? So we have a variable count, the value is 5, so it will first check, is count greater than 0? So 5 is greater than 0, so it will print 5. Okay, and then we have to decrement this. Okay, so now it will become 4, and then it will check 4 is greater than 0, true, then it will execute this, then it will become 3 is greater than 0, and then 2, and then, like, when it comes to 0, then it will become false and the loop will exit. Now there is one very important thing here. If you are practicing, do not forget to type this, okay? The increment decrement condition that we mentioned in the for loop, right? The same thing we have to mention here as well. So here the problem is that if you don't mention it, right, and if you let's say if I remove this line and if I save this program, right, my system will crash because this will go into an infinite loop and then everything will get hanged. Okay, so I'll just save this and then we'll check the value. So 5 4 3 2 1. Okay, so do not forget to mention the condition. So this is the syntax of the while loop, and here now let's check do while. So the difference between while and do while is that do while loop always runs at least one even if the condition is false. Okay, so you'll understand that, but let's just take an example first. So I'll take a number, let number is equals to let's say 3, and then the syntax goes like this: do, and then under this I will log the value of number, and then after that I will, let's make it actually 0, and then here we'll do plus plus. Okay, so we are incrementing it, and after that we have to write the condition here while number is greater than 3. When the execution will start, it will first print the number. Okay, so the one, it is getting executed once for sure. Okay, because we are checking the condition after at least once one execution. But let's say even if the condition is false here, right, even at the first time, this line is anyway going to get executed because we are checking the condition later on. So I think these three are the important ones. These two are not, but it is necessary to understand the concept that, like, what it does and when and where to use it. But I think mostly you will see these three getting used. So I think just practice these three and you should be good. So that's all in loops, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand what are functions in JavaScript. So functions are something that has reusable piece of code. So if you have any logic that you want to apply at different places in your program and the logic is going to be the same, then what you can do is you can create a function and then you can refer the same function at different places rather than writing the same piece of code again and again. Okay, and this is the syntax for writing a function. You need to include this keyword function, then you have to give your function a function name, and if there are parameters you can pass the parameters. Otherwise it's fine even if you don't have parameters, and then your logic will go inside the curly braces over here. Okay, and these are the topics that we are going to be covering. So let's just start by creating a function. All right, so as we saw the syntax, you need to start by using this keyword, so function, and then I'll give my function a function name. So let's say if I just simply type hello, so this is my function name now, and inside this let's just log something for now, and then I'll save this. But right now you see this log is not coming up, right, because you need to invoke this function. Just creating the function is not enough, you need to invoke the function, and by invoking I mean you need to call the function. So copy the name and then call the function, but you also have to include the parenthesis. Okay, and then let's just save this. So now you see whatever we have written inside the function that got executed. Okay, so this is the very basic way of writing the function. Now the second thing is that how you can pass parameters in your function. So let's say if you want to pass something like this, let me take a parameter here, and you can give any name to it, right, according to, like, whatever name you have. So let's say if I give a name as username is equals to, let's say, Alice, and here I will change this and I'm going to include something like this. I will just display the value of, it will be username, and then I have to use backtick over here. I'll take this out and then save this here. And if I save this, you can see the message is hello Alice. So we have passed a parameter. So now there's another thing that you can do, right? So by passing a value over here, that means I'm passing a default value, right? It is always going to take Alice, right? But I want the liberty to pass any value every time I call this function. So I have to remove this from here. That means I'm not passing a default value. So what I would rather do is pass the value from here. Okay, so here I'll pass a value as this, and then I'll save this. You see it works. Now if I pass another value, let's say Robert, if I save this, this works, right? So depending on how many parameters you have passed here, you have to pass the same number of arguments when you're invoking the function. By that I mean, let's say if I include something as greeting, okay, so here that means I am passing two parameters here. So when I'm invoking the function, then I have to pass two parameters. So I passed username, and here I have to pass the greeting as well. So let's say if I say welcome, and then let's also include the greeting here, and let me save this. So now you see hello Robert, welcome. So basically when you are creating your function, the number of parameters that you are passing in the function, so when you are calling the function, when you are invoking the function, the same number of arguments you have to pass depending on how many parameters you have passed. And there's one more thing, right? So in the function definition, what is this? This is the function definition, or you can say function declaration, right? So by that time, when you're declaring your function, so whatever you pass here, you call it as parameter. But when you are invoking the function, when you're calling the function, and in place of parameters, the value that you pass, it is called arguments. A lot of times people call this also as parameters, but this is the basic difference, that in the function definition, you call it as parameter, but while you're calling the function and you pass the values, you call it as arguments. Now let's take another example of function with parameters. So I'm going to create another function and I'll give it a name as sum, and I'm going to pass two parameters, a and b. Okay, this can be any name, right? X, Y, Z, whatever you want to give. So I'm just passing a and b, and here I'm going to log and I will do a plus b. So this is my function. Now I will have to call this function. So I will call this function sum, and how many arguments do I need to pass? 2, right? Because there are two parameters. So this function is expecting two parameters. So I'll pass 2 and 3. And here if I save this, you can see we got the result here, right? And what happens if you don't pass the number of arguments, which is exactly same as the number of parameters? So if I do this, right? And if I save this, see, it says not a number, right? So it will give you some error. So that is why the number of parameters, how many you have passed, you need to pass the same number of arguments over here, okay? And similarly, like the function that you have created for sum, if you want to create a function for subtraction, you can do that as well, right? I'll say subtraction, and then here I will just do a minus b, and then this save, right? I need to give this exact name while calling the function. So subtraction. So you see, we got the result here, right? Now the next thing is return value in a parameter. So let's say whatever result you are getting out of a function, you want to do something with the value, right? So here we are just logging the value, right? But let's say if you want to receive the value and you want to do some sort of manipulation with the value. So in such cases, you can use return value in a function, okay? And let me show you how you can do that. So I'll write another function. So or we can, you know what we can do? Let's just use the same function. So we'll use this one. So here, rather than consoling the value here, right? I'll just comment this out and I'll write something like this: return a plus b. Now if I save it, nothing will happen because we are not logging the value, right? So if I log the value now, and then under this, I'm going to call the function. And if I save this, you see the value here, right? But now because I have used a return statement, there is something else that I can do. I can receive this value into another variable. So I'll just define another variable, result, and then I will call this function. And now instead of just calling the function inside the log statement, I will use this, and then I'll save this. So you see, we have the result here. Okay, so every time you have to use the return statement when you want to do something with the value. Otherwise it's fine, you don't have to use the return statement. All right, and also with the return statement, your function always exits from the return statement. So if you have written anything after the return statement, it will not get executed. So for example, if I log something here, right? Let's say here, if I just give it something like this after log, it's not going to get executed. It won't. So return becomes your last statement of your function. Okay, so whenever you are using return, make sure that this is the last statement of your function. Now let's see what are rest parameters. Okay, so I'll create a function here, function, and let's say ABC. I can give any name to the function, right? But always make sure that you're giving a sensible name depending on what you're trying to write. So here I have to give 3 dots. Remember, okay, 3 dots. And then here I'll give a name as nums. And then under this, I'm just going to log something. Okay, so I'll just log the nums, and then I will call this function. This function is ABC, and then I'll just call this function. And in the arguments, now because I'm using rest parameter, this is how you use rest parameter. Okay, dot, dot, dot. So what it does is that it gives you the liberty to define as many numbers as you want. Okay, so here I don't have to specifically pass one number, 2 number, or 3 number, right? I can pass as many numbers I want. So I'll pass it as something like this, and then I'll save this. So you see, now it is taking all the numbers. So this is the advantage of using rest parameter, that you can pass any number of arguments. Okay, so here if I add another argument, it will take that as well. Now let's do something else here. I want to do a summation of all these values, right? So what I'll do, I'll just comment this out, and I'm going to use the return statement. Okay, so first of all, I'll take a variable. So let total is equals to 0, because this is a container where I would be keeping all the summated values, and then we would have to run a loop, right? So for let num in where numbers, actually of we can use for of loop here. Okay, so nums, and then under this total is equals to total plus num. Okay, and rather than writing this, we can also write it something like this, which is equivalent to what we had written before, like this. Okay, and then after this we can just return this value, return total. And because this is returning a value now, we can receive it in a variable. So let result is equals to this, and let's just log this value. So now you see we have the result. Okay, let me just reduce it down so that we can calculate easily. Okay, so this is how you can use rest parameters, right? When you don't know that how many arguments are going to be passed while the function is invoked, then you can use rest parameters. Now let's see how we can pass object in function parameter. Okay, so I'll remove all of this and let me create an object first. So I'll create an object, let student is equals to, and we'll give some properties. So student name, and then I'll give age. It has to be colon and not equals to, and then let's give city name. Okay, and then we'll create a function, and I'm giving any name to this function, and here I want to pass a parameter. Okay, so let's say student, or let me just make it simpler. Okay, I'll just pass the name. Okay, and here when I'm logging the value, what I can do is I'll use the backtick, and I will say the student name is, and I'll use dollar symbol, curly brackets, and then name, and then I'll save this. Okay, now I have to call this function. So when I'm calling this function in the name parameter, right, instead of here the argument, when I'll pass the argument, which argument I can pass, because I have to pass the object information now, right? So student dot student name. Correct. So student dot student name, and then let's save this and then run this. So you see the student name is John. So what did we do? We have an object, we created a function, and in that function we are passing a parameter, and we are using that parameter inside the function. You see, I have not hard coded the values anywhere. Okay, whatever I have passed, I'm just using the same thing inside that. But when I'm calling the function, I'm taking the information from the object. Okay, I'm passing the argument using the object. So student dot student name, and similarly I can pass the other information as well. If it is age, I'll pass the age. If it is city name, I can pass the city name as well. Okay, so this is how you can pass object information inside function parameters. So there's another way of doing this, right? So let's say if I change it to, let's say, employee, and here I'll do it employee dot name. Okay, and when I'm calling the function, I'll just comment this one out, and when I'm calling the function, I'm not going to refer to this object. Okay, I'll call the function, and then here itself I will create the object, and I will define the properties. So here I'll take the name as, let's say, Robert, and I'll take the age as 30. And if I save this, okay, so here let me save this. So this works, right? So let me change this to employee. Okay, and if I save this, so this works here. And I can give, like, any other parameter as well. So for example, if I have to access the age, let's say I'll not add another one, I'll just access the age. So here if I say the age is, I can directly access this with employee dot age, and then I'll save this. Okay, and you can see the age, right? So I didn't have to pass multiple parameters here, right? Because I'm passing the object itself. So whatever properties the object has, I can directly access the properties by using dot property, object name dot property, object name dot property, and in the object, right, in the arguments place, I have passed the object itself. All right, so this is how you can pass object in function parameter. Now let's see how we can pass array in a function parameter. Okay, so I'll remove this part, and I'll remove this as well. And here let's just take, let's say, display array. I'll change the name of the function, and here I'm just taking array1 or something like that. Okay, you can give any name that you want, and here I'll just log the value of whatever we are receiving in the argument. Okay, now when I call this, I can simply pass array. And how do you define the array? Using square brackets, right? So here if I pass 2 3 5 6, let's say, okay, and if I save this, I'll save this. So you can see here it took all the values of the array. So here basically you need to make sure that if you want to pass array in a parameter, right, then the value that you're passing in the argument, right, your argument should be in the form of the array. So for example, here if I pass so if you remember the rest parameter, right, 3 dots, the rest parameter always gives the values in the form of array. So let's say if I do rather this, right, dot dot dot, and if I remove this, then this will be actually fine without this, because the rest parameter anyway takes the values in the form of array, right? So this worked. But the baseline is that if you're passing an array, then you need to make sure that the argument that you're passing in the form of is in the form of array itself, right? And this is how you actually take an array, right, in the form of square brackets. So if there is any logic that you want to now do with the array, you can do, right? You can run a loop inside this on this array because you have the array now, and then you can implement any logic that you want. And when you're calling the function, you can pass your array, and that's it. So all right, this was all about functions. There are a lot of other ways of writing functions in JavaScript, which we will learn like in upcoming sessions. But for now, I think this is good for you to get started, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand what are events in JavaScript and how do we handle it. Alright, so events are actions or occurrences that happen in the browser, such as clicking a button, hovering over an element, or pressing a key, right? So this is a browser window, right? So what are the things that can be done on the browser? So either I can hover over an element, and let's say if there are here any buttons, then I can click on the buttons, or if there is an input box, I can type something on the input box, right? So what are those? Those are events that are happening in the browser, right? So that is what is called an event. All right, now what are the sources that can be for these events, right? So either you can use your mouse, right, your cursor to do these events. You can click the button using the cursor, you can type something using your keyboard. That means the source would be the keyboard, right? So based on that, I have categorized the event sources. So what could be the mouse event? So using your mouse, either you can click on a button, right? Let's say you can do a single click, you can do a double click, or you can use your cursor to just mouse over to an element or hover out from an element. So similarly, we have few events from the keyboard as well. So either you can press a key and then you can release a key, right? So key down and key up. And similarly, we have some form events. So let's say if there is a form, you are filling some information and then you click on submit, or let's say if there's an input box and you are typing and then retyping the values, right? If you're doing any sort of change. So those kind of events are called form events, right? And then there are some window events such as like, load of the page, reloading of the page, resize, or like, even scroll is also an event. Okay, so let's understand this by taking an example. So let's say you're sitting inside your house and someone rings the bell. So what are the things that are happening here, right? When somebody pressed your doorbell, you listen to it and then you go and open the door, right? So what is the event that happened? The event was ringing of the bell, right? So similarly here as well, whenever an event occurs in the browser, we have to add a listener. So in our analogy, the ear was the listener, right? That is why you could hear the bell. But here in JavaScript, we also have to add a listener. So when someone does something in the browser, if they are pressing a button or if they are typing something from the keyboard, all those are considered as an event. And whenever those sort of events happens, you need to have a listener in your JavaScript which listen to such events and then perform an action. Alright, so I hope you got the idea now. So this is the syntax for adding an event. We will have to access the HTML element and then we have to just do dot add event listener, and depending on what kind of event it is, right? If it is a click event or if it is a double click event, so we have to decide based on what kind of element it is and what kind of event can occur, and then we have to mention the event name, and then we have to write the action, right? That what should happen when that particular event occurs. All right, and these are the topics that we are going to cover in this session: how to add an event listener and how we can do the inline handling of the event in HTML itself, and what are the common event types, and we'll take some examples and then check them out. And after that, we'll also check what are event objects and properties. We'll see how we can remove an event listener, and then at last we'll discuss about event delegation. So let's just go ahead and get started with adding an event listener. Okay, so for this, I'll first open my HTML file, and here let's just go ahead and create a button first, and I'll give this button a name as click me. Okay, and then here I'll give an ID to the button. Let's say button ID. Let's save this. And so first of all, in our JavaScript file, we have to refer to this element because your JavaScript should know that for which element you want to add the listener for, right? So I want to add a listener for this button. So we will first access this element in our JavaScript file, and we'll do it by using the ID. So I'll copy the ID and I'll go to the JavaScript file, and let's just access the button element. So I'll take something like let button element, and then this is how we access the HTML element, document.getElement by ID. And what's the ID that we have copied? This one, right? So now we have the element. What is the second step? The second step is that you have to add the listener, right? Otherwise JavaScript will not be listening to any event that will happen in the browser. So what is the button element? This is the button element, and I want to add a listener. So add event listener. This is the method. Okay, and inside this, if we go back, if we just scroll up and see the syntax, right? So this is the syntax, right? Dot add event listener. Then you have to mention the event name and then the function. So what is the event that can happen here, right? Someone will click on the button, right? Either single click or double click. So let's write it for single click. So I'll just copy this, and you cannot mess up with the spellings here, right? So if there is something which is in lowercase, you exactly have to write that in lowercase, right? You cannot just make C as a capital and then like, L small letter and then C again capital. Do not do that. Okay, it won't work. So let's just copy this and mention the event here. So double quotes event, and then we have to add a function. So function, and then here let's just add an alert for now, alert, and I'll write button click. Let's just save this and click on this button. So now you see that this is working. All we did was create a button in the HTML file and then access that button element in our JavaScript file, and then we added a event listener, the click event, and then we have added in the function, we have just added an alert. And of course there are different ways of writing this. If you wanted to write it directly, you could have done that as well. So if I just take this, right, dot add event listener, so I can simply write it like this and this will still work. Okay, now let's move to the next topic and see how we can do inline event handling. So this one, inline means that you can handle the events in HTML file itself. Okay, so I'll just remove this for now and we'll go to the HTML file, and here on the button, so there's something that we can do here. There's something called on click. So I'll just do on click, and here itself I will add an alert, button clicked. Okay, and if I save this and if I click on the button, it gives me the alert, right? Here also you have to be careful when you're writing this, right? Because this has to be exactly the way I've written here, right? You cannot make the C as capital, otherwise it won't work. All right, so this is how you can do the inline event handling. All right, now what was the next topic that we have to check? Let's just check some common event types now. So click we already checked. Now let's just check mouse over. So I'll go to my HTML file and I'm going to add another element, or we can work with this element itself which I have here. So I'll just give this element an ID and I'll say header ID and I'll save this. So let's just copy the ID and we'll go to the JavaScript file. So we'll first access the element, right? So let header element and document.getElement by ID, document.getElement by ID. What's the ID? This is the ID, right? Now we'll add a event listener. So header element dot add event listener, and what is the event listener that we want to add? It's mouse over. Let's just change the color on mouse over and mouse out. Okay, what's the name of mouse over event? Let's just copy this and I'll add this here, and then we have to write a function, and inside this dot style, these are the properties. Okay, color, and I'll make it as red. Let's save this and then see what happens. So here you see the color is changing, right, on mouse over. And let's also add another event on mouse out. Okay, so I'll just copy the same thing, and here rather than mouse over, I'll just include mouse out, and I'll save this. Here I'll change the color to green. Now let's see. Okay, so red and then green. Okay, so this is how you can handle different type of events. Now let's just check these two as well, right? Key down and then submit. So for key down, I'll press something from my keyboard and then I want to log those keys, right? Whatever I'm pressing from the keyboard. So for that, let's just first create an input element here. Input, and let the type be text itself, and I'll give an ID, input ID, and then let's just add a placeholder and I'll say type something. Okay, so now we have the input box, and I'll take the ID of this input box and I'll go to my JavaScript file, and let's just remove this input element here, document.getElement by ID. What's the ID? This is the ID. Okay, and then input element dot add event listener, and I want to add this event key down. All right, so key down, and then here function. But there's another thing here. Okay, so if I just simply do like this, let's say I want to print the value, right? So whatever I will be typing from my keyboard into this input box, I want that value. And where is that value? That value is inside the event object. So I have to receive the event object as well. Okay, so event object here, and then let me just log that value. So log, and then here I'll just give a text first, key pressed, and here event dot key. This is how we can actually access and see, like, what's the key that is being pressed from the keyboard. Okay, so here if I type in, let's say U, right? So here you see in the console, it says key pressed U. If I type in H, it says key pressed H, right? See, it's even tracking the backspace, right? So it's tracking every key that I'm pressing from the keyboard. Okay, so this is how, like, if there is anything that you want to implement and if you want to track such events, then you can do in this way. All right, now let's check that let's see how we can handle the submit event. So let's go to the HTML file and let's create a form. So I'll remove this and I will go ahead and create a form. So form action submit, and inside the form I'll create an input element. Actually, let's not give any action. I'll just give an ID and let's give it as my form input element background would be text, and let's give it an ID as input element, and let's also create a button. Okay, I'll give this button a name as submit, and I'll give an ID to this, so submit button. All right, let's save this. Now let's receive this form. Okay, we don't have to receive each and every element for now. Let's only receive the form. I'll take the form, so form element. So here document dot get element by ID, and what's the ID of the form? I think it was, yeah, my form, and then I'll take this. So we have the ID now, and then let's add the event listener. So form element dot add event listener. What is the event that we want? And this one, right? So submit event, and then what do we want to do? We'll just print a message. Before we log any message, right? First we would have to prevent the default action that happens on the submit, because we are not actually submitting it to anywhere, right? So we will just first prevent the default thing that happens, right? And for that we have a method. So I'll write, so here for that we would have to access event object from here, and I'll type in event dot prevent default. Okay, so that whatever happens by default, that should be stopped. Okay, and then we'll log a message form submitted. Let's just type a random thing and then click on submit. So you see, and also everything that we are doing, right, everything is getting stored in this event object. So if you log the event object, right, so let me just log it. So log, and if I just log the event object, let's save this, and I would have to type in something and then click on submit. Now if you see this event object, right, let me just make some space here. So here if you see, it has all the information, right, that we have a submit event, we have the form, and these are the values, right? And if you see the target, right, under target you will see a lot of other information. For example, so basically it's overloaded with information, right? And if you scroll down, I think for example the prevent default should also be visible somewhere here. So see, the ID of the form is my form, and then there is an inner text of submit, and then it is also showing us the inner HTML. All right, so every time you get confused, right, you can always print this event object, as in log this event object, and then check the properties, right? These are all the properties which you can access in your logic. All right, let's take the h1 tag again, and then maybe it will be easier to understand it from here. So I'll receive this again. So header element document dot get element by ID, and then I'll just mention the ID. Okay, and then I'll add an event listener here. So header element dot add event listener, and let's say if I type in mouse over. Okay, so mouse over, and here in the function I will receive the event. Okay, and then I will print it. So if I print the event now, let's just save this. If I do this, right, see, the moment I did a hover, it showed me the event, and if I open the event, it is giving me, see this, it is giving me a lot of other information. For example, if you see client X, client Y, these are the coordinates, right, for this particular element. Okay, and then what else do we have? We have the type of the event, right? So all this information will be inside the event object. So for example, now let's say if for some certain reason you want to access the coordinates of the element, then you can access that element, right? So client X, client Y. So let's say if I want to access these two, so let's say if I want to say X coordinate, then I will just access it by doing this. So here event dot, what is it, client X, right, client X, and then if I save this, see, now I got the X coordinate, right? And similarly, if I want to access the Y coordinate, I can do the same way. So whatever properties that you see under event object, all those properties you can access based on your requirement. Okay, so see, I'm getting both the coordinates for this particular element on the page, web page. All right, now let's check how we can remove an event listener. So I'll go back to the HTML, and I'll only keep the button here. So let me remove this, and let me remove this as well. I'll keep the button, and I'll name it as something else. Okay, and I'll take the ID of the button. Let's just access this here first. Button element document dot get element by ID. This is the button element, and I'm going to add an alert first. So we'll add the event listener, and then I'll show you how we have to remove the event listener. Okay, so button element dot add event listener. So here if I'm adding an event for click, and let's write the function here. So you know what, rather than writing the function here, I'll just call a function. Okay, for example, I'll call the function show alert, and then I'll close this. Okay, so either I could have written the function here itself, or I can just call the function. I'll write this function separately. Okay, so I've added the event here, event listener here. Now when I am implementing this function, okay, show alert, inside this I'll do two things. First of all, I'll add an alert here, right? Of course. So let me first add the alert. So alert, and it will say button clicked. And after this, right, when this function is called and after the button is clicked, the moment button is clicked once, I will immediately remove the event listener. Okay. And how do I do that? Button dot remove event listener, remove, it should give me some, okay, remove event listener. And what is the event that we want to remove? It's the click event, and the function should be this itself. Okay, but you don't need to add parentheses, right? Otherwise it will go into recursion. So this, and then that's it. So let me save this. So this is only going to get executed once. Okay, so if I click on the button, it will show me the alert, but after that it shouldn't show me the alert, right? Because the moment it shows the alert, we are executing this line, so it should remove the event listener. So if I click on it, it showed me the button click, but now if I click on the button, it shouldn't show me the alert, right? Of course, like, if I reload the page, then it will happen again, right? If I reload the page, click on the button, it will show, but after that, right, without reloading, if I keep on clicking it, it won't show me the alert again, right? Now let's understand what is event delegation. Okay, so I'll just scroll down a bit, and here, so event delegation. So we use event delegation when we want to dynamically create HTML elements. Okay, so let me show you that by using an example. Okay, so I'll go to my HTML first and I'll remove this button. Okay, and here I'm going to create a list. Okay, so here, and then I'll give this an ID, item list, and then inside this I will mention the list items. Okay, so for example, if I mention one list item as item 1, so you see the item 1 came here, right? And then if I add another item as item 2, this will also show up, and then I'll add another item as item 3. Okay, then this will show up as well. Now let's say if you have a certain requirement where you don't know what the list item is going to be, right? So you cannot in advance, you cannot mention that how many li tags you have to write here, right? So let's say if there is anything which will get created dynamically, right, and you have to update the list dynamically, as in add something to the add item to the list. So how will you dynamically create another li element, right? So I mean, you have to write a logic in your JavaScript so that when there is a new item, then it should dynamically create your list item and then add it here. Okay, so that is what is event delegation. So let's just go ahead and see how we can do that. So we will first, so let's create a button here as well. Okay, so button, and here I'll give it a name as add item, and let's give this button an ID, button ID, and let's save this. So I need two elements from HTML in my JavaScript. Okay, so the first one is this list, and then the button, because on the click of this button I want to add the item here, okay, dynamically. So I'll take the button and I'll go back to the JavaScript. So here, let's first take the button element. So let button element, and here document dot get element by ID, and this is my button ID. Okay, and the second element that I want is list element. So here document dot get element by ID, and what's the ID of the list? This is the ID. So here, and we'll take these two. Now, where do we need to add event listener? On the click of the button, right? So what is the button element? This dot add event listener. And what is the event click? When someone clicks on this button, what should happen? I'll write a function, and I want to add a new list element, and I want this logic to be in such a way that it also dynamically creates a list element in my HTML file. Okay, so here first we need a variable for the new element, right? So here I'll say let new item, and then we have a method in document object which is create element. And what kind of element we have to create? List element, right? Li. What is the tag name? It's Li, correct? Li, right? So even for the new item we need the same tag, right? So that is what we are passing it over here. So create element and then the tag name, and then what should be the content of the element, right? That you also need to mention, right? Okay, that you are creating this tag, but what do you want to keep in that tag? So new item dot text content is equal to, so let's say I'm giving it as item 4. Okay, so item 4, and then now two things have already happened, right? This element is created, and this item we have already said that, okay, this is the item text content that we want to set. All right, now we also have to append this to where? To this list, right? So this is the ID, and we have already taken the element. So let's just go ahead and then up, because these are the child elements of ul tag, right? So we will just append, we'll use the append child method and then add it over here. So here new item dot, not new item. So what is the list element? This is the list element dot append child, and what do we want to append? New item, right? So new item, and then let's just save this and check it out. So if I click on add item, you see the new item got added. All right. And then there is something else that you can do here. So right now, if you see, I'm hard coding the text content, right? So let's create an input box here, and whatever user types in the input and clicks on add item, it should keep on adding, right? So let me go back to the HTML and I'll create an input box here. So input text would be this itself, and let's just give it an ID, input box, and I'll give a placeholder, type item name. Let's just save this, and I'll take the ID of this input box. I'll go back to the JavaScript and I'll access this element as well first. So let input ID and then document dot get element by ID. And what's the ID of the input box? This is the ID of the input box. Okay. So here, what I'll do is I'll take the value, right? Because I just do not need the input box reference. I need the value, whatever user is going to type inside this. Okay. So that is why I'll mention the value over here. So value. So now if I give this value to here, then it should work. If I click on save and let me type here something, let's say item 5. And if I click on add item, okay, the value is not showing up. So let's just do one thing. Let's just directly give this here. Okay, I'll do this and I'll access the element directly here when I'm assigning it. So I'll type it here and then I'll save this. And here, if I now add item 5, if I click, see, item 5 got added. Let's say if I add another item, if I click on it, see, so it is all happening dynamically, right? Because item 1, 2, 3, now I do not even need this. Okay, so if I remove this and if I save this, right, there is no item here. But now let's say if I add item 1 and if I click on add item, item 1 got added, item 2, this will get added, and if I add item 3, this will get added as well, right? Because it is dynamically creating the element and adding it to the list. All right. So this is what we call event delegation. All right. So I think this is good enough for you to get started on event handling. All right. So I think that's it for now, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand what is document object model, which we also call as DOM in the short form, right? So DOM represents the HTML document that allows JavaScript to access and change elements on a web page. So here in my HTML file, I have included some random tags. So in my console here, if I type in document, let's see what happens. Okay, so document, and then I'll hit enter. Okay, here if I click on this, if I hover on this, you see it is highlighting the above panel, right? That means this particular object that is available in the browser, right? Document object is available in the browser, represents the whole HTML page, right? Whatever the HTML that you're seeing in the web page, it represents the whole page. And if I open these elements, you can see all the elements, right? And if I start moving my cursor here, you can see this is highlighting the header tag, and this is highlighting another header tag, and this will highlight the paragraph tag, another paragraph tag, then the list. All right. So basically you can say that this is like a tree structure where each HTML element is a node, and by using JavaScript you can navigate to this tree. And of course, like, you would have to use document object in your JavaScript file, but by using that you will be able to traverse this tree, right? You can go to any node, as in access any node, and you can change anything, whatever you want. You can modify the existing node, or like, whatever has been implemented, or you can add additional stuff as well. So basically everything is under this object, document object. So in your JavaScript, if you want to do anything, any interaction with the page, any changes that you want to make, or anything additional new that you want to add, you would have to access the elements that are inside it, and you will do that by using the document object, right? These are the topics that we are going to be covering in the session. Selecting elements in the DOM, I'll show you how you can select these elements in your JavaScript file, right? These are the elements which are there in the DOM. So how you can select any element that you want. So we'll discuss that, and these are the methods by using which we can access different elements. And then we'll also see how we can change content and attributes. Then again we'll see that, like, how we can style the elements, how we can create or remove elements. We'll also see that how we can add event listeners to elements. This is something that we have also seen in the previous sessions, but we can just take another example and go over this again. And then we'll see how we can traverse the DOM by accessing parent and children elements. And after that we'll just see an example of forms and inputs. So let's start with this one first. So let me clear this. So remember this document, okay, document object, because everything that we access, right? So all these methods that we will use, we are going to write document dot and then the method name, right? I think that's what we have been using. So if there was any session where you did not understand that why we were doing document dot and then we were writing any of these methods, now it will clear your concepts. All right, so I'll just clear the panel here and then I'll move to HTML file. So this is for selecting elements in the DOM, selecting elements in the DOM. So let's go with the first method. So I'll select I want to get the main title. Okay, so main title. So for this we saw the document object, right? So document dot get element by ID, this is the method name that we are using, and we have to go and check what is the ID of the title. So this is the ID of the title. So I'll just copy this, I'll go back here for the ID, okay, and then we can log the title and see if we got the value or not. So you can see that we have this element, right? We are not trying to print the value, right? Otherwise we can do dot value as well, but I just want to access this element, right? And by doing this I'm able to access the main title. All right, so now let's just go ahead and try this one, get element by class name, const, and then I'll access description by class name. Here document dot get element by class name, we have another method, get element by class name, and let's just go and check the class name for the description. So this is the class name, so I'll take this and let's just log this one as well. So log and then description. If I save this, I got the description, right? So here if you see I have two elements, right, with the same class name, that is why I got both of them. So if I want to do any sort of manipulation, I have to specifically choose one and then do that. Now the next method is accessing the element by tag name. So const and then items will access the list items. All right, so document dot get element by tag name, and here I'll give the tag as list. Let's print this as well. I'll log this and then items, will save, and if you see here we have all the list item nodes, right? So first I think there are three here, so here there are three, right? And this is the tag name for the list. So here, see, here we didn't have to mention the ID or the class name, right? Just the tag name, because we are accessing through the tag name, so li, right? And then because it has three lines, right, three lines of code, right, three items it has, right? So it is returning me three items here. Now let's check query selector and query selector all. So from the list I will access, I'll use the query selector first, const and first item, here document dot get, no sorry, query selector, and then here if I pass the list class name, right? So if you see I have given the same class name to all the list elements, right? So if I use the same class name, then let's see what it does, right? So here if I do this, it is only going to search for the first item. The moment it gets the first item, it is just going to return that. It will not search after that. Okay, so let me just print this. So it should only return us one, log first item. I save this. The class name we access it by using dot. Okay, so it has to be dot item. So we'll save this, and you see it has only given me the first item from the list, right? But if you use query selector all, it gives you back all the items where it matches the class name, right? So if I use this const all items and here document dot query selector all, and I'll do the same dot item. If it is an ID, we don't have to use dot, right? But in with class name we have to use dot here. So if I save this, and let me just log this as well, all items, and let's save this. So you see it has given all the list items. So this is the difference between query selector and query selector all. Query selector gives only the first match of the HTML element, but query selector all finds all the matches and gives back you the result. Now let's check this one, change content and attributes. How do we do that? I'll remove this. So let's just change maybe the content of the button. Okay, so const change and then text button, or the text of the button. We'll change the text of the button. That is why I'm giving this name. So document dot get element by, one second, document dot get element by ID, and then we'll go to the HTML and we'll use this one. Okay, we'll change the text of this button, this one. So I copied the ID and we'll take this element. Okay, now we have the element, and if I want to change the text, right, I have to mention an event. When do I want to change it? So when someone clicks on this button, I want to change the text of this button, right? So I have to add an event listener now. So I'll take the button reference dot add event listener, and what's the event here? It's click event. Okay, and on click event I'll write a function, and then inside that button I'll just change the text of the button itself. Okay, so text content, and I'll change it to, let's say, button click. Let's save this, and if I click on this, you see the text of the button got changed, right? And we can do other things as well. Let's say if I want to change the text content of any other element, I can do that as well, right? So for example, main title, but we would have to access main title first, and then only we'll be able to do that. So for example, here const main title, and here document dot get element by ID, and what's the ID of the main title? This this is the ID. Let's take the ID. Okay, so here I'll take the main title and then dot text content, and here updated the main title. Okay, let's save this. And now when I click on the button, two things should happen, right? The text of the button should get changed and also the title should get updated. So here you see the title got updated and also the text on the button got updated as well. Okay, so this is how you can change content. All right, and let's say if you want to add any additional attribute to any of the elements, right? So for example, the main title. So if I go to this HTML element, you see how many attributes are here. There is only one attribute, right, which is ID. I can have another attribute here as well, right? But what if I want to do that with the help of DOM, right? So I've already accessed this element. I'll just use the set attribute method. All right, so here main title, and then I'll just do this and then set attribute, and then inside this I have to give something like this. I mean data custom and then custom value. I mean you can give anything whatever you want, like the attribute name and the attribute value basically. Okay, so data custom and then let's say custom value, and then let's just save this and then print the document. Now let's do something and then print the document, and then we'll check if the new attribute has been set up or not. So document, do not check directly, right? You have to do some sort of action on the page. So I clicked on the button. So now if I click on this, otherwise the code will not get executed, right, without doing anything. So here if I click on this and if I go to the main title, now I should be seeing a new attribute over there. So if I click on this, so you see here data custom and then custom value. Let me just expand this a little bit. So data custom value. So like this, if you want to set any new attribute dynamically, this is how you can do it. Now let's check the next topic, which is styling elements. So style elements. So what we'll do is we'll change the color of this toggle highlight button. Okay, so first I need to access this button element from HTML, right? So I'll give const and then let's just give it a name as toggle highlight button, and then document dot get element by ID, and then let's check the ID of that button. So this is the highlight button. I'll take the ID. This is the ID. Okay, so now we have the button reference. Now when do we want to do that, right? We want to do it on the click of the button. So that means we have to add an event listener. So I'll copy this dot add event listener, and what's the event here? It's click, and then we'll write a function. So what do we want to do on the click of the button? We want to change the color, right? So here I'll take the button reference itself and then dot style dot color, and I'll make it as red. Let's save this and let me go ahead and click the button. Okay, so see the color got updated to red. Okay, and similarly if I want to change something else, right, for example the title, but we have to take the HTML reference again. So I'll copy the ID here, and let's just quickly take this title document dot get element by ID, and this is the element. Let's just take the title, the main title. Okay, and we can change the color of this as well, right? So this dot style dot color, and then let's make it green. If I save this, if I click on this button, this got turned into red and this got turned into green, right? And let's say if you want to add a class property, right, to any element, you can do that as well. So for example, if so this is the title, right? Here we have ID. Let's say I want to add a class here dynamically, right? And then maybe I want to use that class to do some styling changes. I can do that as well. So there is something called class list. So using that, we can add a class here, right? So let's just go ahead and see that. So we already have accessed the title here. So title dot class list dot, we have to say toggle, and here you need to give a name. Okay, so I'll give a name as highlight, and let's just comment out this one. I'll save this, and now here if I type in document, so if I have a look at the title now, we need to click on the button, right? Because we are doing everything on the click of the button. So let's just click on the button, and then I think we would have to just do this again. So I clicked on the button, and now we'll print the document again. Here in the body, you see the class highlight got added here, correct? Now let's check how to create and remove elements. Create and remove elements. So we have a container here. So I'm going to add dynamically a p tag, like a paragraph tag, to this particular container. Okay, so first I'll access this container. So let's just copy the ID. I'll go here and then const container document dot get element by ID, the ID, and then we need to create a variable for the new item, or like new p tag, whatever we are creating, right? New p tag, and then here document dot create element. We are going to use this method of create element, and what kind of element we want to create? A paragraph tag, right? And the tag for that kind of element is p. And once we have created the element, we also have to set the content for the element, right? That what should be displayed inside the element. So here the new p tag element, whatever we have, dot text content, and here you can add any content. I'm the new p tag. Okay, and then after that you also have to append it to the container. Okay, so So const dot append child, and here what do we have to append? The new p tag. Let's just save this. We don't need the quotations here, so we'll just remove this and then save this. So now this would have gotten added over here. So see, we got the new paragraph tag here, right? And now if I print the document, here also you can see in the container the new paragraph would be added. So where's the container? This is the container. If I open this, you can see the new paragraph tag, right? So this is how you can create an element dynamically. And if you want to remove this element, right, you can simply type in the new element name that you have and then just use the method remove, and then it will get removed. Okay, so if I save this, now I don't see that p tag here, right? And even if I print the document now, I will not see that tag here. So this is a very straightforward method. Now let's check this one, adding event listeners to the elements. And I think this part is already covered with all the examples that we have been doing, right? How to add a event listener. But let me just add another event listener. For example, if I click on this button, I want some sort of alert, right? So I'll go to this button. So change text, right? So I'll take the ID and we'll go here, and let me remove this first. Const button, and then here document dot get element by ID. We'll take the ID, and then on this button, if I want to add event listener, I'll just refer to this button dot add event listener. And what is the event that I want to write a logic for click event, right? When someone clicks on the button. So, and then we'll write a function and we'll just simply show an alert for now. So in a similar way, you can access the elements from the HTML file, and then based on whatever your requirement is, right? Whatever sort of event that your HTML element can have, you can write that event down and then write a logic in your function. All right. So I'll save this and I'm going to click on this button, and you can see the alert here. All right. So let's just remove this now. Now let's check this one, traversing the DOM. So this is just to know, like, if you want to access how will you access the parent element, and how are you going to access, let's say, the child element, right? So I'll just so whatever we have been discussing is nothing but how we traverse through the DOM, right? But for this one specifically, I'll show you how you can access the parent element and how you can access the child elements. So let's see what is the parent element of the main title. Okay, so I'll just log something like this and type in parent of main title. Okay, and then here, so first of all, I need to take the reference, right? So main title, and document dot get element by ID was the ID of the main title. I think it's this one. Let me just confirm this once. Yeah, it is this, but let me just copy and paste just in case. Okay, and then main title. So we'll take this element, okay, this variable that we have where we are receiving the reference, and then dot parent element. Okay, this is something which is already available, so we will just access this and what is the parent element. So the parent of the main title is the body, right? Because everything is inside the body tag. All right, and similarly, if we want to access the children element, right? So let's log, and then for example, for the list, right, this one, so let's just check the child elements for the list, right? So log children of the item list, and then where do we have all these list items? We have it inside the UL, right? This one. So let's just take this ID and we'll go here, document dot get element by ID, and then we'll give the ID here. And then if I save this, I can anyway see all the child elements, right? So just by accessing the parent element, you'll be able to see the child elements. But for the parent element, to check the parent element, you can use this, right? Dot parent element. Now let's check how do we deal with the forms and inputs, right? So I have this one input here, and then I have a submit button. Okay, so let's just first access the form element. So I'll go to the HTML file, and this is the form element. So we have to get this to the JavaScript file first. So const, and then I'll say my form here. Let's access the element by using the ID. Then we would have to add an event listener here. So my form dot add event listener, and what kind of event will happen here? Submit event, right? And after this, we are going to write function wherein we will get the event, and then here, first of all, because this will try to submit the form, right? But we are not doing any action, so we are just going to first prevent the default submit that happens. Okay, so I'll just do this, and then we'll also receive what user is typing inside the name. Okay, so here I'll take something as const name value, and here I have to take the name input as well, right? So what is the name input? It is this, the ID is name. So let's just copy the ID, and here const name input get element by ID, we'll use the ID, and then dot value, because we need the value, right? Whatever user types in this text box. So this, and then I'll take the name input, and then I'll assign it to this value, and then I'll use an alert wherein I'm going to use this value. Okay, I think I cannot use the value here. I need to have the event first, right? So let's just use this dot value inside. So here dot value. Okay, so this is fine now. Now let's just put an alert here and submit submitted the form, and then I'll append the name value, right? Whatever is typed in the input box. And then I'll save this. Let's just type something in the input box and then click on submit. So submitted the form and then it's not showing the value. So I'm not sure why, but I can just simply do this. I'll cut this out and I'll just paste it here directly, and I'll remove this from here, and let's just save this and try it again. If I click on submit now, so it is still not working. Let me use the backtick thing, okay, the template literal thing. So here maybe the problem is with the way I'm displaying it. So the form is submitted, and then I'll use the template literal and the name value, and then we'll save it. Now let's run. So here now if I give the value as Alice, if I click on submit, then yeah, now it shows me the name. So the problem was here. Okay, all right, so I think that's it for now, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to the session. So let's create a simple calculator. I have created a folder by name simple calculator, and I have created 3 files: HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. All right, so let's just get started with HTML first. So here I'll type in exclamation and then hit enter to get the boilerplate code, and here I'll just give it a name as simple calculator. And then here let's just first create a div. Okay, and here I'm going to create a div by the class name as calculator. Inside this div, let's create an input box first. I'll give the type as text itself, and then let's give it a class so that we'll be using it later on for the styling. All right, so I'm going to give the class name as display, and I'll also give the ID as display. And we are going to make it disabled, right? Because user is not going to type in the display box. All right, so here, and if I save this, so you can see the input box now. All right, now let's just go ahead and start creating the keys. So first of all, let's just create another div for buttons, and inside this div I'll start creating the button. So let's say button tag first, and here let's just create a button for 7, and then inside the button let me just create one, and then we'll just copy and then make changes. All right, here on click I want to call a function which I would be writing later on in my JavaScript file, append values. And inside this, whatever is the button, right? So whatever user clicks, right? And that is the value that we want to transfer to JavaScript. So I'll be sending the same key to the JavaScript, okay? This value. So we have the key. Now let's copy this and then create other keys. Let's give the division here, and then here we'll have the division. And here we are going to add another class because we want to style it differently later on. Okay, so operator, and then we have this button now. Now let's create another set of keys. Okay, so I'll copy this and paste it here. So for 4, 5, 6, so 4, 6, and then we'll give multiplication. And then let's create another set of buttons. So this one would be for 1, 2, 3 and minus symbol. And all of these functions, right, we would have to write the logic in JavaScript. Okay, so here we have to give the minus symbol, and here as well. All right, so this looks good. Now we also have to create few more buttons. So let me take this again and paste it here. So we also have to give the value for 0, and then we'll give it for decimal. And then we also have to give for 1 for clearing the screen, right? So we'll give C, and here we are going to call a different function. So I'll call it as clear display. We don't have to pass anything here. And we'll give a different class to it because we would want this button also to be styled differently. So class operator, or we can say clear because we have already given operator, right, to other button. And here we have to give the addition symbol as well. So plus, and then finally we'll create one more button for equals to sign. So I'll just copy this, I'll paste it here, and let's give it as equals to. And on click of equals to, we are going to call another function called calculate. Okay, so based on whatever expression user decides, right, if they are clicking on plus, minus, division, multiplication, so based on that we are going to write another function calculate, okay, which is going to evaluate the expression. And here in the class, let's give it a different name, equals. So let's just do one thing now. Let's just style these keys a little bit, and then we can proceed to the JavaScript file. Okay, so here all I've done is I've created a div, like as in the main container, and inside that I've created an input box, and then I've placed all the keys. And on click of all the keys, right, I'm calling different functions. So for example, if somebody clicks on all these number keys, right, so I'm calling this function append values. And of course, right, whatever value is button is clicked, I'm taking that value to the JavaScript file, and I will pass this value to this function, and then we'll decide what to do in the JavaScript file. Okay. Similarly, for the operators, we are calling a different function, basically the same one, right? Appending values, but then on equals to, we are calling a different function. All right, and then we also have one more for clear display. So basically we have three main functions: append values, calculate, and then clear display. All right, so now let's first go ahead and style this calculator. So I'll move on to my CSS file. So let's first give some style to the body. Let's give a font family, and I'm going to give it as Arial, and then I'll give display as flex because we want to use flex box. So that justify content center, and then we can also give, I'm not going to explain the CSS, I'm just assuming that you would be knowing about all these properties. And then align items, this also will make center, and then let's give the height from viewport, so 100 vh. All right, and then also we'll give a margin as 0. Let's do one more thing because we want to keep on seeing the changes, right? So let's include this CSS file in the HTML so that we can keep on seeing the changes. Okay, so link, and then here style.css, and if I save this, now you can see, like, whatever we have made changes, at least that much is visible. And also let's include the script file here as well, like, write itself, otherwise we'll forget later on. So script, and then here source script.js. Now let's go back to the style file, and then let's give a background color, and I'm going to, we can keep it white, it's fine. Save this. It's a little faded white. Okay, and after this, let's just style the container. So if I go here, this one, right, this div, I'll take this, and because it's a class, so dot calculator. All right, so here let's just give a background first. So I'll give a background, and I'll save this. Let's give some padding, 20 pixel. So you see the space got created here. Okay, and then let's give some border radius, so that, let me give a different background color so that the changes are, like, more visible. We can change this color, like, back to white later on, but for now let's just keep some other color so that you should be able to see the styling. Okay, now now it's better, right? So here let's give border radius, and I'm going to give it as 10 pixels to smooth the corners. Okay, so see, the corners are a bit, like, smoother now. We'll also give a box shadow, and here we'll take the, from all the sides we are going to give the values. So 0, 4 pixel, 10 pixel, and then I'm going to give the colors as offset, as in 0, 0, 0, and for the opacity is at 0.1, and then save it. Okay, and then let's also give it a width. So width is going to be 300 pixel. Okay, now this looks much better. Now let's start picking off, like, all the elements one by one, and we'll start styling. So for example, this input box. Okay, let's just go to the HTML and see the class for the input box. It is display. So I'll take this. So here, first of all, let's give the width as 100%. Okay, so see, now this got increased, right, to the full box, and then let's give it a height of 50 pixel. Okay, and then we'll give a background. I have the code here, you can choose whatever color you want. All right, let's give the border as none. I don't want to see the border, so see, the border is gone now. And then we'll give border radius. We are going to make the corners a bit smooth. Okay, so border radius, we'll give it as 5 pixel, so looks better now. So now it's very closer to the keys, right? So let's give a bottom margin. Okay, so margin bottom, and we'll give it something around 20 pixel. So now there's a good space. Okay, and let's give the font size as 1.5 rem. We cannot check this now because we need to write the logic in the JavaScript, right? That if I click on any key, then it should be visible here. So the way it is going to be visible, that is the font size that we are mentioning here. Okay, and then whatever the text will be displayed, we want it to be displayed on the right side. So let's just align that as well. So text align, and then we'll make it right. Also, let's give a padding, and we'll make it, this is for the corners. Okay, from all, like, both the sides, left, right, and up and bottom. Okay, so this is fine. Now let's just style the buttons. So I'll go to my HTML, and if you see, I have given the same, I need to give the class to buttons, or we can simply, like, because we have taken this class, right, and we can give at least, like, whatever properties or styling we want to keep common for all the buttons, we can just give all the styling to this particular class and it will be applied. So I'll take this, and here dot buttons, let's just keep the display as grid. Okay, because we don't want it to be displayed, like, everything in one row. We want to, we can decide, right, that in one row how many buttons do we want to display. So we'll take grid, and here in grid template columns, we can give, like, how many buttons we want. So we'll give repeat, there's a function repeat, and then we can keep 4 keys in one row, which is fine. Okay, and then let's just save this. So now you see this is changed now. Okay, and then let's also give some gap
between the keys. Okay, so gap, and let's keep it 10 pixel, and I'll save this. So there's a good gap now. Now let's just style a little bit more, like as in the buttons itself, right? So for that, we will use the button tag. Okay, so here this time I'm going to use the button tag styling, and here let's give height, same height to all the buttons. I'm going to give it as 50 pixel, and then we'll give the font size as 1.2 rem. So this is fine. Let's also make the border as none. I don't want to see the borders, so the borders are gone. And then we'll make the corners a bit smooth. Okay, so here I'm going to give the border radius as 5 pixel. Okay, so see the corners are smooth. And if you want to make the buttons round, right, so I think you can make it 50% or something like that. So if I make it 50%, see the buttons are rounded a bit, right? But I don't want to do that right now. So border radius, and then let's also give cursor as pointer. So here I'll do, so I haven't saved it yet, right? So now if I take the cursor here, it's not changing the pointer, right? If I save this, now you see it's changing into finger pointer thing. And also when we hover over the buttons, we want to, like, change the colors a bit. So we can add a transition. So here we'll give the background transition 0.3 seconds. Okay, what's wrong with this? I think it's fine. I mean, it will be like we need to add the hover property first. Okay, so on button, let's just add something like there's another property as hover. So we have to add a column and then hover, and we'll change the color on hover. Okay, so background, I'm giving this. Okay, so if I hover now, see the colors are changing, right? The background color on hover, it's changing the color. So similarly, what we can do is, I think this is fine for now. We can change the background, like, we can, it's okay. Let's just leave it here, and then let's style the operator keys. Okay, and also for equals to, if you see, this is like a single key here, so we can style it to cover all the 4 keys, right? So we can basically expand this. Okay, we will do that later, but let's first style the operator keys. So for that, we have given a class as operator to all the operator keys, right? So we are going to use that. So dot operator, and here we'll give the background as FFA, and I mean, I have written down the codes. So see the operator keys have changed now. Okay, and also let's change the text color, like I'll make it white. Okay, so color white. Okay, so see the color of the text got changed, right? So to white. For operator hover, we'll keep a different color. So background, so we are just changing, like, making it a bit darker in the orange shade itself. Now let's style this as well. Equals button. So what is the class for equals? It is this. So we'll copy this, and here dot equals, I'll give the background, and let's change the text color to white, and let's also give hover to this as well. Equals hover background and one key, and that's it. Okay, so if I hover on this, the color of this button is also changing now. Now let's also style these 2 buttons. This one, right, the clear button, and the class for this button in the HTML file is clear. Okay, so dot clear, we'll give a background. It looks better now. Let's change the text color to white, and also we'll give a hover to this as well. So hover 0391, that's it. Okay, so now if I hover on this, the color of this button is also changing. Now let's do one more thing. Let's put a style to this equals to button so that it can cover all the keys. All right, so for that, I will just do that in HTML itself. So I'll go to the HTML file, and here I'll add a style, and I'm going to use the grid column here. Okay, so grid column, and then in grid column, I'll give the span, and I'll mention 4. So it is going to cover 4 keys. Okay, and that's it. So see, it has covered all the 4 keys. All right, so now we are done with the styling. Now let's go to the JavaScript and start implementing all the functions that we have mentioned. So the first thing that we'll do is write append values. Okay, so if user clicks on any value, that value should be displayed in this input box. And also let's change the color, background color. Now I don't like this color, so I'm going to change it to white, but this is not looking that great. So let's just rather maybe change it to something else. Okay, looks much better. Okay, now we'll go to the JavaScript file, and what and all do we need? So first, if you remember the previous sessions, right, if you want to so the first thing that we want to do is that if user clicks on any of these buttons, we want to display that number over here, right? So that's step number 1. So let's just do that first. So I'll create a variable here, const display, and I will use document.getElementById. And what is the ID of this box? Okay, so let's go to the HTML, and this is the ID, right? Display. So we'll pass the ID here. So now we have the reference of that particular element, right? Now what is the function that we have written here? Append value. So let's just implement this. And from HTML, we are anyway passing the value. Okay, so we'll go here and implement this function append values, and we are getting some value from the HTML, right? So that is why we are defining a parameter here, and then we'll just, in the display, right, we'll just keep on appending the value. So display dot value plus equals to value. Okay, and let's just save this, and if I type in anything here, you see the value value, right? If I had two numbers, so it keeps on appending the value, right? Display dot value is equals to display dot value plus value. So whatever value is there, if you are clicking on any other value, then it is going to just append that value, right? So that's all we are doing here. So you'll keep on clicking and it is going to keep on typing, appending the value. So that's one. Now, if I click on the clear button, right, it is not clearing anything. So let's just write the function for this one. So what is the function name that I've given? So for clear, it is clear display. So let's take this and here function clear display. And inside this, what do we have to do? The display dot value, we just have to empty it, right? That's it. And if I save this, so let's just type something first. And then if I click on C, then see it is clearing out everything. Okay. So we are done with this as well. Now let's just write the third function, which is calculate. Okay. So calculate, and I will declare another function calculate. And under this function, I'm going to use the try catch block. Okay. So that if there are any errors, we can get that as well. So try catch error, and then here we are just going to log the value. I mean, we can use because we can show an alert, right, to the user if there's something which is invalid, which is being entered, right? So I'll just type in as invalid calculation. So here in JavaScript, we have a function called eval, right, which is going to evaluate the expression. So if I type in anything, so let's say if I type in 78 and then multiplied by 2. So now this is an expression, right? That's 78 multiplied by 2. So this expression, we don't have to write separately, like, the logic for multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction. Okay. We can simply use a function called eval and we can evaluate the expression. So here I'm going to do the same. So where do I have the value first of all? So in the display value, right? I have to take the expression from the display value. So display value, display dot value, basically whatever eval function is going to return, I have to display the result here itself, right? So display dot value, what do I want to display here? I'll use the function eval, and under this I have to pass display dot value. Okay, this is how we are receiving, right? Because this display dot value, when you keep on typing the values and everything, like, whatever you are keeping here, it is going to keep on appending everything and it will keep it here. All right. So here this eval function is just going to take the expression and it is going to evaluate it. Okay. So now if I save it, I click on this. So let's say 8 divide by 2. And if I click on equals to, it's 4. See, it's working now. I can clear it. If I do 6 minus 2 and equals to, it is 4. Okay. So it's a very basic calculator, but see, it's working perfectly fine with whatever we have included here, right? So if you're just a beginner, I think it's a good one to get started with. I'll provide the source code in the description link. So that's all in this project, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand what are objects in JavaScript. So whenever you have some data wherein the information is related to each other, and if you want to group such related data or information or any sort of functions that particular information that can relate to, you can group them by using object. Okay, so here is an example. So let's say we have car, and a car can have these sort of properties, right? It can have color, it will have a model, it will have like, the year, or like you can say make, and then it will have certain functions as in like, start, drive, stop. So all these properties, right, are related to car. So all these information, you don't have to keep them separate. You can create an object and you can group all this information together, right? So for any such scenarios, you can create an object. So this is the syntax for the object. You need to use, of course, like, let or const keyword, and then you have to give your object an object name, and the information that you will store, that will be in the form of key value pair. So for example, here the property name, right, the key name here will be color, and then you can give the color value, whatever it is, right, red, yellow, blue, whatever it is, and then model, and then model name, right? So whenever you are defining your object, you need to give the information in key value pair. All right, and these are the topics that we are going to cover. We'll see how to create an object, we'll see how to access and modify properties of the object, we'll see how you can create methods inside the object, we'll also see what is this keyword and why do we use it, we'll see how you can loop over through an object's properties, and we'll also see what are nested objects, and then we'll see some standard methods of the object, all right, so let's get started and create an object. So I'll copy the syntax from here, okay, and then let's just keep the syntax here, and now I'll go ahead and create an object. So if I want to create an object for student, so student, and how the syntax goes, I have to put an equals sign, and then inside curly brackets I need to give my properties in the form of key value pair. So what and all a student can have, it can have first name, and then I have to give the value, and I have to separate the key and value with colon, okay, and then I'll give last name, and then I'll give another property age, I can give another property as course, I'll give another property student ID, and that's it. Okay. Okay, so we have created an object here, and the object information is in the form of key value pairs. Okay, so these are called properties, and how we have kept the properties in the form of key value pairs. So these are the keys and these are the values. Okay, now I'll remove this. Let's just log this object and check it out. So if I print student and if I save this, you see we have the information, all the information, right? So starting with the first name, we have the first name here, we have the last name, basically all the properties that I have defined here, it's all showing up here. And if you want to access any specific property of an object, all you have to do is you have to put a dot and then access the property. So let's say if I want to print the age, so I'll just do student.age and you can see I'm able to get the age. And similarly, let's say if there's anything else, right? So log and student dot, let's say student ID, and I'll save this and I got the ID. And similarly, if you have a nested object, okay, let's say if I want to add address, so here I'll just type in address and then I'll create a nested object. That means I'm going to create an object inside the object. Okay, so again I'll start defining the properties in the form of key value pair. So here I'll give city name and then I'll give postal code and I'll just save this. Okay, now if I want to access the properties of this nested object, I have to keep in mind that we do have an additional node here now, right? So I cannot directly access by typing in student.cityname. I have to type student.address.cityname. Okay, so let's just try it out. So log, and if I just directly type student dot, let's say city name, it won't give me anything. Okay, undefined. So that is why I have to type in student.address.cityname and I'm able to access the property. Now let's see what else can we do here. Okay, so let's see how we can add or delete properties. And let's say I want to define a new property, right? So I'll say something like final grade and I'll just define it as A, and let me save this and then let me just print the object. So log, and then what is the object? Student. I'll save this, and now if you see the object, you will see an additional property as grade, final grade, which is A now, right? So see, the final grade property does not originally exist in this object, but I added it by doing this. So you can just type in the object name dot and the new property that you want to introduce and then the value of the property. And similarly, if you want to delete a property, right? So let's say if I want to delete the course from here, so all I have to do is delete, and then from where I want to delete, student object dot and course, and that's it. If I save this, now you won't see the course property here, right? So see, the course is gone. So that is how you can add a property and you can delete a property. So now we know how to create an object, how to assign values, how to create a nested object, how to access the properties of an object, how to add a property to an object, and how to delete a property from an object. Now let's move ahead and check out how we can add a method in an object. So here I want to add another function, right? So I'll type in the function name, or you can say method name here. So let's say, for example, greeting. Okay, and here you have to follow the same syntax as function. So I'll just type in function, but we don't have to give the function name here, right? We can use this name. Okay, so function and then curly brackets, and inside this, whatever logic that you want to apply, you can. So here let me just type in hello and then save this. Now if I want to access this function, then I will just do something like this. I don't have to actually log, I can directly call. So student dot greeting, and here you can say we have the result of student dot greeting. Okay, so likewise you can add as many methods that you want to add inside an object. All right, now as we are checking the functions, let's just also check what is this keyword. Okay, so I'll go ahead and then remove some of the properties. So let me just only keep till here, and let's just only keep this function over here, and let me remove everything else. Now here if I want to append the name of the student, right, the first name of the student, what can I do? Either I can use backtick and then append the value, or I can use this as well, right? So here I'll just type in first name and I'll remove this for now because I want to explain this. So I'll just do this, and if I save this, what happens? So first I have to call this, right? So student dot, let me just call this student dot greeting, and if I save this, nothing happens, right? But we have an error over here. What is the error? It says first name is not defined. Okay, because we need to mention that it is coming from student. So I will write something like this, student dot first name, and then I will save this, and now you see the value, right? Hello and then student's first name. So now the question is that why did we have to mention student here, right? So the problem is that let me remove this first and then I'll show you something else. So let's say if I have a global variable with the same variable name, so I'll define another one, let first name. Okay. And here I'll give a value as global Robert, and then I'll save this. So now if I save this, look at this. It is telling me hello global Robert, right? So that is the reason why it was important to mention student dot. Okay. Student dot first name or student dot last name, so that it will refer to the current context that you are into, right? And not anything which has been defined globally. All right. So that is why we had written student. Now there's an easier way of doing this. Okay. Now see, if I write student dot first name, then it will take this first name and not the global variable. Correct. So let's say if I have to show another property, then I will write something like this, student dot last name, and I will just append this. Okay. I'll save this and I have this value here. Hello, Robert Parker. Okay. But now if you see, I'm writing student dot again and again. So instead of writing student every time, I can just write this dot and this dot. So what it does is that it is always going to refer to the current context, right? And it is not going to take the global variables. So even if you're writing a function, if you use this word, right, this keyword, then it is going to take the current context of the function and it will not look for any other variable with the same name, right? Otherwise, if there is anything which has been globally defined, it is going to take that value and not the current context value. So that is where we use this keyword, this dot first name and this dot last name. So you can always use this particular keyword, this keyword, when you want to refer to the current context. All right. Now let's check that how we can loop through the properties of this object. So I will remove this and I'm going ahead and writing a loop. So I'll use for in loop. So I'll start with for and then I'll declare a variable, let key in what? In student, right? So student, and for in loop always takes the keys. All right. So here now if I print the keys, I will get the keys, and then if I pass the keys in the student, then I will get the values. So let me just first print keys and show you. So I've printed keys, and then if I save this, you see first name, last name, age, greeting, right? First name, last name, age, greeting. So it has given me all the key names, right? And if you want the values, so from attributes we got the keys, and from attributes if you need the values, you just have to pass the key into the student object. So here let's just append this. Okay, so this is our object. So object and then square brackets, and then we'll pass the key. So if I save this, you see I got the key and the value. All right. So this is how you can loop through the object properties. There's one more thing that I forgot to mention. So if while you're accessing the object properties, there are always two ways by which you can access the properties. One is dot notation that we have been using. There's another one which is bracket notation. Okay. So let's say if I just want to print the first name, so I'll log something like this, student dot first name, and I'll save this. So I got the name, right? But the same thing I can do by doing this. So this is called dot notation. Okay. If I remove the dot and if I put square brackets, but I would have to put this in quotations, and I'll save this. You see now also I got the value. Okay. So there are always two ways of accessing the object properties. You can either use the dot notation or the bracket notation. Okay. The next one is nested object that we already saw. Now let's just go ahead and check out some methods of the objects. Okay. So let me write another log statement, and here if I use this method, these are standard methods which are available. Okay. If I use this method, what will I get? So object dot keys, and which is my object. This is my object and I want to get all the keys of the object. So if I just pass the object name, so I will get all the keys, right? If I open and see this, see these are the keys, right? First name, last name, age, and greeting. Okay. And similarly, if we use this method, we'll get the values log, and we'll use the method, and we have to pass the object name. So this is the object name. We'll save this. So here you can see all the values. These are all the values that are there. And if we use this one, we get both the things, right? We get the keys and we also get the values. So these come very handy when you're implementing some sort of logic and you only want the keys, you want all the keys, you can just use this method. If you only want the values, you can use this method. And if you want both the things like the keys and the values, then you can use object.entries. So here log object.entries, and what is the object name? It's student. And I'll just save this. So here if you see, we have the key and the value, key, value, key, value, key, and the value. All right. And then we have this one more method, which is to check if a property exists in an object or not. All right. So if I do this one, so log and this, and what is the object name? Student. So student dot has own property, and let's see if I have to search for a property. So this is always going to return true or false based on if that property exists in that object or not. So here if I check for, let's say, age, so it should return me true because age property does exist in student object, right? So if I save this, it returns me true. But let's say if I search for something as let's say course, right? So course, if I save this, it returns me false. Okay, so this is how you can use these methods. There are other methods as well, you can check it out, but these are some standard ones which you should know. So I think this is enough enough for you to get started with object. Now I hope that you have your concept is clear on, like, why do we need object, how to create an object, and how to create a nested object, how to create methods inside a object, why do we use this keyword, how you can access the properties of the object, how you can add and delete properties in an object, and how you can loop through the properties of the object, and what are the methods and how you can use these methods, right? So that's it for this session, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand what are arrays in JavaScript. So whenever you have multiple values and if you want to store all your values inside a single variable, then you can create arrays. All right, this actually helps you to organize and work with your data in a much better way. And there are two ways of creating arrays. Either you can create your array using the square brackets or using array constructor, and these are the topics that we are going to be covering today. So we'll see how we can create an array by using these two methods, and then we'll see how we can access and modify the array elements. We'll check out some basic methods and then some more advanced methods, and then we are also going to discuss some other array operations as well. All right, so let's just get started, and we'll start with creating an array. So I'll move to my JavaScript file. So let's first check out the first method of using square brackets. Okay, so first I have to declare a variable. So let's say const array1, and then I'll use square brackets, and I simply have to pass the array element. So if it is numbers, I can pass it like this. Okay, and if I log these values, you'll be able to see the array. So array1, and if I save this, you can see all the values, and you can see that it is coming in the array form. And similarly, if I have to pass string values, I can do that as well. Let's give it another name, colors. Let's say red, orange, and green. And similarly, if I log this array as well, I'll be able to see all the values inside this array. The other way is by using the constructors. I'll declare the variable first. So let's say const fruits and is equals to, and these are the keywords that I have to use. So new and then array. So this is how you create the constructor. Okay, and then inside this you have to pass the values. So here, either if you want to keep numbers, you can keep numbers, or even you can pass string values. So here I'll just pass some values, and that's it. And if I log these values, you can see the array. All right, now the next thing is, let's see how we can access the elements and modify the elements of the array. So here, if you see, all the positions of all the elements are indexed and it is starting with 0. Okay, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So basically what I want to say here is that every element has a index position, right? And it is starting with 0. All right, so if you want to access the elements of the array, you have to access it using the index value. So for example, let me remove these two. If I want to access, let's say, this element, so I'll log this, I'll pass the array name, and then I have to pass the index position. So what is the position for this element, right? So it starts with 0. So 0, 1, and then 2. So I have to pass 2 here. Okay, so now you see I got the value, right? And similarly, if you want to make any changes to this, right, you have to access the element in the same way, and then you can update the value. So for example, if I do array, like the name of the array, and let's say position 2, or let's say 3, and if I update it to 10, and then after this I'll log the array again, and if I save this, let's check the values. Okay, so at position 3, right, 0, 1, 2, 3, we have the updated value now, which is 10. All right, so this is how you can access and update the elements of the array. Now let's go ahead and check these methods, like, what are these methods. So we'll first see what push method does. So if I do nums dot push, and if I provide a number, right, let's say 12 here, then it is going to add 12 at the end of the array. Let me log this as well. So log, and then the array, the name of the array is nums. If I save this, you can see 12 got added at the end. So push method is always going to add the element at the end of the array, and if we use unshift, it is going to add the element in the starting. Okay, the next method was unshift. So let's copy this, replace this with unshift, and if I save this, you see now 12 got added at the starting itself. And then pop and shift is actually for eliminating the elements. Okay, so if I use pop here, so let's say nums dot pop, so it is going to remove the last element of the array. Okay, after this I'll log the array, and if I save this, you see the last element got deleted, right? And if you want to delete the first element, you have to use shift method. So I'll just copy this, and if I replace this with this, and if I save this, you'll see the first element will get deleted. So see, the first element got deleted. So if you want to to add a new element at the end of the array, you are going to use push, and to add the element at the starting of the array, you are going to use unshift, and to eliminate the element from the end, you'll use pop. To eliminate the element from the starting, you are going to use shift. Okay, and then these are some other methods that you will see heavily getting used with arrays, so it's very important to learn about all of these things. So let's start with the first one, which is for each. Okay, so I'll go to the JavaScript. Now what happens when I log this array? Okay, so nums, and if I save this, you see I get the whole array, right? But I'm not getting the values separately. Now if I want to apply some sort of logic on each and every element of the array, and in that case I want to take out all the elements out of the array, then what will I do? I will of course run a loop, right? So for that we are going to use this method, okay, for each method. To use for each method, you first need to mention the array. So the array name is nums, then dot for each, and then inside for each, you need to write an anonymous function. So how do we write a function? We write this keyword function and then we provide a function name, right? But here we don't have to. We'll just write function and then we'll add parenthesis. And then inside parenthesis, you have to keep a variable. Okay. You don't have to declare, but you have to keep a variable which is going to hold all the element values. So here I will just give it a name as num. You can give any name here. Okay. So I can give ABC, XYZ, anything, whatever I want, but I'm going to give it as num. Okay. And then inside this, we will just access the array elements. So here, if I just print num now and then run this, you see we have all the elements separated out, right? So here, let's say if I want to do a summation of all the elements, then I can do that as well, right? I'll just take another variable here. So let total is equals to 0, and then total is equals to total plus the value that comes in num, right? Because this is going to give us all the values one by one, right? And then outside this, we are going to print the total value. So log and then total. Let us save this. So we have to keep it outside. Of course, it's not defined here. Let's just save this and then. So now you can see we have all the elements printed and then we have the total value. Okay. If you sum all these 4 elements, you get the value as 22. So if you have to apply any logic, and for that, if you want to take out all the elements one by one, you can use for each. Now let's check this one. So let me remove this line and I'll also remove this. And I'm actually going to remove this as well. We use map method when we want to do some sort of manipulation to the array. Okay. So it does not change the original array, but rather it creates a copy of the array and provides us the manipulated value, the updated value, right? Based on whatever logic you have written. So let's say I want to, let me just write it first and then I'll explain. Okay. So the syntax goes something like this. I'll write nums dot map. It is very similar to for each, but of course the fundamental is different. So map, and then here in a very same way we have to write function and then we have to give some sort of variable name like a container to hold all the values. So here we are going to give it as number again, or you can give anything else as I said before, right? So let's say item, and here, and this map method always returns something. Okay, so I'll write return. It is going to return you the new array that it is going to create, right? So here I just want to double the numbers. Okay, so item into 2. So this item is going to give me all the numbers one by one, right? So it will have 3 first, so 3 into 2, and then when it has 5 into 2, so that is what it is going to do. And because it is returning something, we can receive it in another variable. Okay, so let's say const and double the numbers is equals to, and then we can just log this value. Okay, so let's just log this value. So double the numbers, and if I save this, you see all the values are multiplied by 2. Okay, but as I said before, right, this method is not actually modifying the original array. Okay, now let's see the next method. The next one is filter. So filter is very similar to map, but there is one small difference. So filter method does not manipulate the array values, okay, but it rather, based on the test that you're going to write inside your method, it will give you a subset of the original array. Okay, so let's understand this by taking an example. So if I'm let me remove this, and then the syntax is again pretty similar. So nums dot filter. Okay, and then inside filter we'll write a function. We'll take a variable here, so let's say item, and then as I said, okay, that you have to write a test. So we'll write something like this, nums dot filter. The syntax is pretty much similar but not exactly. If I write a function here and then I have to give a variable to hold the value, and then here it will return the value based on the test that you write here, right? So let's say whatever I'm getting here, right, let me change it back to num. So if this number, let's say if I want to check that return me the number if it is an even number, right? So if I write a test for even number, so num modulo 2 is equals to, sorry, if the result comes out 0, then only return me the value, otherwise not. Okay, so the result of filter method depends on the test that you have given. If the test is true, then only it will return you the value, otherwise not. But if you observe, it is not changing or manipulating any data in the array. Okay, it is not giving you the manipulated result back. It is rather giving you a subset of this array based on whoever is passing this test. Okay, so now because it is returning you something at least, right, whenever the test is passed by any element, so we are going to receive it in some other variable. So let's say const, and I'll say even numbers, and that's it. Okay, so here if I log this even numbers and if I save this, you see 6 and 8. So whichever number is an even number, for that it passed the test and then it has returned that particular number, and whichever number failed the test, that got eliminated as in it didn't return that value. Okay, now let's check find. So the difference between filter and find is that find will exit the moment it receives at least one element where the test is true. Okay, so if I replace this with find, and let's say if so you observe this, right? This is the result for the filter. Okay, so the first element is 6 where the test will be passed, because 6 is the first element in this array, which is an even number. So it should just stop there. Okay, so if I save this and if I run this again, okay, you see I got the result as 6, because that is the difference between filter and find. Filter runs for all the elements, it will run till the end of the array, but find will exit the moment it finds the first element where the test is true. Okay, now let's understand what we get by using this method, reduce. So I'll remove this. So this also, let me just first write the example and then I'll explain. So nums dot reduce, and then we'll write function, and then here I'm going to give number and then curly brackets and this, right? So reduce is what it does is that it is going to reduce all the values of an array by doing a summation, but then you need a place to hold that value. Okay, so here in the function you are going to pass two parameters and not just one. So one is to hold all the array elements, and you need one more where you are going to keep the reduced value, right, the summated values. So here I'll give another name, you can give any name here, right, but you need to pass two parameters. The first one is going to hold the reduced value of the array, right? And by reduced I mean it is going to sum all the values and convert it into one. Of course, right, when you plus all the values, then you are going to get only one value, right? So this is the variable which is going to hold all the values, and this is the variable, of course, like, wherein you are getting each and every element of the array. Okay, and then here after this, right, you also need to initialize the variable total, right? So I'll explain this. Okay, so but before this, let's just do something else. So total, this is also going to return us something, right? So return total plus number. Okay, and if I let me go out and if log this once, so because it is returning something, let's just receive it. So const reduced value, and then let's just log this, and if I save this, let's see what we get the value as, right? 22. So let me just take some easier number. Okay, 5, 10, 20, so 35. Okay, so what is it doing, right? So the syntax is pretty similar. The only thing that we are doing is we are passing one additional parameter over here, because we want a container to hold the reduced value of the array. Okay, that is the format for this, but that is the syntax for this method. Okay, and after that what you have to do is you also have to give the initialization, right, to what value you want to initialize this variable. So if I have given as 0, then the initialization will be 0. So 0 plus 5 and then 0, like, whatever the total will hold, right, it will hold 5 initially, and then when it will get 10, then 5 plus 10, 15, and then when it will get the next number 20, then it is going to add that 20 to the previous total value. Okay, but you still need to give the initialization. So here, for example, we have given 0, right? So let's see if I give it as 5, right? So that means the total is already having a value of 5, and then on top of 5 you are reducing everything else from the array. So 5, and then plus all the values of the array. Okay, so if I save this, you see it is 40 now. So these two things are very important when you are using the reduce method. So you will see this method, for example, if I give you like a real use case, right? So let's say if you have a shopping cart, right, wherein you have to reduce the price of the items. Reduce as in if you want to get the total of all the elements that has been added in the cart. So at such places, these methods can be used. So we use for each to iterate over the array elements. We use map method if we want to manipulate any data in the array element. We use filter if we want a subset of the array and we just want to write a test, and if any element passes that test, we want to just return the array with only those elements, right? And we use find only when we are interested to get the first value which passes the test. All right, and reduce is used to get a reduced value of the array, as in the summated value of the array. Now let's check this one. This is going to check if an element exists in an array or not. Okay, so let me copy this, and here if I just, so we don't need this right now, so log and then nums dot includes, and if I mention an array element, let's say if I mention 1, okay, it is going to return me false because there is no element as 1 in this array. Okay, if I return 5, it will give me true. So based on if the element exists in the array or not, it is going to return us true or false. And then we have concat and slice, so to merge and slice the arrays, right? So let's just first see concat here. So let's say this is the first array, and then I'll take another array, and here I'm going to change the name first, and I'll give different elements. So let's say 6, 8, and then 22. And then if I have to concat these two, so I'll just log this value and I'll write nums1 dot concat, and with which array I want to concat this array, nums2, right? So nums2, and then if I click on save, right, so here you can see both the arrays got combined. So right, so if you want to merge two arrays, you can use this method concat. Now let's check what does slice method do. Okay, so we'll go here, and then I'm going to remove this array, and then I'll add few more values here. Let's say 6, 8, and 9. So first let's create another variable here. So let's say sliced result, and here from numbers, so we'll do the array name dot slice, and then you have to give the start and end position. Okay, so if I want to take out 20 and 6, so let's count 0, 1, 2. So the index is 2, and then comma, and 0, 1, 2, 3. Although the index is 3, but I have to give it as 4 because this method does not include the last element but the one before that. Okay, so I have to give 4 here so that it can include till 3. All right, and if I log this now, so slice result, if I save this, you can see we have 20 and 6 now. And let's say if you don't give the start position, right? So, sorry, the end position. And if you only give the start, so if I give it as 1, right? So it is going to start from 0, 1. So it is going to slice everything, as in like, it, because we have not mentioned the end position here, right? So if I save this, you see 10, 20, 6, 8, 9, right? Because we have not given the end position. So it started with 0, 1, and then it has sliced everything out. Okay. And let's say if I write -1 here, then it will think that, okay, I'm giving the position I want to take out the last element. Okay, so if I do -1 here and save this, you see it only gives me the last element. Okay, and similarly, if I do -2, it is going to give me the last two elements. So it starts from the end. Okay, so there are a lot of other things that you can try this with this method. I think you'll get to know more when you practice it. I think for now this much is enough. Let's just move on and let's just see how we can use splice. So all these methods that we saw, right, none of that was actually modifying the original array itself. So if you want to modify the original array itself, then you have to use this method. So let's just copy this and check this out. I'm going to remove this, and then let's just take another array actually. So let's say fruits. So here the syntax goes like this: fruits dot, I have to define, like write in the method splice, and then I want to remove, let's say, one element from position 1. So you can see this, right? So start, the start position, okay, and then what do you want to remove, right? The number. Okay, so 1, and then if you want to assign a new value, if you want to keep a new value, so here if I give it as mango, let's say, okay, now let's just go ahead and print this array. So here, right, from 0, 1, so it is going to remove apple, and then it is going to replace it with this value, log fruits. And if I save this, you see banana, mango, and grapes. Okay, and let's say if I write something like this, so fruits dot splice, and if I mention position 1, but if I give 0, that means I don't want to remove any element, right? But I do want to place another new element in between. Then what will I do? Let's say if I type in orange. So because I have mentioned 0, it is not going to remove anything, okay? But it will place a new element for sure. So if I, let me just log this now, log fruits, and if I save this, you see there is a new element now here, okay, at position 1. right? So I think we have covered the basics of array. We learned how to create an array, how to access, then we also checked out few methods and then few other operations on the array, right? And but there are a lot of other array methods that you can actually, if you want to practice, you can practice more, but these were some like commonly used ones that I thought that you should know. But I think with this you should be good to start. And that's it for now. I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to the session. Let's check what is error handling in JavaScript and how do we do this. So whenever you run your program, and let's say if there is any sort of error that has happened in the program, the of course JavaScript is going to show you some standard errors, and these errors could be because of any reason, right? Maybe the syntax is not correct, or maybe there is some reference issue, right? For example, if there is something that has not been declared but you're still trying to call it or use it, right? So in certain situations, right, where whenever there is something wrong with the syntax or reference, or it could be any other reason, but let's say if an error has occurred, so in those kind of situations JavaScript is going to throw some standard message for the error. So let's say if you don't want to show the standard message, but you rather want to cache the error and show a very specific user friendly message, or maybe if you want to show the specific type, like exact type of the error which has occurred, right? If you want to show a message related to that specific type, so even in that case you can use try catch block to cache the error and show the message the way you want it. All right, so the syntax is this: we are going to write the logic inside the try block, and then inside the catch block we are going to cache the error and then print the message the way we want it to. Let's just go ahead and try this out with an example. So let me first declare a variable, let's say let result, and I'll just assign a value, let's say 5. Okay, now if I'm trying to log a value, and let's say I'm trying to log res, right? I'm not giving the full name, and if I just save this, you see there is an error, and the error says res is not defined, right? But then there is a lot of things here, right? And if you just want to print the error, what you can do is you can move this code under try block. So let's just write the try and catch block. So under catch block we are going to of course receive the error, right? And then we'll move this code in the try block, and then in the error you can just print error dot message. Okay, so log error dot message, and if I save this, you can see that I'm getting the error now, right? So let's say in some cases when you know exactly what kind of error is occurring, right? So in that case you can mention the type of error as well, right? So let's say for example, let's say if I'm trying to call a function, let me just comment this out, and let's say if I'm trying to call a function, let's say function let me type something else, display number, some sort of function, right, that I'm trying to call, but this function does not exist, right? I have not written this function anywhere, so I know that this is going to give me the reference error, right? So in this case I already know this can cause reference error, so I can catch that specific reference error over here. So see, it says, right, display num is not defined. So here what I'll do is inside this I'll put a condition. So if error and then instance of, let's say the one that I already know that might occur, reference error. So if that is the case, I want to print something, and in else condition I want to print something else, right? So let's just take this and I'll paste it here, and because I know that I want to that my code can have reference errors, right? So I will just keep a block for the reference error. All right, so here I'm going to just type in something like this, right? You can choose any message, any sensible message that you want. I'm just going to give it like this, and then here I'll just display the error message. So if I save this, you see, so similarly, right? So let's say whenever you have written a piece of code, so depending on what kind of error has occurred, this code, this catch block, when this catch block will run, it is going to identify as in, it will, the moment it will match with the condition that you have written for a specific error, it is going to show that particular message. Okay, otherwise it is just going to show the standard message that it always throws. And there's also something called finally block. Okay, so let's say if I'll type finally, and then you don't have to add parentheses. Okay, you just need to type, because it's a block, right, finally, and then curly brackets, and inside this I'm only going to include a log statement. Here I'll say finally block executed. Okay, and this always gets executed. Okay, no matter what, what happens here, if the error exists, it's fine, and even if there is no error in this is always going to get executed. So even if I comment this out, right, now there is no error, and if I save this, you see this is still getting executed. Okay, so this is the, so if there is something that you always want to execute no matter what, then you can use the finally block. Now let's see that how we can create custom errors and we can throw custom error messages. Okay, so here here, let me just take something, let me create a function first, and let's say check age, and I will give a parameter of age here, and here I'm going to write a condition. So if age is less than 18, I want to throw my own custom error. So the syntax for that is throw and then new error. And what is the error? You have to give it like this: you must be 18 or older, otherwise I will only log this statement. I'll say access granted. All right, so now if I call this function, but before that I have to include that in the try catch block, right? Otherwise this error, I mean, we have to handle the error, right, to show the error. So try, so now I have to call this function, and I'm gonna do that in the try catch block. So try and then catch here error. All right, so in the try block I'm going to call this function. So check age, and I'll pass a value which is less than 18 actually. Okay, so 16, let's say 15, and then here we'll only log the error message. So log and then error dot message. Now this time, so in the previous examples we saw, right, that we were doing whatever we wanted, but the error message was still standard, right? It was not the custom error message that we were showing. But this time, because we have created our own new error, right, we are throwing our own new error, so it should show this method, sorry, this message. All right, so if I save this, you see it is showing this message: so you must be 18 or older. So similarly, if there are portions of your code wherein there are chances of the error, right, so you can create or you can throw new error and you can define your own custom messages. All right, and here if I give a value which is greater than 18, so the else part gets executed. All right, so I think that's all about error handling, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand what are scopes in JavaScript. So in simple word, a scope means that if you have defined a variable, then from where and all in your code that variable can be accessed. So for example, if you have defined a variable inside a function, so whether that variable is only accessible within the function or can it be accessed outside the function, right? So basically scope means accessibility. So all your variables wherever you define, so what will be the scope of those variables is nothing but the scope that we are referring here, right? So these are the topics that we are going to discuss. We will discuss global scope, local scope. We'll also discuss something which is called variable shadowing. Then we'll see what is block scope, nested scope, and we'll also understand the difference between var, let, and const, and how scoping works differently with var, let, and const. All right, and then we'll also see what is hoisting and how does it work. All right, so I'll move ahead to my JavaScript file, and then let's start with global and local scope. Okay, so in JavaScript, let me define a variable first. So let's say if I define a variable as const a is equals to 100, or even if I define it using let, so let b is equals to, let's say, 200, right? And if I log these values, so log a and then log b. All right, so this is very straightforward, right? That I define two variables and then I have accessed them over here, right? But let's say if I create a function, so let's say function 1, and then inside this function if I try to access a or b, so if I do something like this, log a plus b, and then if I call this function, let's see what happens. Okay, so function 1, and if I save this, you see the result, right? That means if I'm able to do a summation of a and b inside this function, that means a and b is accessible to me inside this function. So if I log the values of a and b here, let me just copy this and I'll paste it here. All right, and if we save this, you see we are able to access the values. If I remove this and I'll save this, so we are getting the value of a, value of b, and then the summation of a and b. So that means these variables, right, anything that you have defined outside of any function or any block of code, okay, on top of your file, so those are called global variables. So these are global variables. That means these will be accessible from anywhere in the code. So even if I write a block of code, right, so let's say, so this was a function, right, but let's say if I write a block of code, so if true, I'm just going to write a simple block, so this block will always get executed. And here if I try to log the value of a, and here I'll give a message from block, and here if I try to print a and save this, so you see this variable is accessible in the block as well. And similarly if I try to print b, that will be accessible as well. So what does it mean? It means that if your variables are defined globally, right, that means they have a global scope and they can be accessed from anywhere in the code. All right, now let's see what happens if we define variables inside functions. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll remove this, And here I am going to define another variable. Let's say const x is equals to 50. All right. And here I'll log the value of const. So inside function 1 and here x. And if I save this, you see I'm getting the value of x inside the function 1, right? Because it is, I've defined x in the function 1 itself. So of course this function is going to have the access to this variable, right? Because it is defined here. So it has a local scope of x, right? So every time you define a variable inside a function or let's say inside a block, so they have a local scope within that block or within that function. But what if I try to access this variable outside? So let me remove this first. Let's say if I want to log value of x here, and if I save this, you see we are getting an error. X is not defined because x has a local scope within function 1 because it was defined inside function 1. Okay, so that means it is not accessible outside function 1. Okay, so this is called local scoping. Okay, so if a variable has been defined locally, that means it has a local scope and it cannot be accessed from anywhere else. So even if I try to log the value of x inside this code block, so from here also it won't be accessible. Okay, we'll get the same error. All right, so this is the difference between global scope and local scope. All right, now there's something called variable shadowing. So let's see what does it mean. So let me remove all of this and I will only keep this function and let's only keep this variable. And let's say here if I define another, I will give this a value as let. I'm going to take it as let, and here I'll define another variable, let a is equals to 50, and then here I will log the value of a. Okay, and if I save this, I will call this function and then we'll check what is the result. So function 1, and if I save this, so you see I'm getting the value of a as 50. So what does it mean? It means that if you have a variable which has been defined globally, but then inside any function, if you're defining the same variable, right? See, I've taken the same name. If you define the same variable with another value, then this is going to override the global value. Okay, so when this function is called, it is not referring to the global variable, but rather to the local variable. So for example, if I comment this, so this time now it will refer to the global variable. See, I'm getting the value as 100. Okay, so here I'll just give a message so that, so here if you see, if I don't have a local variable with the same name inside a function, that time it is referring to the global variable. But if I have the same variable defined again inside a function, so what it does is it overrides the value. Okay, so it takes the global variable, but then the moment it finds another variable with the same name with a different value, it is going to override the value. So if I save it now, so it will give me the result as 50. All right, and this is called variable shadowing. Now let's see what is block scope. Okay, so let's say if I have created a block, so I'll create a block here, true, and then inside this block I'll create a variable. Let's say let a is equals to 100, and inside this if I log the value of a, of course I'll get the value of a as 100. Okay, and here I'll type in inside block. Okay, so we are getting the value as 100, but what if I try to access the same variable from outside? So I'll try to log the value and I'll try to log the value of a here. So you see I'm getting the error. So any variable which has been defined inside a block, inside a if block or any other, it could be any other kind of like code block as well, so the scope of that variable will still be local. It cannot be accessed outside. So you can say anything that is defined inside a function, that is also only function scope. That means it has a local scope within that particular function. Similarly, when you're defining a variable inside a block of code, the scope of that variable will be local and it is going to be accessible only within that block of code and not outside. Now let's see what is nested scope. So here I'll first create two functions. So function 1, okay, and here I'll take a variable, let a is equals to 100. And after this, I'm going to create another function inside this function, so function and then function 2. And here I'll declare another variable, let b is equals to 200. So what I'll do here, I'll log the value and I'm going to use the value of a inside function 2. So here I'll do a plus b. Okay, and then the function 2 ends here to call function. So here inside function 1, I need to call inside function 1, I need to call function 2 first, right? So function 2, and then outside I'll call function 1 so that I'll be able to see what is the result that we are getting. So function 1, and here if I save this, you see the value is 300. What does it mean? That value of function 1, okay, the outer function is accessible inside the inner function, because here see I have the variable b as 200 here, but I'm trying to access the variable a which is not inside this function, which is outside this function, but I'm able to access the value here. That is why I'm getting the result, correct? So what does it mean? It means that the child, okay, this is the parent function and this is the child function. So the child function, or you can say the inner function, can access the parent function's variables. But does it happen otherwise? So let's say if inside function 1 I try to access the variable of function 2, so where the function 2 ends here. So now we are inside function 1. So inside function 1, if I try to access b, let's see what happens. So here I'll try to log the value of b, and if I save this, you see I'm getting an error. Okay, so child can access the parent variable, but the parent variable cannot access the child variable. Okay, and it works exactly the same in case of block. So if I remove this and let's just write a block of code. So if true, and here I'll take let a is equals to 100, and then here I'll create another block. So here I'll say if a is equals to 100, okay, let b is equals to 200, and here I'll log and I'll do a plus b, okay, and I'll save this. You see I'm getting the value as 300. Okay, so in the inner block of code I'm able to access the variable of the outer block. But what happens if I try to access the variable of the inner block outside, right? That means inside the parent block. So here will come out of the inner block, and here I'll try to access the variable of the inner block, which is b. If I save this, you see I'm getting the error. Okay, so the same thing works here as well, right? The child can access the parent variable, but the parent cannot access the child's variable. All right, now let's discuss about var, let, and const. So all these three can be used to declare a variable, but nobody uses var anymore, but it is still there because a lot of older projects still use var. I mean, like, existing projects have the usage of var, so it has not been deprecated, otherwise things will start breaking. But because of the scoping issues, this was nobody uses it now. So mostly you will see let and const getting used. All right, so in terms of scoping, there are few things which is, so whatever we have talked till now, right, in terms of block scoping or function scoping or global and local, so it's pretty much same, but there are few things which is different in case of var. Okay, so if I, for example, whatever we discussed, right, that works exactly same if we are declaring variables with let and const, but if we are declaring variables with var, then few things are different. So for example, if I go back to the JavaScript file and let's say, for example, the same example, right, block scoping. So here I'll type block scoping with var. So whatever we have discussed, that works exactly like, fine with let and const, but it's different with var for block scoping. Okay, and here I'll remove the inner block first. So this is a block, and let's say if I log the value of a, of course it will be accessible, right? But what if I access this outside? It won't be accessible, right? Because I have declared the variable using let. So let me log this value, and if I say this, see, it is not accessible. And similarly, even if I make it const, it won't be accessible. But if I make it var, right? So you see it is accessible, right? So with var, these sort of things are like, different. So basically everything else is almost same, but for example, this particular thing, var is not block scoped. Okay, it can be accessed outside the block as well. That means if you have defined a variable inside a block using var, that means it is becoming global, right? Because it can be accessed outside the block. So these are the drawbacks of var, right? And that is why it shouldn't be used, because if there is something that you want to keep like, local scoped, but then it won't work exactly that way, because it is also accessible outside. So for example, in console, if you print something like window, right? So if I just type in window and hit enter, so window is the topmost object of DOM. Okay, so anything that, even though if I have defined var inside this if block, right, but if I show you the window object here, so see this variable, even though it is local, but just because I have declared this with var, this got added to the topmost object of DOM. That means it is accessible from anywhere in the code, right? Anybody can use it in any other part of the code, which is not a good thing. Okay, because we want to keep it private. That is the reason that that we declared it inside this block of code because we wanted to keep it local within this block, right? And similarly, even outside, right, if you declare any variable with var, it gets added to the topmost object, which is window object. So for example, let me show you something. So if I do something like let x is equals to 100, and if I do var y is equals to 200, and let's just save this, okay? And if I'll print the window object again, so let's just try to find this one, okay? X and y. So here, this is a, this all we already saw, right? So let's just go to x and y. So here you see, because y we have declared with var, right? So that is why it got added to the topmost object, window object. But do we see x here? No, right? So this is the drawback of using var. So like, whatever code you're writing or practicing with, you can totally ignore this. I mean, it's okay to understand this, but do not use this declaration, okay? Now let's see what is hoisting. So hoisting in JavaScript is basically a behavior where variable and function declaration are moved, or you can say hoisted, at the top of their scope behavior code before code execution. So what does it mean is that, let's say if you're creating a function, but you are calling the function before you have defined the function itself. So that is called hoisting, right? That you have not, let's say you have not declared a variable, you have not created a function, okay? But then on the top itself, you are trying to call the function, and you're trying to access the variable, and then later on in your code, you are creating the function and then creating and initializing the variable, right? So that is called hoisting. So let's see how does it work. So for example, functions, okay? So functions are completely hoisted. So let me show you, like, how does it work. So let's say I'll create a function. So function one, or let me just create a function as hello, and here I'll just log a message as hello, right? So generally what we do, we create a function, and then after the function is created, we call the function, right? And then we save this. So now it is accessible. But in hoisting, what is it saying is that you move all the, like, declaration like below, and you call, or like, try to access the variable or the function from the top itself. Like you move it to the top. So for example, if I move it to the top, okay, and if I save this, this still works, see, right? So this is called hoisting. So that is why I said that the function is completely hoisted, okay? Although this doesn't work with an expression function. So by expression function, I mean that if you have declared a variable and then assigned a function to it. So for example, if I write another function here, and if I declare a variable, so const get the value, something like that, and here if I declare a function and say get sum, and let me just give two values, for example, okay, or just write a and b, and here return a plus b. All right, so now if I try to access this before, so if I try to log this here, right, what happens here? This, you see, I get the result, right? But what if I try to do the same before the function creation itself? I'll cut this out and I'll paste it here, okay? I'll just move it rather to the top. So here, if I do this and if I save this, see, it is not accessible, right? Although we saw that in case of this function, right, which is like a declaration function, it worked perfectly fine, that we called the function and then later we created the function. So it worked with a declaration. This is called a declaration function, right? And these kind of functions where you create a variable and then assign the function to that variable, these kind of functions are called expression functions, okay? So the hoisting works with a declaration function, but it does not work with an expression function. All right, now let's see how does it work, the hoisting, right? How does it work with the variables? So let's say if I declare a variable, let a is equals to 100, and before I declare this, right, I'll try to log it here. So log, and if I try to do this, right, you see it says cannot access a, and what's the message? Cannot access a before initialization, right? So it is giving you a proper message that you're trying to access a before it is initialized, okay? And if I do the same, like let's say if I do it with const, I get the same message. But what happens in case of var, right? In case of var, if I do this and save this, see, so basically it allows to do this. It allows the hoisting, although the value, there'll be no value, right? So it allows to declare but not initialize, okay? So at this point of time when we were using const and let, it did not allow to declare itself, okay? But in case of var, it is allowing to declare the variable but not the assignment, okay? So the hoisting works in case of var with variables but only with the declaration. The assignment still doesn't happen. See, we are getting undefined, right? So just remember the simple steps, okay? So that you don't have to care about hoisting and all of that. So the best practice is that you should call or try to access anything only after it has been declared or initialized, right? So if you have created a function, after that only you call the function, all right? And if you have already declared and initialized a variable, then only you try to access the variable. So do things in sequence, right? That is the best practice. This was just to make you understand that what hoisting is actually, right? And of course, so I think this covers whatever I had decided to. We know what is global scope, what is local scope, variable shadowing, and then block nested scope, and then the basic difference between these three and what is hoisting. So that's it for now, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's see how do we write arrow functions in JavaScript. So this is the syntax for writing the arrow function. You need to declare a variable and provide your function name and then pass the parameters, use the fat arrow. This is called fat arrow, okay? And then inside the curly braces will go your logic. So let's just go ahead and write a normal function first and then we will convert that to arrow functions. So I'll write a function to add two numbers. So add numbers, and here I'll pass two parameters, and then we'll simply return the summation of these two numbers. So a plus b, and then here let's call the function by logging the value. So log and then add nums, and here I'll pass two numbers, okay? And if I save this, you can see the result of this function, okay? Now if I have to convert the same to an arrow function, what will I do? So according to the syntax, let me just copy this, and here I'll paste it. Now I have to give the function name, okay? And this is my function name. So I'll give the function name here, and then I have to directly pass the parameters without using the function keyword, right? See, we are not using the function keyword here. So the parameters is a and b, and then we are using the fat arrow. Inside the body, we are just going to return this statement, okay? So I'll just copy this and paste it over here, and we can now comment this down, and I'll use the same statement here, all right? And then when you're calling the function, you of course have to call by the variable name that you have given, okay? Now if I save this, you see I'm getting the result, okay? So this is the basic syntax for writing the arrow function. Now let's just go ahead and write another arrow function. This time I'm going to write to subtract two numbers, okay? So const, and I'll say minus numbers is equals to, I have to pass the parameters. So I'll take a, b, and then fat arrow, right? After that, we'll just return a minus b, and that's it, okay? Now let's just call this. So log and minus values, something like that, and then we'll call the function, okay? So I have to call the function by the variable name. So I'll do this, and then number of parameters, right? So we need to pass the arguments now. So I'll pass 4, and then let's say 1. And if I save this, you can see the result now, okay? So this is how you write the arrow function. Just 3 points in mind. You need to use an expression function, as in you need to declare a variable and give the function name. That's point number 1. Second point is you don't need to use the function keyword, okay? You directly have to pass the parameter. Third point is you need to use fat arrow, okay? So okay, now moving on. So arrow function also has something called implicit return, that it always returns something, okay? So you don't need to actually use the return statement. So if I remove this, let's say if I remove this, let's see what happens. If I save this, right now it is not giving the result, right? But let me remove this, okay? And if I save this, you see I'm getting the result now, okay? So basically, because it has an implicit return, you don't need to specifically mention return keyword. So even without that, you can write it, okay? So that's point number 2, implicit return. Now let's see another case. Let's say if you are writing something wherein you are only passing one parameter, okay? So let's see another example of implicit return. So here I'll take another function, double the numbers, and here I'll pass a parameter. So I have to pass only one parameter this time, and then I'll use fat arrow, and here I'm going to return a into 2, okay? I'm just multiplying any number by 2, right? Whatever user will pass while calling the function. So here, as I said, right, if there is only one parameter, what you can do is you can remove this. So that is point number 1, okay? You don't need to use the parenthesis if there is only single parameter. That's point 1. Now because there is only single statement here and it has implicit return, so you don't need to use return keyword. So you can remove this, and when you remove this, you also don't need this curly brackets because you have only one statement inside, right? So you can directly write that statement. So you see everything came into just one line. And now if I call this function, so let's just log the value and call the function. So double the numbers, and if I pass any number, right, I have one parameter, so I'll pass 3, and if I save this, you see we are getting the result. Okay, now let's see if we have to pass, let's say, an object in the parameter. So how do we do that? So let's just first go ahead and create an object really quick. So const student, and then I'll give some values to it. Let's say name Robert, and then I'll give age. Now I'll write an arrow function. So here I'll give the name as student info, let's say, and here I need to pass the parameter. In the parameter, I'm only going to pass a single parameter, as in the object, right? And I'll take a name here. So let's say stu or something like that, and then fat arrow, and inside the fat arrow I just want to log the value. Okay, so and what do I want to log? Student name is, and then here student dot name, and then I'll add another value here, and the age is student dot age. All right, now let's call this function student info, and here I have to pass the object, right? So object is what? Student. So student. And if I save this now, you see student name is Robert and the age is 30. All right, so the way you pass the parameters and then you pass the arguments when you're calling the function is pretty much same. The only thing is the syntax is different. Okay, so everything that you write using a normal function, it is going to be same, but then you just follow the syntax for the arrow function and then nothing else changes. All right, so this is only making things easier for you, right? So whenever you are writing a callback function, this is very handy. Now let's see, for example, how do we use this function while writing a for each loop, right? So let me take an array. I'll take const nums, and here I'll take few numbers, let's say 2, 5, 8, and then 9. Now if I log this array, if I save this, I'm getting the array, right? But if I need all the elements one by one, how would I do it? I'll use the for each function, but this time I'm going to write the arrow function. Okay, so first nums dot for each, and if you remember, inside for each we always write a function that runs for each and every element of the array, right? So let me write it in the regular way first. So I'll write a function, and inside the function I'm going to give a name which is going to hold all the values one by one. So let's say if I give it as num, and inside this I will log the value of num, right? And if I save this, you see I'm getting all the values one by one. So now if you have to write this by using an arrow function, what do you need to do? So first of all, you will remove the function keyword, right? That's one. And then you have to use fat arrow. So is equals to, and then the arrow. So fat arrow, and that's it. All right. So if I save this now, you see this is still working. And then here, because there is only one parameter, right? You can remove, in fact, this parenthesis as well. So if I remove this and save this, this is still working. And then again, because there is only one statement here, right? So I can even remove this, and this would be fine as well. Okay, if I save this, you see I get the values, right? All right, so this was all about arrow functions, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hi everyone, welcome to the session. So in this session, we are going to create a to-do list app, and this is how it is going to look like. So here, if you see, I can add any task here. If I add a task and click on add task, it will show me the task getting added. And if I add another task, it will add another task, and then I can delete the task, and even I can mark it as completed. Okay, if I click on this checkbox, it is adding a line through. And if I want to clear everything that has been added, I can just click on clear all. Alright, so let's just go ahead and get started with it. So I've already created a folder and all the three files, HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. So let's just get started with the HTML. I'll add the boilerplate code first, and here let's give it a title as to-do list app. In the body tag, we are first going to create a container. Okay, so app container. So there'll be a div here, and inside the div, let's just first give a heading. Okay, so h1. If I save this and let me refresh this once. Okay, so we have the heading now. Now let's create the input container. Okay, so I'll create, first of all, I'll create another div. Inside this div, I'm going to create an input box wherein user will be typing in the task, right? So let's keep the type as text itself, and I'll give it an ID as task input, and then let's also give it a placeholder, what needs to be done, and question mark. Okay, and let's save it. So we have the input box now. All right, now let's create a button as well to add the task, and here we'll keep the button name as add task, and let's give this button an ID. Okay, so add task button, and I'll save this. So I have the button now, and now after, outside this div, right? So when somebody enters something and clicks on this button, I want to display that value as a list, right, in the form of a list. So here I'm going to create a placeholder for that. Okay, so I'm just going to create a list here, and I'll just give it as ID, and here I'm going to give this a name as task list. Okay, and we are not giving any li elements. So if you remember from one of the previous sessions, we saw, right, how we can dynamically add the elements using create element method of document object logic, right? So that's what we are going to do here. So here we are not adding any li elements, okay? We'll keep it blank because we are going to get the values dynamically. All right. And then after this, we have to create a button, and this would be to clear all the values. So clear all, and let's give this button an ID, clear all button, and we'll also give it a class. All right. Okay. And now let's just do one more thing. Let's link the CSS file and also the JavaScript file. So link and then style.css, and I'll also include the script file. So script, and let's just save this. Now let's just go to the CSS file and start styling this. Okay. So I'll go to the CSS file, and then at last we'll implement the JavaScript. Okay. So let me just shift it a little bit. So here, let's just first style the body tag. Okay. I'm not going to explain a lot about CSS. So I hope that you have some basic idea. All right. So body tag, and here we are going to give a background color, and I already have the color code. So I'm just going to use that. Okay. So here, this is the background color, and then I'm going to use the flex box. So that is why I'm giving display as flex, so that I can align items as center and then also justify content as center. Save this. So see, this has shifted to the right, and then let's also give it a height of 100 VH from the port. So height 100 VH. Now it will shift a bit in the center. So it has come here now. Let's give a font family. I'll give this itself, which is fine. And then let's give the text color as something else, okay? Because right now it's not visible, and this is fine, okay? All right, so we have this much now. Now let's just style the app container. So I'll copy this, all right, and I will just take this and start styling this. So now because I've given the background color as a dark color, right? So it's not visible that what changes I'm going to be making here. So I'm going to flip the color for now, but then we'll flip it back to this one, okay? So let me just make it a bit lighter for now, so that you'll be able to see the changes. All right. So in the app container, let's give a width of 100%, width of 100%. All right. Now I'll also give the max width as, let's say, around 500 pixel. Okay. And then let's give a padding of 30 pixel, and then let's give a background color. We save this. So now there's a background color to it. Let's give a border radius to smoothen the corners. Okay. So border radius, I'll give it as 12 pixel. All right. So now you can see the corners are smooth now. And let's just give text align as center, because everything right now is coming on the left, right? So let's just keep it center. Okay, so the text is shifted to center now. Now I'll give the border top. So border top, and let's give it something as 5 pixel, and then solid, and I'll also give it a color. Okay, so here, so you see there's a border now, right, with a different color. All right, and I've also given like a measure for the border, and let's also change the color. So I'll give a color, right? So this was about app container. Now let's just style the input container. Okay, this one, what needs to be done. So I'll go here, and this is my input container, right? So I'll take this, I'll go back to the CSS dot input container, and I'll just make the display as flex. Okay, and let me save this. All right, so that, and then let's just give it a gap of 10 pixel. Okay, so there's a gap now between the button and the input container, right? And let's also give a bottom margin. Okay, I want some space between these. So margin bottom, and let's give it as 20 pixel. I save this. Not sure if it created any change, but it's fine. Okay, now I want to style this one, input type text. Okay, so I'll go here, and this is my input tag, right? So input, okay, here input, and then this is the one that we want to style. Okay, so that is why I'm giving it like this. So let's give it a flex 1. Okay, so it has expanded now, and then after this, let's give a padding of 15 pixel. Okay, so now it has it has created some padding from all the corners, and then I'll give a border 4 pixels solid, and then let's also give a color. Okay, it's not visible, but it's okay. I mean, because the background has a bit similar color, right? Let's also smoothen the corner for this one. So we'll give a border radius of 8 pixel, around 8 pixel is fine. Okay, so see, the corners are smooth now. I'll also change the font size to this. I mean, I want it a bit bigger, so I'll change it to 1 rem, and if I save this, so the font is changed now. Okay, and the outline, I think there's an outline here, right? So let's just try and make it as none. It's fine. Okay, now let's just also change the focus. Okay, so if I click on this, I want the border to kind of get highlighted. So for that, what we'll do, we'll just take this first, okay? And then we'll use a property of focus. So this and then focus. And here, what are we planning to do? We just need to change the border color, okay? So border color, and that's it, okay? So if I click on this now, see the border color is changing, right? So this is fine. Now let's just style the button, okay? So right now, if I show you the button, it is looking like this, okay? So let's just style the button. So we can just take the button tag itself, okay? And then we can style it directly because there's just one button. So first of all, we'll give it a padding, 15 pixel, around 15 pixel is fine, I guess. And then let's just give it a background color. Okay, this is fine. Let's change the text color to a bit lighter one. I mean, it's fine. Okay, let's make the border as none, and then we'll give a border radius to make the corners a bit smooth. In the border radius, I'm going to give 8 pixels. Okay, now this looks better. We need to change the font as well. So font size, and I'll make it as 1 rem. So this looks better now. And let's just make it bold. Okay, so font weight, and I'll make it bold. Okay, looks much better. And also the cursor, I need to change the cursor. Okay, if I hover over this, I want this cursor to get changed to like a finger pointer cursor. Okay, cursor. Okay, yeah, it was giving me that option, pointer. All right, so if you see now, it is getting changed. All right, so and also we can change the color on button hover as well, right? So let's just do that as well. So button, and here we can change the color on the hover. So background color, and then I'll give a code, color code here. If I save this, if I hover, see the color is getting changed. Okay, and also when I add a task and I click on add task, the list item that it is going to show, right? We need to style that as well. So you know what we can do, because we need to see the list items, right? So that we can style it better. So let's just first go to JavaScript and implement the functionality that, like, if user enters something here and clicks on add task, so that we should be able to see the list items. So once we are done doing that, then we can come back and then style the list items. All right, so I'll move to the JavaScript file. So here, first of all, we will take all the HTML references of all the elements. So what and all do we need in our JavaScript file? We need the reference for this input box. We'll need that, right? Because we need the value which user would be entering here. So we will need the reference for this input box. Then we will also need the reference for this button, right? Because we would need to add a listener to this button, that when user clicks on this button, then give us the value whatever is entered here, right? So we need this element as well, and then we need this element as well to clear out everything in the list. And then apart from that, if I go back to the HTML, we need this as well, right? Because this is where we are going to append the list items, right? Which we are going to create dynamically from the JavaScript. All right, let's go back to JavaScript, and then first let's just take all the elements, right? Whatever is required. So here I'll create a variable task input, and here document dot get element by ID. And what's the ID of the task input? It's this, right? So I'll go here. So we have this element now. Let's also take the button. Okay, so const and add task button, and here document dot get element by ID. And what's the ID for this button? This is the ID. So we'll copy this and we'll paste it here. Okay, and then after this we need the list, right? So const, and I'll mention it something as task list, document dot get element by ID. Let's take the ID for the list as well, which is this. Okay, so I got this now. And then we also need the reference for this button, clear all button. Okay, so here clear all button, and here document dot get element by ID. And what's the ID for this button? It's this. Okay, so we'll copy this and then paste it here. So now we have the reference of all the buttons. So the first thing that we would have to do is add an event listener to this button, right? So when something is entered here, right, if I enter anything and if I click on this, then I would have to add an event listener, right? So that if there is any change happening to this, I would be able to receive the value. So let's just add an event listener to this button, and we have to do the same for this button as well. Okay, so what is the button reference? This is the button reference, and dot add event listener. And here on the click of this button, what do I want to do? I will call a function. Okay, so we would have to write that function, because I'm not going to write inside this. I will write it separately and I'm going to call it here. And for the clear button also, right? So what is the clear button? This is the clear button, and dot add event listener. And on the click of the clear button, we will call another function which would be clear all. We can give any name, right? But we would have to implement these two functions. Okay, and then let's just keep it like a bit here, and let's start implementing these two functions. So the first one is add task. Okay, if you see, right, I'm not using parentheses parenthesis here, right? What does this mean? That means the function that I've decided to write is going to be an expression function, okay, where we declare a variable and then assign a function to that. Okay, so that is why what we'll do here, const and then add task is equals to, right, this is where we are going to write a function, and I will write an arrow function. So this, and then I hope you remember all the syntax. So now what do we need here? We need the value whatever has been entered in the input box. All right, so I'll declare a variable const task text, and then what is the reference for this input? This is the input. Okay, so first of all I will clear all the trim all the spaces, because if user can enter something like this and then enter a lot of space, right? So I will trim any additional space from here. So task input dot value, okay, and then dot value dot trim. All right, so I'm going to trim any additional spaces. Here I'll also put a comment, okay, at the user value. So this is the value that user will be entering, right? And after this we have to do our step one, right? Step one of, as in, like, implementing the functions. So we'll do create li and span items, okay, or you can say elements. So here we are first going to create the list item. So list item, and here we'll use the create element method. So create element method, and we have to create a list tag, right? So list tag. Now let's set the text content. So list item dot text content, and text content would be what? Task text, right? So task text, this is the one. So task text, and I'll save this. Now let's just append this list item to the task list, like the UL tag, right? So task list dot append child, and then we'll append list item. So list item, and then we'll save this. If I do this now, I can see the task. All right, now the way it is getting displayed is not looking very good, right? So let's also add a span tag over here. Okay, so I'm going to, the way we have created the li element, we will create a span tag as well. Okay, so here I will take another one. So const task span, and similarly document dot create element, and we are going to create span tag. All right, and once we have the span tag, what is the, let's also add a class name so that we can style the span tag. Okay, so task span, this, right, what we just created, dot class name, and we are going to give it a class as task text or something like this. We are going to use this in our style file to style the span tag. Okay, so that is why we have added a class name. And then let's also set the text content. What would be the text content for the task span? Whatever is inside the list, right? So task span dot text content, it's going to be the task text. Okay, now let's append the task span to list item. Okay, so list item dot append child, and here we are going to append task span. We'll do this, and let me save this. And after this, let's just go to the CSS and apply the styling over here. So I'll copy this, and I'll go to here, and let's just make the flex as 1, and I'll make the cursor as pointer, and then text align left. Okay? So text align left. But then we would also have to style the list element. So right now you won't see much styling here. Okay, so if I click on add task, you see. So let's just also style the list element. Okay, list tag. So here we'll take the display as flex, and then align items center, and I'll take the justify content as space between. Okay, let me save this. So see, now this looks a bit better. Now let's just apply a few more things here. I'll apply a background color. Let's save this. So there's a background color now, and I'll also give some padding here. So 12 pixel and 15 pixel from all the corners. Let's also give a border. I'll give the border radius, make it solid, and we are going to give a color to it. And we'll save this. Let's also give the border radius 8 pixel, so the corners are smooth now. And let's give a margin bottom. Okay, so margin bottom, we'll keep it as 10 pixel. So now there's a space, and let's also increase the font size to 1.1 REM maybe. Okay, yeah, this is enough. And then let's give a gap also, gap of 5 pixel. And if I save this, so if I add another task now, task 2, and if I click on add task, so there's a gap here as well. Okay, and there's a, I mean, everything, like, all we did here, margin and then font and gap, all of this got applied. And let's also style the UL, right, because all these dynamic list items are inside this UL, right? So let's take this and style this also. So here I'll just take UL, I mean there's only one UL, right? So I can use the tag itself, and here I'll give the list style as none. Okay, and then here let's also give a padding of 0. If I save this, now this looks much better. Okay, we removed the padding. All right, now we also need few more things, right? We also want to include the delete button and also that checkbox, right, using which we are going to mark the task as completed, and also that delete button. So let's just just do those things as well in JavaScript. So we'll go to JavaScript and then we are going to add the input box. Okay, so here basically the checkbox, but the type is still going to be input. Okay, so here under span or under list item itself, we can add that. Okay, so let's just take const and then complete checkbox. I'll give it a name and then document dot create element, and the type would still be input. Okay, although it's a checkbox, right? So in HTML, when you create a checkbox, you give the type as input itself. Okay, so the tag that we use for checkbox is input. Okay, so that is why we are giving input here. So now this is there, but we also have to define the type. Okay, so complete checkbox dot type, it has to be checkbox. Okay, so checkbox, otherwise it won't come as checkbox. And after this, let's also give a class name so that we can style it. Okay, so complete checkbox dot class name, and we'll give the class name as complete checkbox, and then we'll style it later on. Okay, so if I do this now and if I click on add task, it's not visible yet because we have to append it, right? So we have not done that yet. So here let's just do this as well. Okay, so list item dot append child, and we also have to append the complete checkbox. So if I save this now, let's check it again if it is coming or not. So now we see the checkbox. But if I what do I want here? If I click on the checkbox, the task should have a line through, right? It should get crossed out. So for that we would have to write the logic. So here we would have to add an event listener on this checkbox. Okay, so complete checkbox dot add event listener. So when somebody clicks on it, basically there will be a change, right? By clicking on the checkbox, so by default the checkbox is not checked. That means it has a value as false, right? When you click on it, the value flips to true. So basically the kind of event that is happening here is the change event. Okay, it's not a click event. So these are the things that you have to be mindful about. Okay, so add event listener, here we have to mention change, and then we'll write a function here. I'm going to use arrow function, and we would have to apply the line through. Okay, so list item. Okay, because on the click of this we want to apply the line through on the list item, correct? So list item dot, we are going to add a class list. Okay, so class list dot toggle, we are going to flip it, right? So we'll use toggle, and then we'll give a name as completed. Okay, so this is done, and then let's just take this value and then style. Let's go to CSS now. Okay, so in CSS we need two things. Okay, so first of all, we of course need the reference for this checkbox, and then the property, right? The class list property that we have added, we will use this property to apply the line through. Okay, to apply that is called a decoration, right? We will apply this onto over the text. So let's just copy this, and this is available under li, right? So here we would have to write something like this. So li dot completed, this is the class list property that we have added, right, from here JavaScript. And then where do we have to apply the styling? On the task text, right? And the style that we want to apply is text decoration, and that is line through. And let's also give a color. Okay, so if I click on this, okay, it's not happening. Let me reload this, and I'll add a task first. Add task. Now if I click on this, I think we haven't saved this, right? So that is why it's not working. So now if I do this again, and if I click on this, see, the line through is coming now. Okay, so we had not saved the file. That is why it was not coming up. All right, so this is done. Now let's go ahead and include that delete icon, right, that we want here. So what we can do, we can also, the way we are dynamically creating the checkbox and creating the list tag, right, we also have to create that delete button dynamically itself, right? So here, let me make some space. So here, before appending everything, right, because you have to keep in mind the sequence, right? For example, if I just mess up, so after we have added the span element, right, we are going to add the delete button as well. So here, let me just type it here, delete button. I'll add here const and then delete button. Here, let's just take document dot create element, and under this we are going to create a button tag, right? Because if we are creating dynamically a button, then how does a button looks like in HTML? It has a button tag, right? So that's what we are doing here. So we are creating a button, and then let's give this button class name, okay, so that we can style it. Dot class name, and here we'll give the name as delete button. All right, and in the text content, right, a delete button has like a cross symbol, right? So we can just set that up here. So delete button dot text content, and we will use the small x letter here. Okay, so this is fine. And then we also have to add an event listener to it, right? So delete button dot, so when somebody clicks on that cross icon, what should happen, right? So delete button dot add event listener, and the event will be click because it's a button, right? And then we'll write an arrow function here that what it should do. So here we just want to remove that item from the list, right? So when somebody clicks on the delete icon, we just want to remove this whole thing. So here we will just use list item dot remove function, and that's it. good. This should work. And let me save this. Now let's just go ahead and let me first see if it won't be styled, but we can style it later, but at least it should be visible here. We have to append it, right? We have not appended it. So here, let's also append the delete button. So list item dot append child and then delete button. Now if I save this and check it out, so see, we can see the delete button now. But let's go to CSS file and style it a bit better, okay? So I'll take the class name from here, delete button, and let's just apply some stylings to it. So I'll make the background color different. Let's give the text color as white, and then we'll give border as none, and we'll give border radius as 50% because I want to show it as a circle, okay? That is why I'm giving the border radius as 50%. Let's give it a width because it's looking a bit bigger, so I'll just reduce it to 35 pixels, and then let's also give it a height of 35 pixels, and then we'll give the display as flex, and let's align items center and then justify content center so that we can set the position in the center as in on its own space, okay? And then cursor will make it pointer. Let's also change the font size, okay? So font size, I'll give it as 1.2 rem, and then at last we'll change the font weight to bold, so bold. And if I save this, you see all the styles got applied to this. All right, and we can also change the hover, right? So if someone clicks, so right now it's showing as orange, right? But let's change this to some other color because it's taking the button style from this one, right? We had this one, so it's taking this right now. So we are going to change this to something else here, and then over we'll change the color, okay? So background color, right? So now it should be a shade of red. All right, so this looks fine now. Now let's just work on the, so here if I click on this, it's getting deleted, right? So it's working. So now let's just do few more things. Let's just also work on the clear all button. So if I click on clear all button, then also everything, like whatever has been added should get deleted. All right, and before that there's one more thing that I want to do. So every time if you observe, if I type a task and click on add task, see this is not getting emptied, right? I want to clear the input every time a task is added so that user don't have to clear it manually. So for that, what we can do is after we are appending everything, we can just make the task input dot value empty. Okay, so is equals to, and then we'll just make it empty. Let me save this and then show it to you. So if I now click on task one, the moment I click on add task, this should get emptied out, okay, here. So now see, this is empty, right? So this is fine. Now let's proceed with the clear button. Okay, so for clear button, we had this function, right? So when somebody clicks on this clear all button, we have to implement this function for that. So here, let me just const, and this inside this, we are going to implement an arrow function. And then here, all we have to do is we have to completely remove everything, right? So for that task list, we can just clear out the inner HTML itself, okay, here, and then we'll just do this and save this. So now let's just add few tasks and check this out. So I've added this. Let me add one more, this, and then if I do clear all, see, it's clearing out everything. All right. So, all right, I think we are done here. So let's just run this in the, I'll increase the browser window, and that's it. We should be fine now. So here, let's also change the background color. Okay. So I'll go back to the CSS and I'm going to make it black. Okay. And then I'll save this. Now, if you see here, it should all the, all the functionalities that we have added, they should work, right? So if I add task one, let's say task one, and if I click on add task, it's getting added. If I click add another task, task two, it's getting added as well. And if I mark any task as completed, a line through comes in, right? And if I click on cross, that is getting deleted. And if I click on clear all, everything gets deleted, right? So I think that's pretty much. And that's all for now, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. Let's understand what is filter method in JavaScript. So these are the three key points that you need to remember. So filter method iterates over each element in an array. It applies a callback function that returns true for elements to include and false for elements to exclude. And the result is a new array containing only the elements for which the condition is true. So let's understand this by taking an example. So let's say I have this array, okay, and I have these numbers inside the array. Now, if I want to write a condition which actually gives back me the result for all the even numbers, okay, so basically I want a subset of this array, but that subset should only include the even numbers. That means 2, 8, and 6 from this array. So basically, if you see it in a very straightforward way, I want to filter the data, right, based on some condition. Okay, so in such cases, you can use the filter method, and the syntax goes like this: array dot filter. So you need to mention your array dot filter, and inside that you have to write a callback function, and then inside your callback function you are going to mention your condition or test, and that condition or test is going to get applied on each and every element. Okay, and if that condition comes out as true, then it will return you that number. If that condition comes out as false, then it is going to exclude that number and it is not going to return you that number. Okay, and the last point is that it is not going to modify the original array. Okay, so it creates a new array and it is going to keep all the elements which has passed the test, right, the condition that you have mentioned in the callback function, in that new array, and that is what it returns us. All right, so let's just go ahead and try this out. So I'll copy the syntax from here and then let's just write the syntax. So what is the array name that we have? It's nums, right? So nums dot filter. Here let's write a callback function. I'll write a function, and then inside that, although it can take 3 parameters, right, but we only need element right now. So element, you can give any name here, right? It's up to you. And inside this, we have to, first of all, we have to use the return keyword, return statement. And then, because as I said, right, we need to mention the condition, and we have to mention the condition for calculating the even number, right? So if any number is divisible by 2, that means it's an even number, right? So that's what we are going to write. And this is going to, the first point, right, iterates over each element in an array. That means this callback function, whatever you're going to write here, it will run for each and every element of the array. Okay, so this is basically going to have the value of your array, right? So when it runs for 3, it will have the value as 3. When it runs for 2, it will have the value of 2. So this will hold your number. Okay, so element modulo, sorry, ele modulo 2, if this comes out as 0, that means the number is even, right? So again, like, if we try run this, so when it will run for 3, so this condition will come out as false. This will return as false. So the moment the condition comes out as false, this method is not going to return you that value. It will not return you anything because that particular number did not pass the test. And when it will run for 2, that means it will pass the test, because 2 modulo 2 is equals to 0, right? So the moment it passes the test, it will keep that value in the new array that it will form. All right, and similarly it will run for all the elements, and for out of all the elements, whichever passes the test, it will keep on adding to that new array. All right, now let's just go ahead and console this, right? So before that, let's receive this new array in a variable. So const, and then I'll give it a name as even numbers. Okay, and here we can just log the values. So this is what we are going to log, and then let's just save this. So now here you can see I got all the even numbers from here, right? Now let's take another example. So this was example 1. Okay, I'll take another example. This time I'm going to create an object and I will perform a test on the object data. So this is my object, and I want to filter the data out based on whoever has grade greater than 70. Okay, so what I'll do here is, first I'll declare a variable, so const, and I'll say something as passing students. Okay, and then I'll write the filter method. So filter method I have to write on this, right? So this is my data set. So students dot filter. Okay, inside this we need to write a callback function. So function, and then here you can take any element name, right? So I'll just take, like, any name that you can think of. Okay, and then here return. So whoever's grade is greater than 70. Okay, so student dot grade, if it is greater than or equals to 70, then only I want to declare that student as that student has passed the test. Okay, so here I'll just use the semicolon, and that's it. Okay, now if I log this, I'll just copy this and I'll paste it here, and if I save this, you can see there are 3 students who has a grade greater than 70. Okay, and if we check the data, all these 3 have grade greater than 70, and they are the ones who has passed the exam. All right, so this is how you can use filter method. It is very handy whenever you want to filter out something from your data set. All right, now let's convert these 2 examples into arrow function. Okay, so if I check this one out, so this is the callback function that we have written, correct? So in callback function, if you have checked out the last session, we don't need the function keyword, right? So I'll remove the function keyword. The second thing that we have to do is we have to use fat arrow, right? So is equals to, and then this arrow. After this, because arrow function has an implicit return, so we don't need to use the return keyword. Okay, and also this is a single statement, right, that we have, so we don't need this curly bracket as well. So I'll remove this, and I'll also remove this return statement, and I'll just keep it here. All right, and we don't need this as well, and also because there is only one parameter, so we don't need this parenthesis as well. All right, and then I'll just save this, and you see I'm still getting the result, right? So this was even easier with basically you reduce the lines of code, right, with arrow function. So similarly we can do that here as well, right? So we'll have to remove the function keyword, and because there is only one parameter, so I can remove this parenthesis as well, and then I'll use the fat arrow, and then because there is only one statement, I will remove this, and as because there is implicit return, I don't need to use this as well. All right, and then in that case you also have to remove the semicolon, and if I save this, if you see, I still get the result. Okay, so that's all I had for filter method, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand what is reduce method in JavaScript. So we use reduce method whenever we want to combine all the elements of a data set into a single value based on some specified logic. Alright, so the reduce method applies a function to an array to reduce it to a single value. It iterates over the array, combining elements based on a specified logic. The result can be a sum, product, concatenation, or any derived value. Alright, so for example, if you have an array and you want to reduce this array's elements values into a single value, now your logic could be anything, right? That based on which logic you want to reduce the values into a single value. So that logic you are going to mention inside your callback function, but then the whole funda is that this method is going to give you one single value, and that depending on the data set, right? So if it, let's say if it is a number, then it is going to give you one single value in return based on the logic that you have applied. And let's say if it is an object, right, then it is going to give you one data set back based on the logic that you have written. So let's understand this by taking an example. All right, so this is the array that I have, and I will first write a logic to reduce the values of this array into a single value by applying summation. So I just want to do a total of all these values. So the syntax goes like this. I'll just need to first mention the array. So array dot reduce, and then inside this, if you see here, right, it takes two parameters. So first one will be callback function. So let's just write the callback function first. And if you remember in the callback function, the way we saw in the filter method, right? Similarly here, we have to first, of course, take the element holder, right, which is going to hold the value. And here we need to mention one more parameter. Okay, so the accumulator, right? So when you are reducing all the elements values into a single value, so we also need to keep one container where it will keep that value, the accumulated value, right? So for that, here you can give any name, right? But here I'm giving it as total. So, and then inside this we will write the logic. So I'll just write return and then total plus element. So basically I'm saying that in this accumulator initially, and if you see the second parameter, right, it takes the initial value. So the second parameter will go here. So comma and then 0. So basically I'm saying here by defining this that assign 0 to the total initially. So total is equals to 0. So total will have initial value as 0. And then this function is going to run on each and every element of the array, right? That is what it says. It iterates over the array. All right. So if we try run this, so first it will take the value, first value, which is 10. So here it will take 10, and the total initial value of the total is 0. So here 0 plus 10 will be 10, right? And then this is going to run for 20. So now the previous value for total was 10. So 20 plus 10, it will be 30. And then again it will run for 5, right? So that is how it is going to summate all the values. So just remember these 2 points, that inside the callback function, you need to give two parameters. So along with the element parameter, right, which is going to hold all your element values, you also need to give an accumulator placeholder, which is going to hold the accumulated values. And this accumulated value could be here you can give any name, right? But here your logic could be anything. Here I'm just doing the summation, but depending on whatever condition you're writing, it could be anything else as well. But the whole funda is that this is the accumulator which is going to keep the value based on the condition or whatever logic you are writing here. All right, and then after that you also of course need to give the initial value. So this is important, right? Because here, for example, let's say if I give the value as, so let me just call this. Okay, let me just log this and show you the result here. So I'll just take a variable const some value, and is equals to this, and let me just log this here, log and then some value. And if I save this, you see the total is 35, right? But here, let's say if I give the initial value for the total, let's say 5. Okay, so the initial value itself I have given 5, right? So it is going to add all the numbers based on this logic, but then it started the total as 5. So now this time if I save and run this, it should show me 40, right? So if I save this, you see here, right? So just remember the syntax and remember that it will take two parameters, right? So this is example one. Let's take another example. This time we are not going to do any mathematical operations, but we'll do something else. So for example two, I'll take an object data set. Okay, so I have this object data set. Now, before I start writing the function, I want to show you what is the output that I want to see. So this is the output that I want to see. I want to see the reduced values which will show me the data by grouping the age. Okay, so group by age basically. So this is the output that I want. Okay, so here if you see, we have three records here, right? And two of them has the age as 25. So that is how I am grouping it by age. All right, so if I want to write a logic to get this output using the reduce method, so how will I do it? Okay, so let's just start writing that. So first I'll take the data set, so people dot reduce. Okay, and then we have to write a callback function, correct? So I'll mention a function, and then inside this we have to give two parameters, correct? So in the previous example, if you see the total, the result of the total, we knew that it is going to be a number, right? A single number. So we just defined it as total, right? So similarly, we also have to give an accumulator here, but keep in mind that this accumulator is going to return you an object, right? So here, let me just first write something here. Let's say accumulator, and then I'll take element, and then inside this, let's change this to person, okay, just for the convenience. So here I'll first, so idea is to give the age as the key and these things in values. Okay, so here first what I'll do is ACC, because I know that ACC is going to be an object. Okay, so ACC age person dot age. Okay, and here I'll give something like this. I'll assign this value, and then so in the first iteration when it runs for the first data set, so it is going to check if the key already exists, as in if the age already exists into this accumulator. Okay, so and what is this accumulator? This is an object type, right? Because this is the output we are expecting. And here also in the initial value we will give something like this, because this will be the output, right? This should be able to hold the output, and which should be an object, right? So empty object. So basically initially this ACC will be an empty object. So here we are just checking by writing this. I am just checking that if it is empty, then assign the person's age as the key. Okay, so the age will go in the key, and initially the key will be there'll be no key inside this, right? So in the first iteration it will assign the age as the key 25. Okay, and then after that I have to push the name also, right, as the value. So here ACC person dot age, and here I'll use the push method, push person dot name. So in the first iteration it will create the key as 25, and it will also push the name value inside this. Okay, and then in the second iteration it will check if the key already exists, right? Again it will do the same thing, and it will not find the key because the key inside ACC we don't have any key as 30 by now, right, after first iteration. So it is going to assign the this particular key to the next value. Okay, and then it will push the name as well, and then when it is going to run for the third data set, then it will find the key here, correct? It will find the key and it will not assign it as empty. It will not recreate a new one. Okay, so it is going to, because the key is already existing, it will just execute this line, and it will push the name into the values. All right, so now if I receive this, let's say const and then reduced result, and let us just log this. We'll take reduced result, and if I save this, we have to return as well, right? So return what? ACC, and then let's just save it again, and you see here we should be getting the expected output. So you see under 25, so group by age, right? So for 25 there are two records, for 25 there are two records, right? So if I open this, Alice and Charlie, so I'm getting Alice and Charlie for 25, and then I'm getting Bob for 30. All right, so any sort of logic that you want to apply, you can apply using the reduce method, and your derived result can be accumulated in the accumulator that you'll have. All right, so let's take one more example and we'll count the occurrences. Okay, so here I have an array. All right, and then let me just remove few things from here. Okay, so I want to count that if, for example, for all the fruits, how many occurrences are there. So for example, for apple it should show me two occurrences, for banana it should show me two occurrences, for orange it should show me one occurrence. All right, so let's apply the reduce method here. So fruits dot reduce, and then we'll write the callback function. So function, and then we'll pass two parameters. One is accumulator, okay, accumulator, and then here we'll take something for the element. Here let's just write fruit instead. Okay, fruit, and then we will pass the fruit name in the as the key of the accumulator. Okay, and again accumulator is going to be in the form of the object. Okay, so here I'll take this because it is going to return me a data set, right? For example, key value, key value. So key, for example, if the key is going to be apple, then for apple it is going to return me the value as 2. So apple would be the key and the number of occurrences would be the value. And similarly for banana, banana is going to be key and the number of occurrences is going to be the value, right? So that is why I'm taking the type here as the object. All right, so here we will take the fruit name as the key. All right, so accumulator, and then key would be what? Fruit. And here we'll first check if the key already exists in the accumulator. Okay, if not, we are going to give default value, and then so this is going to be the initial value. Okay, and then after that we are just going to do +1. So every time it will encounter this key, it is just going to do +1. All right, and then we are going to return the accumulator. Let's just save this, and then let's receive this as well. So const occurrences is equals to, and then I'll just print this and we'll just save this. Okay, so here if you see, if I open this, so apple, there are 2 occurrences for the apple and then 2 occurrences for the banana and 1 is for orange, right? So basically the whole thing is that whatever you're writing here, right, whatever logic you're writing inside your callback function, it is supposed to be reducing, like your idea should be to reduce the data set into a single value. Okay, so here for example, do not get confused that okay there are multiple values. No, but the data set is, this is one record, right? If you see the total here, right, and I mean the initial thing that we had assigned. So if let's say if it would have been a number, then like after reducing it would have reduced to a single number, right? For example, the way we saw here. But in like when we are dealing with objects, then of course like one single record, you can say that, you have to say that it's a single reduced value, right? So honestly these are pretty straightforward examples, but I think you should practice more. So for example, you can like take a data set of, let's say, a string, and then you can try counting the number of occurrences of each letters, right? Something like just take a string value right here, and then maybe try to, for example, if I take this, so const strval, and let's say if I type in JavaScript, right, and then like something I add here something just to make it a bit larger. Okay, so here for example, if I want to count the number of occurrences for alphabet A, or if I want to count the number of occurrences of S, right? So just practice examples like these, right, and then you will get a much better idea of like how to use this. At least if you have understood the concept, I think you should be able to like do other similar examples as well. Okay, so for now that's it in reduce method, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to the session. So let's understand what are spread operators in JavaScript. So spread operator basically helps in unpacking the elements. So if you have an array or string, you can expand and then take out all the elements out by using spread operator. Okay, so let's understand this with an example. So let's say if I have an array, const colors, and here I'll take few values, let's say this, and then what happens if I log this array now? If I save this, you see we have the values, but it shows in the form of array. But if I need to take out all the elements outside, then what I can do is I will just, and the spread operator is represented by 3 dots. Okay, so if I just put 3 dots here, let's see what happens. Okay, 3 dots, and if I save this, you see all the values came out of the array, right? So that is how you can use spread operator. Now let's say if I have another array for numbers this time. Okay, so nums, and here I'll take few numbers. So let's say 2, 5, 6, 8, and then 9. Now let's say if I log these numbers, of course I'll see an array, right? And similarly, if I put 3 dots, I see all the numbers outside the array, right? Basically this is like unboxing, right? So like it takes all the elements out. So similarly, let's say if I for example, let's say if I want to find out the maximum number in this array, so what will I do? I'll take const max number, and then here I can use the maximum function, max function of math class. Okay, so max, and here if I pass nums, what will happen? It is not going to give us anything actually, right? Because we cannot directly pass an array here. So let me remove this first, and let's see if it shows any errors. So if I do this, okay, there are no errors, but it is also not giving us any result for sure, because if I log this, so max number, and if I save this, just, no, it says, right, not a number, because this function is not able to take an array, like, altogether. So what we can do is we can give it values by unpacking the array, right? So we will just use three dot operators here, and if I now, it is not getting an array but rather all the individual values, as in unpacked elements, right? So now it should be able to give us some result. Okay, so here if you see, we got the maximum value, right? And similarly, if you want to do the same for the minimum value, minval, and then here math dot min, and here also you need to unpack the array and then give it to this method. Okay, so nums, and then here let's just print this. So see, we got the minimum value. And this spread operator, you can also use this to combine two different arrays. Okay, so let's say if I have another array, so I'll give it as numbers1, and then I'll take another array and I'll take it as numbers2, and let's just give different numbers. So let's say 10, 20, and 30. So if I want to combine two arrays, what I can do is I'll just take another variable. Basically, we can create a shallow copy. Okay, so that means that it is going to create a new array but with combined values. Okay, so const, and I'll say combined array, and here how you can combine is, first of all, you need to use square brackets, and inside this you need to put three dots. Okay, and then pass the first array, and then comma, then put three dots as in the spread operator, and then second array. Okay, and this should be enough to combine both the array values. Now if I print the combined array, so let's just log this combined array, and let's see. So see, it has all the values now from array 1 and then from array 2, right? 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, and then also 10, 20, 30. And here, you know what, even if you want to add additional values, you can do that as well, right? So if I want to pass, let's say 21, 24, something like that, if I save this, you should be able to see those additional values as well, right? So this is how you can use the spread operator to combine the values, add additional values, or like, basically to unpack the elements. All right, so wherever you feel the need of unpacking the elements, you can use the spread operator. So that's all in spread operators, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand what is synchronous code and what is asynchronous code. So synchronous code is something wherein operations are performed one after another in sequence. That means each line of code waits for the previous one to finish before moving on to the next one. But in asynchronous code, what happens is that it allows multiple tasks to run concurrently, okay, independently of each other. So that means it doesn't block the execution flow. So for example, let's say if we have four tasks, these four lines of code. So normally in synchronous manner, these four lines of code will get executed one by one. But let's say if there is any task which is taking more time. So for example, let's say task 2, let's say it takes more than usual time to get executed. So in that case, what will happen if your code is a synchronous code, then the execution flow will be blocked here itself, right? So basically task 3 and 4 will not get executed until and unless task 2 is completed. All right, but if your code is an asynchronous code, it won't wait for the task 2 to get completed. It will complete task 1 and then it will start the execution for task 3 and task 4, and then we'll get the result for task 2 whenever it gets completed. All right, so in JavaScript, because JavaScript is a single threaded language, so the code, the sequence, right, the sequence in which the execution happens is also one by one itself, right? So every line of code waits for the previous one to finish before moving on to the next one. So for example, let me go to JavaScript and run this piece of code. So I'll go to JavaScript. If I save it, so you see here all the tasks are executed in sequence, task 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Now let's say, as I said, right, let's say if task 2 is taking more time to get executed, then what will happen? So there's a method, okay, there's a method using which we can set a timer here. So there's an asynchronous method which is set timeout. So here we'll write a callback function, okay, and here we are just going to give a time. So let's say 3000 milliseconds, that means 3 seconds, and I'm going to put task 2 inside this. So basically task 2 is going to take 3 seconds, and then I will just pick this code and keep it here. So here task 1 will get executed, but then task 2 is going to take at least 3 seconds, and then we have task 3 and 4. So let's see what happens. Okay, if I save this, you see task 1 got executed, task 3 and 4 got executed, but then task 2 took at least 3 seconds to get executed. But if you would have observed, it did not block the execution flow, right? So 1 got executed, but then it was not waiting till the task 2 was completed, right? So it executed line 1, then 3 and 4, and then we got the result for task 2 whenever it got completed. And it is running this way because this set timeout method that we have written is an asynchronous method. Okay, so let me take another example here. So let's say if I have 4 tasks, log, and then task 1, let's say I have order food, but here there could be different situations situations, right? So let's say if you don't want task 3 to get executed until unless task 2 is completed. Okay, so let's say if you have a dependency between task 2 and 3. So although you are handling the code asynchronously, but then you know that okay, there's a dependency of task 2 on task 3, so you don't want task 3 to run before task 2 is completed. All right, so what will you do in such situation? So to understand that, let's take another example, okay, so that it will be more clear to you. So I'll take 4 tasks here. So log, and here I'll take task 1 as order food, and then I'll take task 2, call a friend, and then I'll take task 3, watch TV, okay, and then I'll take task 4 as eat. Now here if you see the sequence, all the 4 tasks are getting executed one by one in sequential manner, right? So there are few things over here. So for example, now this line of code, right, ordering food, right? So food will take some time to arrive. Just imagine this particular task. For example, let's say if you are calling some external API, right, if you are fetching data from some external system, and then of course it will take some time, right? So similarly here also, let's say the task that we have defined, this is going to take some time, so we know that for sure. But then just because this is going to take some time, we don't want to block the execution flow for 2, 3 and 4. Okay, so here we are going to use the set timeout method. So to write the set timeout method, set timeout, and then here we are going to write a callback function. So we'll use parenthesis and then we'll use fat arrow, and inside this we have to first pass a time. So let's say I'm going to give 5 seconds, that is 5000 milliseconds. All right, and then inside this I'll put my task 1. So what will happen now? So if I save this, you see task 2, 3, 4 got executed, and then task 1 got executed after 5 seconds, right? So here if you observe, calling a friend was not dependent on anything else, right? So it is okay that this got executed in this sequence. Watching TV was also independent, so this is fine. But if you see task 4 and 1, this looks a bit not correct, right? So for example, the food should arrive first and then only you should be able to eat, right? So exactly for this kind of situation, we have certain JavaScript asynchronous methods which we can use to kind of order these sort of situations, right? So here what do I want now? I want that this particular task, so for example this particular task 4 should get executed only after task 1's completion. All right, so for that these three are, we can use either callbacks, promises or async await. So we are going to, as I said, we are going to see separately all these three methods, but right now let's just take a very simple example of callback. All right, so I'll go here, and for callback, first of all I'll create two functions, okay, and I'm going to separate out the both the things that I want separately. Okay, so function 1, and in function 1 I'm going to keep my task 1, and then in function 2 I'll keep rest of the task. Okay, so I'll this, and then let's just save this. So here I just want to make sure that function 2 should execute after the completion of function 1, right? Because eating comes under function 2. So I want to make sure that the food task has already been completed, then only this should get executed. All right, so for this now we are going to use callback function. So this is how you use a callback function. Okay, so you will call function 2 inside function 1. So we are going to call something like this. So callback means, so function 1 and then function 2. Okay, so this means that call function 2 only after the completion of function 1. That means we are calling one function into another function. Okay, and this is exactly what we call as callback. So now in function 1 you are passing function 2 as parameter, right? So passing function inside function, and this is called callback. So inside your function 1, let's just pass a parameter and let's give it a name as callback. All right, but after this you also have to invoke the callback here, right? So here I will write something like this, callback. Don't worry if you're not understanding this I'm like, we'll study this in detail. For now just try to understand what you're like, just try to grasp the concept, and that's it. So if I save this, and then if I save this file, so here now if you see, the function 1 is getting executed first, so that is why it is taking 5 seconds, and then after function 1 got executed, then only function 2 got executed, right? So now the order looks fine, like the sequence looks fine now. All right, so just remember the key points, as in like, what is synchronous code and what is asynchronous code, and also remember that JavaScript is a single threaded language. That means every task gets executed one by one in sequence, but then there are few methods using which we can handle asynchronous code or asynchronous code situations in JavaScript, and these are the ways by using which we can handle asynchronous code in JavaScript. All right, so that's it for now, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand what is a callback function in JavaScript. Okay, so a callback function is a function function wherein you see a function being called as an argument into another function. All right. So let's understand this by taking an example. So here I have two functions. One is fetch data and another one is handle data. Now imagine that the fetch data function is actually calling an external API. So basically it is fetching the data from some external source, right? And because it is fetching data from some external source, this might take some time. But then in your handle data function, you are doing some sort of manipulation or you're doing some sort of logic on the data that is being received in your fetch data method. So by this, what do we understand? We understand that handle data is totally dependent on the fetch data function. Okay, so we want to say something like this, that call handle data only when fetch data has been completed, has been totally executed. All right. So here if you see, I am passing one function as an argument into another function. So this is exactly what a callback is. Okay, so it is making sure that your function, whatever has been passed as an argument, it only runs after your another function, right, wherein you are calling this function as an argument, that execution has completed. And mostly you will do this when you have any function that is actually taking some amount of time to perform a certain operation, right? Now that can be anything, that can be calling an external API, or maybe like you're just waiting for data to load, or you're performing some background work, or maybe like it could be just reading files, or the example that I just gave, right, fetching data from an API, or it could be any other form of user input. Basically wherever there is a waiting which can take some time for your function to return value, so in that sort of situation you can write a callback function. All right, I'll create two functions here. I'll create a function as hi, and here I will log a value, and then let's create another function and give it the name as by, and here it will just say by. Now let's call both of these functions. So I'll call this one and then I'll call this one. Okay, and I'll save this. So if you see, it is getting executed in sequence, right? Hi and by. So now here, as I said, right, let's just imagine that this function is going to take some time in order to get executed. Okay, so let's just put a timeout over here. So under this, I'll just use this function set timeout. Here we are just going to use the arrow function, and then inside this I will move my statement inside the set timeout, and here we'll give it some time. Let's say 3000 milliseconds. That means 3 seconds. So what will happen if I run this now? So here if you see the output, before I'm like running it without set timeout, if I save this now, you see by got executed first, and then because we already knew that this is going to take some time, so it got executed later on, right? But as we are discussing, right, let's say if I already know that this should get executed first and then only the second one should get executed, so what can we do in such situation? So first of all, here let's just remove this. So what I want to say is, I want to say that hi should get executed first and then only by should get executed, right? So basically I am passing one function as an argument to another function, right? This is what exactly the callback is. Okay, now here in the hi function you need to pass this parameter. Okay, I'll name it as callback, and whatever parameter you're passing, you also need to invoke it. All right, so here I need to invoke this as well, because this parameter is nothing but a function, right? So, and one more thing, right, do not pass the function with parenthesis. You have to pass it as an argument. Okay, so you don't need to pass it as parenthesis, you just need to pass the function name here, and then in your function, in your first function, right, where you want to pass the second function as callback, you need to accept a parameter, and what will be this parameter? This parameter is nothing but is going to be a function, right? So you need to also invoke that function. So that is why we are invoking it here. Now if I run this, let's see what happens. So if you see, it is waiting for 3 seconds, and then hi got executed. Once hi was completed, then only function by got executed. All right, and here if you want to pass additional parameters, you can do that as well. So for example, let's say if along with this I have two other parameters, let's say a and b, and here instead of logging hi, right, I'll just take another variable, let result is equals to a plus b. Let's say I want to pass this result into this callback function, that means function 2, right, result. So now function 2 is receiving a value result, so that is why we have to pass the parameter here, and then here we can just log the value. Okay, so result, and then here we can log this value. So I'll save this, and here now we need to pass these two additional parameters, right? So here after function by, I will pass two parameters, 2 and 3, and if I save this, you see I got the result as 5. Let's take one more example. So I'll create a function and I'll name it as fetch data. Here I'm just going to give some mock data and show it to you. Okay, so here I'm going to log a value, and then I'll say fetching data from server, fetching data from server, and then I'll give some waiting time, and I'll use set timeout, and inside set timeout let me just give it some time, let's say 3000 milliseconds, and inside this I'm going to set some mock data, okay, because I'm not using any API right now. So that is why I'm going to give some mock data. So let data is equals to, and here let's just create some, just hard code some data values, okay. So here I'll give the name as, let's say, Alice, and then age as 25. All right, so this is my function. Now let's go ahead and create another function. I'll create another function as use data. So I want to use data, so that is why I'm going to pass a parameter, because I'm expecting to receive some data in this function, okay. So here I'm only going to log the values, okay, and I'll just type in here data received, and here I'll just log the data. So here I want to call something like this, right? So fetch data, and then fetch use data should only get called after fetch data is complete. So I want to do something like this, correct? So I'm basically going to use a callback, and for this I need to pass a parameter here, right? You can name it anything, okay, and then I have to invoke this as well. So I'm going to invoke this here, and I'll give callback, and inside this callback I am going to pass this data, and then that's it. If I save and run this now, see, fetching data from server, it took time to get this executed first, and then only it executed the second one, data received, right? So this is how you can use callback function, okay. So whenever you are working on something, you need to figure out what is the process, right? What is the asynchronous process in your requirement, which is going to take some time, and if there is some sort of dependency, then you need to use callback function so that you can maintain the sequencing, right? I hope you got the idea about callback functions, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand what is callback hell in JavaScript. All right, so a callback hell occurs when you have multiple asynchronous operations that depend on each other, leading to deeply nested callbacks. All right, so let's understand this by taking an example. So I'll go to my script file and I'll create 4 functions. All right, so function 1, here I'll give a message as task 1 done. Now let's copy this and create 3 more. Function 2 and task 2, function 3, task 3, and function 4 and task 4. Now I'll call all these 4 functions. Okay, so here function 1, function 2, and then function 3 and function 4. All right, so right now none of these functions is a synchronous process, right? Because everything is straightforward, right? There's no delay in any function. So everything, like, the way I've called it, it is exactly getting executed the same way. Now let's say that if these functions are asynchronous processes, right? So in order to convert these functions to asynchronous processes, we can make use of set timeout. So I'll go ahead and use set timeout for all of these. Set timeout, and here we'll take this. Similarly, we'll also apply set timeout here. Let me just copy this and I will paste it here, then here as well, and this would be task 3, and I will paste the same thing here as well, which would be task 4. All right, now all of these functions, right, function 1, 2, 3, 4, all of them are asynchronous functions, right? And let's just set some timeout value. So let's say if this one takes, for example, 2000 milliseconds to run, right, and this one takes, let's say, 1000 milliseconds, that means 1 second. This is taking 2 seconds, this is taking 1 second, and let's say this one is taking 3000 milliseconds, okay, and this one is taking, let's say, 2500 milliseconds. Now if I run this, right, what will happen? Depending on, like, how much time every function is taking, that is how the sequence of execution would become. Okay, so let me save this and let's see which is getting executed how. So here, if you see, task 2 got executed first because this had the shortest time of execution, then task 1 got executed, then 4 got executed, and then 3 got executed. All right, so here if you see, right, now because all of these were asynchronous processes, they got completed whenever, like, they could get completed, right? But so here, for example, if every task is dependent on each other, right, so no matter if these are asynchronous, I still want them to run in sequence, right, because I have a dependency. So let's assume that we have a dependency, so task 1 has to get completed first, and then task 2, then task 3, and then task 4. All right, so for that, what can we do? We have to use callback. And how do we use callback? For that, we have to pass a parameter callback, and then we also have to invoke the callback, right? So we'll use this, and then same we are going to do with other functions as well, and even with the third one, and then here as well. All right, now let's change this as well. So function 1 will, now we would have to write a arrow function here, and then inside that arrow function we have to invoke the next function, which is function 2. So function 2, and then inside function 2 we would have to invoke function 3. Okay, so here function 3, and then inside function 3 we would have to invoke function 4, and then in function 4 let's just give some sort of message, function 4, and then here we will log this, and here I'm just going to type all tasks done. And if I save this now, you'll see everything will get executed in sequence. So task 1, 2, then task 3, and then task 4, and finally we'll see this statement, right? So you see we had 4 functions and all of them were asynchronous, right? So all of them were taking their own time to get executed, right? But we still wanted, although they were asynchronous, we still wanted them to get executed in this particular sequence itself, because we have a dependency, right? We assumed that there's a dependency because we had to check out the scenario, of course, right? So to do that we used callback, and then if you see here now what is happening, right? So everything is working out, but then what is happening here, if you see this nested callback doesn't look that great, right? This is a very small example, that is why it is still looking okay, but then if you're working on real projects, then you might end up to a situation wherein the code will be not that readable, right? So in order to avoid, and this is what we call callback hell, by the way, okay? And to avoid these kind of situations, we use promises or async await, which we will be seeing in the next sessions. But this is what, right? The nesting of callbacks is actually called callback hell. All right. Now let's take one more example. So let's say I have these steps, okay? So prep appetizer, and then I have second step, prep main dish, and then I have third step, prep dessert. And I want all these 3 tasks to be done sequentially, okay? Now if you observe this, I want all these tasks to be done in a sequential manner, all right? And also every task individually does not have a specific time, okay? So for example, in preparing appetizer, we cannot directly, like, we cannot give a very specific time that okay, this is only gonna take this much of time. Or when we are preparing main dish, we cannot give a very specific time, and when we are preparing dessert, we cannot give a specific time, right? So all we know that right now, according to our requirement, that all these 3 has to be done sequentially, but they can take different times while getting done. All right, so let's just write functions for this. So I'll write a function, and then here I'll give the function name as prep appetizer, and here we'll log the value as, and let's add some delay, okay? So I'm just going to use set timeout here itself, and set timeout method takes 2 parameters, okay? The first one is this callback function that we are writing here. So here I will just log appetizer is ready, okay? And here I will give some time, let's say 3000 milliseconds. All right, and then let's write another function. I'll just copy this one and write the other one. So let's say prep main dish, and I'll just type in here main dish is ready. All right, and this one I'll give a different timing, okay? Let's say 3500 milliseconds, and then let's write the third function as well, which is prepping dessert, and we'll give a different time to this one. So let's say 1500, okay? And I'm going to save this, but now let's just call all these 3 functions. All right, so if I call this, let's say prep appetizer and then prep main dish, this is how I want the sequence to be, right? But then let's see what happens, prep dessert, okay? And if I save this, so see, dessert got ready first, then appetizer and main dish, but this is not how I wanted it, right? I wanted it in this sequence, right? Appetizer, main dish, and then dessert, right? So because these 3 functions, right, these 3 tasks are taking their own individual timings, that is why they are just getting executed randomly, correct? So now we have to make use of callback. So for that, what do? We will pass a parameter, callback parameter, and then we have to invoke this as well, right? And we'll do the same for the next function as well, and then we will invoke it, and then we have to do the same here as well. So this, and then here. Now here inside the prep appetizer, I want to call prep main dish, okay? So here I will write an arrow function, okay? And inside this arrow function, I am going to call this function, okay? So this function, and here inside this function, I will call the next function, okay? So here prep dessert, and inside this, we will just log a method, all tasks done. And this was supposed to be an arrow, right? So now this is okay. Let's just run this. So now everything will be in sequence the way we wanted it. Now it should be main dish, and then it should be dessert, right? So now we know, right, that callback does make it easy, like, does make things like asynchronous process to run sequentially the way we want it. But the problem is with the callback hill, right? Because if there are multiple processes which are asynchronous, in those cases, if you are trying to use callback in all of them, then you will end up with callback hell. All right, so we will in the next session we will check out about, like, how we can handle such situation with promises and await async. Alright, so that's it for now, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand what are promises in JavaScript. So promise is an object that manages JavaScript asynchronous operations. Alright, so if you checked out the last session about callback hell, so promises helps us in resolving callback hell situation. Alright, so in this object, whenever you are using promise in asynchronous operations, you need to follow the syntax, right? So that's point number one. Point number two is that it always returns either resolved or rejected, otherwise it will be in pending state. So it is just like a real life promise, right? So it will either have a success or a failure, otherwise it would be in pending state, right? So this is the example that we are going to take. So there are three steps. So we will write three functions and we want to execute everything in this order itself. Okay, so let's just go ahead and understand this with the help of a function. So I'll go to JavaScript and I'll start writing these three functions. So function one, and I'm going to write these three functions as asynchronous functions. So I'll set the timeout as well. And then inside this, I'll just log order the food, and then let's just copy this and create another function. Function two, eat the food, and here we'll change the time to, let's say, 2500, and then we'll create function three. I'll just give a message here, sleep. And here we'll change the time to, let's say, 3000. And then I will call all these three functions. So function 1, function 2, and then function 3. Now let's see how does it get executed. Order the food, eat the food, and sleep, because the timings that I've given is actually pretty similar. So let's say if I give this one, so let's change the timings. Okay, so I'm going to make this one as 4000, as in 4 seconds. Now I'll run this again. Alright, so here now you see the order of execution, right? Although I have called function 1, function 2, and function 3 in sequence, but the order of execution got changed because these three functions are asynchronous and the time that each of them is taking is different to get executed. All right, now if you now one way to resolve this is by using callback, right? So how do we do that? So let's just quickly have a look at the callback and then we'll switch to promises. Okay, so for callback you need to pass the callback parameter and then you need to invoke the callback function as well. All right, and we'll do the similar thing with function 2 and 3. We'll pass the callback parameter and then we'll invoke the callback function. And then for function 3 as well, we'll do the same. And then while calling inside function 1, we will invoke function 2. So in function 1, we'll invoke function 2. And then inside function 2, we'll invoke function 3. Function 3. And then inside function 3, we'll just give a log statement. All done. Now let's just run this, okay? Now everything should be in sequence. So order the food. Now it should be eat the food and then sleep. So now if you see here, this is a callback hell situation. All right. And to resolve this, we can use promises. Now let's check the syntax for the promise. So it always returns a value resolved or rejected, and this is the syntax. Okay, so I'll just copy the syntax here and I'll go to JavaScript and let's start with function 1. So in function 1, I'll just paste the syntax here, and if you see here, we need to wrap our asynchronous code within this curly brackets. Okay, so here, and what is the asynchronous part of the code? It's this, right? So we'll just move it here. Okay, and this promise is always going to return either resolve or reject. So the message that we are printing, right, because we are not writing any logic, right, we are simply logging a message. So when the return is resolved, we will pass this message. Okay, and similarly here also, let's just do the same. So I'll copy the syntax and I'll go back here. Let me just type the syntax here and then type the syntax here as well. So here I'll take the asynchronous part of the code and then we'll keep it here. And then for the message, we are going to pass that in the resolve. We'll also check out the reject scenario, but right now we are only checking the resolve scenario. And here I'll take the asynchronous part of the code, and then inside here we are just going to pass the synchronous. But also it always returns, right? So you have to write return new promise. Okay, so return new promise, and here also it should be return new promise, and here as well return new promise. All right, and here also it should be resolved. Now because we are using promises, right, we are returning promise, so we don't need to use callback hell. Rather we can use method chaining. Okay, with promises you can always use method chaining, and let's see how do we do that. So first of all, we need to remove callback as well, right, because we are not using callback anymore, we are using promises. So I'll remove this, I'll remove this as well, I'll remove this, and then the invocation as well. So we'll start by invoking function 1. So inside function 1, we have to use dot then because we are using method chaining here. So dot then, and then in function 1, if you see, we are getting a value, right, as I said. So here we are getting resolve, and then with resolve we are receiving a value, so we have to receive that value here. So then and then value, and then let's do something with the value. We are just going to log this value. Okay, so log and then value. All right, and after that we have to invoke function 2, right? So return. All right, and then whatever happens in function 2, right? From the result of function 2, we'll do the same thing. So dot then, and then here, even in function 2, we are getting a value, right? So if you see, we are getting this value with resolve. So let's just receive that value, and then let's do something with the value. And here I will just log the value, and then we have to return function 3. Return function 3, and then here again, because function 3 is also giving us a value, so we'll take the value and we'll log the value. So log and then value, and that's it. We have only 3 functions, right? So after this, let's just add one additional log statement, and we'll just include a message saying all done, and that's it. Now let's just run this and see if everything is getting executed in sequence or not. Order food, eat the food, sleep, all done. Okay, so if you see here, we are doing method chaining, okay, because we are using promises. So the call back hell problem is gone now. Okay, so this is much simpler and it is much more readable than callback hell. All right, so now we have only seen the resolve situation. So what happens in case of the reject, and how are we going to catch the error here? Okay, so let's just check that out as well. So here let's create another variable. Let is kitchen open, and I'll set it as true. Okay, and I'll add a condition. So if is kitchen open, then only I'm going to return resolve, otherwise I'll return reject. So here we have this, and then else we are going to return reject. Okay, whatever we have here, and then in reject also we'll pass a message, couldn't order the food. All right, and then similarly we'll add a condition here as well. So let's say we will create another variable here. We will say const eat food, and here we'll make it as true, and then we'll add a condition. Let's just name it something else, right? Could eat, and I'm setting it to true. So if could eat, under this we'll return resolve, otherwise we are going to return reject. Take this and we'll take it here, and we'll say couldn't eat the food. All right, and similarly we'll add one more condition to the function 3. So for that we'll include another variable. We'll declare a variable here, const could sleep, and I'll set it to true, and here if could sleep, then I'll return resolve, otherwise I will return reject. Here it should be reject. All right, and then here we'll pass a different message, could not sleep. All right, now we have both resolve and reject in all the 3 functions. Okay, and based on a certain condition, we are returning either resolve or reject. Now in the method chaining, how do we actually handle that, right? So because right now I have set all the conditions to true, so every time it is going to return resolve. But what if I set it to false? That means at that time it will return reject, right? But then we have not handled the reject over here, so let's do that as well. So we'll remove this semicolon from here, and after this we'll use dot catch, and here we'll simply take the error, because we are getting a value, right, in reject as well, one message. So every function is returning a message value, right, in reject. So that's what we are receiving here in error, and then console dot error, or you can also simply write console dot log, and here we are just going to print the error. And we'll do this, and let me save this. So right now it is going to give us all the resolve messages, right? But after this, let's just change, like, few values, and then we'll run it again. So right now it looks all fine, but let's say if I make this one as false, okay, then if this function 2 should return us reject, right, could not sleep. So here if I save this, let's see what happens. It should return us an error, order the food, could not eat the food, right? So see, because here now this didn't return us resolve, because this variable that I've set, right, I've set it to false. That means it is returning reject. So when it is returning reject, and you see one more thing, okay, in method chaining, function 2 is the second function that we are calling, and because function 2 returned us reject, it did not proceed with function 3, right? So it just broke from there. All right, and then it went to the catch block and then showed us the error. So that's it. That's how you write promises in JavaScript. Okay, so you just need to remember the key points. The first thing is, of course, the syntax, right? So it is, first of all, it is an object which always return resolve or reject, okay, based on the condition whatever you would have written, and then inside the curly brackets you have to write your asynchronous code. All right, and this is always going to return, so return new promise. That's how you have to use it. All right, and I think that's it, right? So every time you are in any sort of situation where you see callback hell, I think you should rather go for promises. Okay, but then here also, right, because in promises we are doing method chaining, so what happens if this becomes way too long, right? There could be multiple asynchronous options, right? So we cannot just keep on doing this as well, right? So for that we use await async. Okay, so in the next session we'll see that how we can avoid multiple method chaining situation by using async await. But for promises, that's it for now, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to the session. So let's understand what is async await in JavaScript. So till now we have seen that using callbacks and promises we can handle asynchronous operations in JavaScript. But then with callbacks we had a situation of callback hell, and in order to avoid that we were using promises. But then in promises we end up having something like this method chaining, right? And this compromises the code readability. So this is a shorter program, but then let's say if you have a lot of asynchronous operations, that time it will become very complicated and it will become a bit difficult to read the code. All right, so for that we have something called async await. So let's see what it does and how do we implement asynchronous operations using async await. So async await, what it does is that these are two different keywords and we always implement async await together, right? So these two keywords are supposed to be used together. You cannot use async and not use await, and similarly you cannot use await without async. Okay, so these two go together. Now let's understand what these are. So async, it makes a function return a promise. It makes asynchronous code look and behave like synchronous, right? So what we were doing with callbacks and promises, we were calling the function with callbacks and promises the way we wanted them to get executed. We were deciding, right, okay, this function should get invoked first, after this which one should get invoked, right? So that is how we were handling them in callback hell and then in method chaining. But in async await, what you can do is you can call your function in a linear way, in a synchronous way, right? So when you write a synchronous code, you simply just call the function in the order you want them to get executed without worrying about, okay, which one is taking how much time, right? So in async await as well, you can just define your asynchronous operation functions, whatever you have, and then you can call them one by one, just like you call your functions in a synchronous code, right? In a linear way. And then await keyword, right? This makes an async function to wait for a promise. So await keyword is used inside the async function and it tells JavaScript to wait for the promise to resolve before moving on to the next line of code. So let's just do one thing. Let's do this with an example and then understand this. So I'll go back to the code where I have implemented promises and then we'll convert that to async await. So if we go back to this code, right? So I have three functions and if I show you, so I have function 1, function 2 and function 3, and these are three tasks that I wanted to be executed exactly in this manner, right? And if you see, I'm using promises in all these. I'm returning a promise object, right, in all the three functions, and you can also see that I have a specific time for the execution of these three functions. So these three are asynchronous operations, right? So here if you see in the method chaining, we had to do something like this, right? But as I said that in async await you don't have to use the method chaining. You can call your function in the linear way. So that is what we are going to do. So in async await we don't need this. Okay, so I'll remove this. Now if I go back to this deck, here it says that we have to use these two keywords, okay, async and await. So here we will create a new function. Okay, so with this keyword async keyword, okay, so async and then all tasks done, something like that. We have to create a new function, and here inside this I'm going to call one by one all the functions in the linear way. The way I think it should get executed, I'm going to call it exactly the same way. Okay, so I'll declare a variable const and then let's say order food. I'll just give it a name, and here I'm going to call function 1 because I want that function 1 should get executed first. Let's say if I had a situation where I would have wanted that, okay, function 2 should get executed first, so I would have just written it in that manner itself. But here I want function 1 to get executed first. All right, so here I will invoke function 1. So function 1, and before this invocation I'm going to use this keyword await. Okay, so this is giving error because we also have to use function keyword. All right, okay, so here await is making sure that before your execution goes to the next line, it will make sure that the promise gets resolved for function 1. Okay, and until and unless the function 1 promise is not resolved, it will pause the execution. Okay, so that is how it is making sure that everything is running sequentially. So here and in function 1, I think I have a value in the resolve. So in resolve I'm getting a value, right? So let's just print the output of function 1 here. So we will log the value and order food, right? So after this I want function 2 to get executed. So I am going to write the next line, and here eat the food, and here again I am going to use await keyword and then I will invoke function 2, and then after this I will, here also I'm getting a value, right? So I'm going to just log the value, and then similarly I will call the last one. I'll give it a name and then await and then function 2 3, and then I'll receive the value and log it, and then finally we will just log a final statement, all done, right? So here if you see, it is much better than the method chaining, right? Than using the then and catch. So here, if I now run this program, let's see what happens. So this will get, we have to call this function as well, right? Otherwise it won't get executed. So we'll call this function here, and now let's run this and let's save, and then it should start getting executed. So order the food, everything will get executed in sequence. Okay, eat the food, sleep, and all done, right? So this is how we write async await functions. Okay, you have to use async keyword, and then when you are sequencing, like when you are calling the function, you have to use await keyword, so that this will make sure that the promise for this function, like whatever you are invoking, gets resolved before the execution goes to the next one. All right, that is how it is maintaining the linearity over here. All right, so now in all of these functions we are only getting the resolve, right? But let's say, what if I make any of these conditions as false, right? So in that case we will receive reject. So how are we going to handle that? So we can write this code in try catch block for that. Okay, so try, and then we'll move this code in try block, and then in catch we will just console the error. And then let me save this, and then but we have to make one of them as false, right? Then only we'll get that reject result. So let's say I'm just going to make this one as false. So in this case, in function to invocation, right, I'm not going to get resolve, but I should rather get reject. Okay, could not sleep, I should be getting this one, and then everything else, yeah, couldn't eat the food, right? But it's not printing the error message, so let's put an error message here, right? For that we can do two things, right? We can just console the error. So there's something called console.error, so we can use that. And if I run this now, let's see what happens. So see, now it is showing the error, right? Exactly, couldn't eat the food. So it stopped at the invocation of function 2, because in function 2, rather than resolve, it received reject, right? So it just halted over there. Now let's take one more example and see this. Okay, so I'll create a function to fetch data, and here I'm going to return new promise, and this has two parameters, resolve or reject. And here let's set a timeout. I'll write a function here for fetch data, and inside this will return new promise, and promise has to like resolve and reject. So resolve and reject, and then inside this we are going to write an asynchronous operation, and here we'll use set timeout, and let's give it a delay of, let's say, 2000 milliseconds, and let's take a variable here. Okay, const success, and here I'll just make it as true for now, and if success, then return resolve. Okay, so resolve, and here we'll pass a message, we have the data. Then in else part we will return reject. So reject, failed to get the data. Okay, so we have this function now, and if I have another function, let's say I have another function which is function use data. Okay, if I have something like this, data received and then data, if I have something like this, and I want to make sure that function 1, this function should get executed first, and then only this should get executed, right? If I want to make sure of that, then how can I do it? Using async await, right? So the first thing that we saw in the previous example, we have to use this keyword, right? Async. All right, and then here what we can do is, let's just remove this first, and we will declare another variable, and also let's just write this in try catch already. Okay, and then here I'll just include catch. So here I'll first declare a variable, fetch data val or something like that, and here I have to use await keyword, right? Await, and then it has to wait for which promise to get resolved, for this function promise to get resolved, right? So this function, and then this, and then because this function will return a value, right, in resolve, so that is what we are going to log. So here fetch data val, and that's it. And we of course have to call this function to get executed. So use data. If I now invoke this function and run this, let's see what happens. Okay, so this should get executed first based on the resolve, because right now I have kept this as true, so it should be returning resolved, right? So let's see what happens. So we have the data, all right, but if I make it as false, then it should return us reject, fail to get the data, right? So this is how you can use async and await, right? So all you have to do is that when you are invoking your function, right, so in that particular function, first of all you have to make use of async keyword, and then you have to, while invoking the other function, whichever you want to chain, you have to use the await keyword. So this is going to just make sure that the promise for this function gets resolved before any next line or any other functions that you're calling here gets executed. Okay, so that's all I had in async and await, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand what is IFI in JavaScript. Okay, so IFI is called immediately invoke function expressions. So this is generally used to prevent global scope pollution. All right, so let me just give you an example of global scope pollution. Okay, so if you see my folder structure here, I have a folder and then I have these three files, right? inside HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. So let's create another script file. A project can have multiple script files, right? So I'm going to create another file here and I'll give it a name as other script.js. Now in this script file, let's declare a variable. So here I'll take const employee and let's assign this employee a value. So let's say name is Emily, and here I'm going to log this value. So employee, and then that's it. Okay, here, and then and also I have to include this file into my HTML file, right? The way I've included this one. So let me copy this and I will paste it, and here the name of the file is other script, right? So other script.js, and I'll save this. So now you see I'm getting the value from the other script file, right? So now let's say if I go back to my other JavaScript file and I define the same variable. So const employee, and here I'll give another name. So let's say Robert, and here if I log the value of employee, then what will happen? Because now I have two different script files, two different script files, but I'm using the same variable name, right? That too in the global declaration. So here you see identifier employee has already been declared, right? So that is the error that you get. So in order to avoid such scenarios, we can use ify. Okay, so what does it basically mean is that when you are creating the function, while creation itself, you will invoke the function, right? So generally, how do we write a function? We write a function completely. Once we finish writing the function, after that we invoke the function, right? But with ify, you are going to invoke the function while creation itself. So you're creating a function and then immediately you are invoking that function. All right, so let's just see that how we can do it. So I'll go to the script file here and so basically let's say this is the syntax. Okay, so here is in this parenthesis I'm going to keep my function ify function. Okay, and then I have to invoke this function immediately. And how do you invoke a function? Like this, correct? Like this. So inside this I have to give the function. So we'll give a function. We don't have to give any function name. So here inside this we can move this code, take this code, and we can move it inside this. And if I save this now, you see both of them work now, right? So from this file it is taking Robert, and from the other file it is taking Emily, right? So what did we do here? We defined the function and here itself we are invoking it, right? But normally we don't do it like this. Like we complete the function and then after that, later point in time we invoke the function, right? But here we are immediately invoking the function here. All right, and also these ify functions will not have a name, because giving a name to the ify function does not make sense, right? So for example, let's say if I give it a name, let's say hello, right? But where am I going to invoke this? Because whatever function I'm writing here, I'm invoking it here itself, right? Then what is I will never come to a situation where I will need to refer to this name, right? Because outside this block I can anyway not use this function, right? Because the scope of this particular function is inside this ify block itself. I mean, this function cannot be accessed outside, right? So if I try to access this, I will not be able to do so, right? See, hello is not defined because the scope of this function is inside this ify block. All right, so there is no point of doing this. And also you are not supposed to invoke it inside this code block, otherwise it will go into recursion, and it also does not make sense in doing that, right? So that is why you will not see an ify function having a name, okay? Because it doesn't make sense. Like you are never going to refer that with an you are never going to call the ify function outside the ify block, right? So that is why it doesn't make sense to have a name for the ify function. Now if you want to declare another function inside ify, then you can do that as well. So let's say for example I can declare another function. So const hello world, for example, and here I will write an arrow function. Okay, so I hope you remember the syntax for the arrow function, and here I'm just only going to log a value and I'll say hello, and then here itself I don't have to invoke this now outside the ify block. If I do this, right, I will get an error. See, not defined. So that is why I have to, if I'm writing any other function inside the ify block, I have to invoke it inside the ify block itself. Now if I save this, you see this got executed, right? Hello here. And also let's say if you want to pass some parameters in the ify block, you can do that as well. So here, let's say, let me write another one. Okay, so I'll write function, and then first of all let's just do it again. Okay, so what is the syntax? So you have to write your function here and then you have to invoke it immediately, right? Now here function and then this, and let me log something here. Okay, log, and here I want to pass a parameter, right? Here I will pass a parameter as name. So here I'll type in hello and then I'll just use the name parameter to display the value. Now where are you invoking this function? Here itself, right? So normally what we do when we are invoking the function, that is when we pass the argument, right? So we have to pass the argument here itself. So if I pass, let's say John, and if I save this, you see this got executed, right? So let me comment this. So here this got executed executed, and this value is coming from the other file, of course, right? So that's all I had for the iffy topic, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome to this session. So let's understand what are closures in JavaScript. All right, so whenever you write function inside function, as in when you write nested functions, that is called a closure, right? So in that case, what happens, the inner function has access to the variable and the scope of the outer function. We also call it lexical scoping. Okay, so the advantage of writing a closure is that it allows private variables and state maintenance. All right, so let's check this out with an example. I'm going to write a function. I'll name it as outer function, and then inside this I will declare a variable, let outer variable, and I'll give it a value as I am outside, and then I'm going to define an inner function, and then inside inner function I'm going to log the value of outer variable. And let's run this and see what happens. Okay, so now if I directly call outer function, will it do anything? It won't do anything right now. So if I save this, you see nothing happens, because inner function has access to the variable of the outer function, but outer function does not expose the inner function. So basically you can say that the outer function does not have access to the inner function. So for that, what do we have to do is we need to call the inner function inside the outer function. So inner function ends here, right? So I'm going to call this out inner function inside the outer function. Okay, now if I save this, I get the value, right? So just keep in mind that this is how I get the value, right? So this is how we form closure. We write an outer function, and then inside that we write an inner function. Now about lexical scoping, what you need to remember is that inner function will have access to the outer function's variable and scoping, but the outer function will not expose inner function, as in it won't have access to the variable of the inner functions. Okay, it won't have access to the inner function at all. So in order to access the inner function, you need to call the inner function in your outer function, and then you can call your outer function normally, and then see the values, like, see the logic whatever is written in the inner function. All right, so this is point one, as in how you can form closure. Now let's see how does it. So this is how, first of all, this is how it helps in keeping the variables private, right? Now let's see how it is helping in maintaining the state. And also, if you want to see that how it is keeping the variables as private, what you can do is you can try updating this variable value here, right? So if I do this, and let's say I update it to some other value, it won't let me do it, right? See, the value of this variable is still this one, right? The one that we had defined. All right, so it doesn't allow this. Now let's see how it is helping to maintain the state. So I'll create another function, and I'll name it as increment, and here I'm going to take a variable for count. We'll initialize it with 0, and then here we are just going to do count plus plus, and then we'll log the value of count. So count, and then let's call this function. So if I call this function, what's gonna happen? The counter variable value will be 1, and if I call this again, the value is still going to be 1, right? So if I keep on calling this, the value is going to be 1 itself, right? But what if I want this? So basically, like, if I'm creating a counter, it's not working as expected, right? I wanted it to increment every time. So for that, what can we do is we can either make it global. So let's say if I make it global, what happens now? See, 1 2 3, everything is coming, right? But of course, right, the moment you're making anything global, that means it can be modified from anywhere, right? So now if somebody comes here and then does something like this, count is equals to some value, right? And if I save this, now you see the value of the count got updated, right? So that is why we don't have to lose the privacy of the variable, right? We still want to keep it private. So let's remove this, and then let's figure out how we can do it with closure. Okay, so I'm going to keep this here itself. So let me comment all of this, and then I'll create another function, and then I'll type in outer increment, and inside this function we are going to form a closure. Okay, so to achieve the state maintenance. Okay, so in outer function I'm going to declare the variable let count is equals to 0, and then I'll create an inner function. So function and inner increment, and inside this I'm going to do count plus plus, and then I'll log the value of count. And then now if I call this function here, of course nothing will happen, because the outer function will not have access to the inner function, right? So we have to call the inner function in the outer function. So here we'll call it, and then now if we see what happens, so see, it's the value is 1, and if I call it again, what will happen? The value will still be 1, right? Because every time you're calling, this particular variable is getting reset, right? It is every time getting reset to 0. So what we can do, we can return here. Okay, so return will return the inner function here. Okay, so let me remove this parenthesis, and then here outside we'll make an instance of, instantiate the outer function. Okay, so I'm going to declare a variable const outer something like that. Okay, outer function, and then here I'm going to instantiate this. So let's just copy this and do this. Now with this variable I can access the inner function, right? So here I'll copy this and then dot inner function. Okay, and now if I let me remove this first. If I save this, we can just call call it like this, right? We don't have to do this. And then let me save this. So see, I get the value as 1. And if I call it again now, what will happen? It is not going to reset, right? So if I call it again, you see the value is 2 because we have already instantiated it once, right? So it is this already got instantiated, right? So every time it is not going to reset the value, right? Here from here, we are just returning this. So if you observe, okay, this is one of the examples of lexical scoping, because if you see here this line, right? In this line itself, the outer function is getting executed, right? Then how come you are able to access the inner function here? Because even though the outer function is getting executed, even after that, the inner function still has the access to the outer function variable and scope as well, right? So this is exactly what happens in closure, and this is exactly what we call lexical scoping, that even if the outer function's execution is completed, right? Now this function doesn't have to do anything. The execution is done here itself. But then even after that, the inner function still has the access to the outer function's variable and scoping. All right. That is how we are able to call it again and again. And that is how it is helping us to maintain the state of the variable. All right. Now let's understand one more thing. So let's say if you have multiple functions here. Okay. So if I take this and let me write another function here, and let's say this is not increment but rather decrement, and here I'll do minus minus. So how can I pass multiple functions now? So here, rather than returning a single function, I will return an object. Okay. So here I can include this as well. And then for calling, right, we will use this variable and then dot. If you want to call this one, then you just need to define this one. All right. And if you call, so if I save this, I get the increment value. And if I call it again, right, I should get 2 now. Okay. And if I want to call the decrease one, I can do that as well. So I'll just copy this function now and do this. Okay. So I see the value is getting decreased now. So you can keep on calling any function. So what we are doing here is we are returning rather an object and passing all the functions as property. So let's say if I have another function. Okay. So function, I'll say get count val, and here let's only return the value of count. Okay. So if I want the current value of the count, so now let's just pass this function also as a property here. So I'll pass this, and here I will log the value of count, and then I'm going to call the get count val function. So here inside this log, I'll take this and I'm going to call this rather, and here let's just print something. Okay, current count val, and if I save this, you see the current count value is 1. Okay, and here let's say if I so for example, if I keep on increasing it, right, the current value of count will of course get on, like, it will keep on updating. Okay, and it will keep on showing us the current value. Now there's one more thing that I wanted to mention so that you don't get confused, right? So if you observe the pattern here, right, the way these functions have been written and the way we are returning all these functions, right, using object. So what we can do here is, so let's first comment all these 3 functions. Okay, and here let me do this. So in object, how do we pass the data? As key value pair, right? So for example, this one, so this is for function 1, and then how do we separate the key and value? By using colon. So I'll use colon, and then which function do I want here? So I want this function, right? So let me first comment it in some different way. Okay, so I'm going to comment it in this way. Now I'll copy function 1. That is what we want inside this property, right? So here this is function 1, and similarly for this function we'll do the same. Okay, so this is only so that you don't get confused, right? That if you see anywhere, like, any closure written, and then if you see, okay, why is it written like this? So rather than doing what we were doing, right, you can directly, like, return the object itself, and then you can define your functions inside. So that's what we are doing here and nothing else. And then similarly, even for this, we'll take the third one and then keep it here. And if I save this, I still get the same result, right? And now we can remove this, and that's it. Let's do one more example and then we can wrap this up. So I'm going to write a function, outer function, and I'll name it as outer function. And inside this outer function, I'm going to declare a variable first. Let score is equals to 0. And then inside this, I'm going to write 3 functions. Okay, so function increase score, and here I'm going to increment the value of score by plus, like, incrementing it by 1, and then we'll also log the value of score. And then I'm going to write another function to decrement the value, and here I'll write something like this: decrease value and score minus minus, and then we'll get the updated score. So I'll write another function, get updated score, and here we'll just return the value of score. So return 4, and then this is, and over here inside the outer function, okay, we can call all of these multiple functions by returning an object. So return, and then inside this object, increase score, and then decrease score, and then get updated score, right? And then we'll come outside and we will instantiate this outer function. Okay, so const outer something will give some name, and then we are going to instantiate this, and then using this variable we can access all the properties of the object. Okay, so increase score, and if I see this now, you see I see the value of the score, and if I do it again, this will get incremented by 1. And if I use the decrease score, right, let me use this one, so this will decrease the score. Okay, if I increment it again, it will keep on increasing, right, it is maintaining the state. And if I use this one, then this will give me the current count of the variable, but we have to console this. Okay, so here log, and then I will just keep it inside the log, current score value. Okay, and here we'll just use this, and I'll save this. All right, and as we discussed in the previous example, what we can do is we can use all these, we can keep all these functions inside here itself. So here I'll just do this, and then let's take this function and we'll keep it here, and then similarly for this one we'll keep it here, right? And that's it. Okay, so I think at least you would have got the basic idea about closures. So all you have to remember is that when you write function inside function, the inner function will have the access to the variable and the scope of the outer function even after the execution of the outer function. Okay, that's what we discussed here, that even the outer function, when it is getting executed, the execution is complete, but the inner functions will still have the access to the outer functions variable and scope. So that is called lexical scoping, and this is how we form a closure, right? And the benefit of using closure is that you can keep your variables private, and you can also maintain state. So that's all about closures, and I'll see you in the next one. Everyone, welcome to this session. So let's create a weather app. Okay, so to get the weather information, I'm going to use this particular website. It is called openweathermap.org. Okay, so you can create an account here, and you can you don't have to pay anything. All right, so you can create APIs from here, and then you can use it for few API calls. Okay, and it will work. So don't worry. So let's just get started, and then I'll tell you what are the steps that you need to do. All right, so here I've created a folder weather app, and then I've created these three files: HTML, JavaScript, and CSS file. All right, so let's just start with the HTML file first. So here I'll take the boilerplate code, and let's give a title. Here I'm first going to create a div for the container. Inside this div, let's just create a heading, and let's just call it weather app. Let me refresh this once. All right, let's create another div for search container. I'm just giving it a name as search container, and then inside this div I'll create an input box. Let's just keep the type as text itself, and then we'll give it an ID, city input, and then let's just give it a placeholder, and then I'll type in enter city. Okay, and let's just save this. So here we have the input box to enter the city. All right, and after this let's just add a button to search. So here I'll add a button, and let's just type in search, and let's just give this button an ID. So I'll give an ID search button. All right, so we have the search button now. Then after this, let's just create another div to display the weather information, right? So let's just create a container first, weather info, and let's also give this an ID, weather info, and then inside this div we'll display few information. Okay, so for example, we'll first display the city name. So I'll take an h2 tag, and here I'll give an ID to this because we need to style all of this later on, right? So that is why I'm just giving the ID of city name, and we don't need it because we are going to display the information dynamically, right? So this would be the city name, and then we want to display the icon, right? The depending on what is the weather information. If I enter a city, let's say London, right, and if it is cloudy, then I want to the information that I would be fetching from that website, right, weather info website, it will also give me the icon image, as in the information based on the information that it has, right, the weather has, it will give a particular icon image. So that is what I want to display here. So I'll include an image tag, and let's give it an ID, weather icon, and here I'll just give it a name as weather icon. All right, and then what else do we need to display? We'll display temperature, description, humidity, and wind. Okay, that's it. So we'll take a p tag, and we are going to give this also an ID, temperature, and then let me copy this, and then we need one for description, humidity, and wind. Okay, so here I want to display description, and then we'll take humidity, and then here let's just take wind speed. All right, so this is all we need in the HTML file right now. Now let's just link our CSS file and also the JavaScript file here. So link file.css, and then I'll move down, and here I'm going to include the script file. Okay, so script, and here source script.js. All right, now let's go to the style file and then style it a little bit. Okay, after that we would have to style it again, because after we receive the information, based on how we are receiving the information and how the display is coming in, we will style it again. Okay, so but let's just provide the basic styling. So I'll move to the CSS file, and let's first give some styling to the body tag. Okay, here I'll give a font family, doesn't have this one, so let me just take Arial itself, it's fine. I'll give a background, and in the background I want to give the linear gradient. Okay, so this basically shows a a shade of 2 colors. Okay, so that's what I'm giving, and I will use degrees. Okay, so 135 degree, and then I'm going to use a color code. So this is the background color that I'm using. All right, and then here let's just give a margin as 0, and then we'll give padding. So everything we are basically setting to 0. Okay, so this, and then I'll use the display as flex. We'll use justify content center, and then align items center. I'll save this, and then we'll also give a height. Okay, so height from the viewport, let's just take this, and let's also give the text a color. Okay, so here I'm just going to use white. All right, so this is fine for now. Now let's just style something else as well. So we can style this also, right? This div. So let's just take this weather app, go here, I'll give a background. Right now we are able to see the div. Right now we can style the div. So let's just give a border radius first. I'll give it as 25 pixel. Okay, now we'll give some padding. Okay, so let's just give a padding of 30 pixel. Now there's space, and then text align center. Okay, so this, and then width, we'll give a width as in 360 pixel. This should be okay. And then let's also give a color, right? And then we'll also give a border to this. So 1 pixel, and then solid, and we can also give like a color. So this is fine. And there is one more property in CSS that we can use. So there's something called backdraft filter. Okay, so I'm going to use this and blur, and I'll give it as 12 pixel, and let me save this. Okay, so I mean this created a little bit of difference, but it's okay, it's fine. What else? We can also give a box shadow. So box shadow, and then 0, 12 pixel, 35 pixel, and here I'll give it as 0. This one also I'll give it as 0. This also as 0, and this one as 0.5. So I mean to create the box shadow, right? So you can see the shadow here. Alright, so okay, this much is fine. I think we can leave it here. Now we can style other tags as well. So let's say like h1 tag, although it looks okay to me, but let me just give like some basic styling. So I'll give margin top, and then we can give it as 20 pixel. Okay, I mean it's almost the same. And then font size, we'll change the font size to let's say 34 pixel, and then let's just give font weight as bold. Let me save this. Okay, and then let's just change the color. This is fine, this was already white, so it was okay. And we can also create like something like text shadow. Okay, so text shadow, 4 pixel, 4 pixel, 4 pixel, 0, 0, 0, 0.3. So you can see that this text has a shadow in the background, right? Now let's style this one, the search container. Okay, so I'll take the ID from here. This is the search container. So let's just take this, and here dot search container. Here we can just give the display as flex, and I'm not going to spend much time on this. So margin bottom, let's just give it like 20 pixel, and I think this is fine. We can just now, but the input box we have to still style, right? So let's just take the ID for the input box. This is the ID, right? City input. So I'll take this, and here let's give flex as 1, and then padding as 12 pixel, and then okay, this looks better now. We'll also give a border radius. Let's make it as 5 pixel, and then 5 pixel, and save this. We'll make the outline as none. Okay, and then we'll change the font size to 16 pixel. Okay, let's also give a different background here, and I'll use a different color. We'll make it white. We'll change the border to 1 pixel solid, and this. Let's also style this search button a bit. Okay, so I'll go here, and this is the ID for the search button. Let's take this search button here. Let's just give it a padding first. Okay, so 12 pixel, 20 pixel, and then I'll make the border as none. We'll take background, and I'm again going to give a linear gradient here. So 135 degrees, change the color of the text, right? And then we'll also give a border radius to let's say 5 pixel. Okay, this is fine. And then cursor, let's make it pointer. And then we'll also change the font size. Let's make it 16 pixel, and I'll add a transition as well here. So transform, and then I'll change the background color. Okay, so background color here is 0.3 seconds, and let me save this. All right, okay, so this looks okay. And let's also, I mean you can do a lot of things, right, with styling. Like for example, if I hover onto this, we can change the color of this button as well, right? So let's just do that as well really quick. So here hover and change the background. Here also I'm going to use linear gradient, and we can transform it as well. We will give it a scale of 1. Save this. Okay, so now here you can see it's popping out layout and also the scale is changing, right, for this button, if you see, right? So this is fine. I mean, these kind of styles you can give, right? And then in the weather info, let's first, like, I think let's now we should proceed with the JavaScript part, and once we have the information we can style this part as well. Okay, so let's just leave it here and I'll move to the JavaScript. So first of all, you should because we are going to fetch the information from this website, right? Open weather website. So the first thing that you need to do is sign up to this website. Okay, after you sign up, you can go to your account and you will find something as my API keys. Okay, and under your my API key, do not use my API keys because I have only limited, like, API calls, and I'm not sure if it is going to work for you or not. So you generate your own key. It's free. Okay, so you can generate your own key and you will get the API. All right, and after you get the API key, you need to go click on this option of API key, and when you'll scroll down, right, you will see something like this, current weather data, and then go to the API doc for this. And here there are, like, different APIs that are there. You can use any of them, whichever you want. But for example, in my case, right, the one that I'm doing here, right, I just want to pass the city name, and based on the city name I want to fetch the value. So based on city name and API key, I will have it right from here itself. So here there is the API for the city name. So for example, this one. So here if you see, we just need to pass the city name and the API key, and then we'll be able to fetch the data. Okay, so this is what we are going to use. All right, so let's just start with the JavaScript first. Let me open this again. So here, when I'll enter the city name, on the click of the button, I want to fetch the data, right? So we need to add an event listener on this button, and to add the event listener, first we need to get the button reference from the HTML, right? So here we can start something like this, document.getElement by ID, and what is the ID of the button? So this is the search button. Let's take the ID and I'll pass the ID here, and here itself we'll add event listener, and when somebody clicks on this, right, so the event is going to be click. So on click, we are going to execute a function, and here what do we need? We need the city name, right? So whatever user enters on, when somebody clicks on this, we need the value of this input box, right, whatever is being entered. So let's receive that as well. So const city, and this is going to be the city name, right? So is equals to document.getElement by ID, and what's the ID of this input box? It's this, right, city input. So let's just take this, we'll go here, and then dot value. Okay, so we'll have the value whatever is being entered here. All right, so once we have the value, so if user has entered the city name, right, if there is a value, then we will call another function. We will implement this, okay, here. So let's just name it as fetch weather. Okay, fetch weather, and we'll pass the city. Okay, city value from here. So city, and then in else part we can just show a message, and we'll show an alert saying please enter the city name. Please enter a city name. Okay, so this is fine. And then now let's implement this function. Okay, fetch weather. And in this, if you remember any of the previous sessions where we discussed async await, right, that is what we are going to use here, because before we use the data to get displayed here, we need to make sure that the data has already been fetched from that external API, right? So that is why we are going to first let me first write the function. Okay, so function, and this is the function, and here what am I getting from here? City name, right? So I'll take the parameter, city parameter, and here first of all there are two things that I need to mention. So API key and the URL. Okay, so const and API key. Here I'll just mention my API key. So I'll go here, and I'm not sure which one is working, but I'll just take one right now. So this is my API key. All right, okay, and then we also need to mention the URL, right? So here, and you need to mention the URL using backtick. Okay, so here the URL would be this one. Okay, so let's just copy this and we'll go back to this. So if you see here, right, we are appending two things here, city name and the API key. Now what is the variable that I've created for the API key? It's this, right? I'm going to type that variable here. Okay, so whatever the API key is there, it will get passed here. And where are we getting the city name? We are getting the city name from here, right? From here. So here, let's go here, remove this, and let's pass the city name. Okay, so now we have the URL. Okay, and in the URL we are passing the city name and also the API key, right? And also if you want to check the data, right, what is the data which is coming in, let me copy this once and I'll show you. So here, if I go here and let me type this, okay, and here let's pass a city name. Okay, I'm passing the city name as, let's say, London, and I will pass the API key as well. So this is the API key, and here if I pass the API key and enter here, right, so see, this is how we are getting the data. So if I copy this and I will format this, okay, using this website, and if I click on validate JSON, here you see for London we are getting this information back from this website open.org, right? And if you see here the structure, right, it has different nodes. So under weather, they have description of the weather, right? Overcast clouds, and they also have the icon code here. See, because we will be needing the image, right? So we will get the description and icon from weather node, and then from the main we can get the temperature, of course, right? And also the humidity. And then we also needed wind speed, right? So this is the under different node we have wind. So you see, you understand, right, that the information that we want to display is available onto this URL, but the structure, the way it has been structured, you need to keep in mind, right? That because when you'll try to fetch the data, after fetching the data, you need to access it correctly, otherwise information will not get displayed. Okay, so you need to take the description from weather node, you need to take the temperature from main node, you need to take that speed from wind node. Okay, so this is how the data will be coming. But okay, but the URL is working perfectly fine. Okay, so this is the API key, this is the URL, so this all looks okay. Now let's proceed, and let me hide this a little bit. Okay, we don't need to see the whole screen right now. All right, so now we are going to use a method that JavaScript has, which is called fetch method. Okay, so if you are calling a third party URL or something like that, right, you can use the fetch method. So here, so first of all, we'll write everything in the try catch block. Okay, so if there is any error, we can get the error as well. So error, and then here we'll implement this later on. Okay, so under try block, what I'm going to do is const, and I will have to receive the response as well, right? So now we have the fetch method. Okay, and in fetch method you need to pass the URL. This is a standard method. Okay, fetch method. Now, as I was talking about async await, right, we want to use the data which is coming back from this URL. So we need to make sure that we have the data, and then only we are calling this function and using it, right? So to make sure that it is happening in the sequence, we are going to use async await. So async, and then here we will use await. Okay, so it will wait for this to get resolved, and then only it will proceed to the next step. All right, so now once we have the response, we can add some conditions. So let's say if response is not okay, right, if there's something else in the response, we are just going to throw an error, throw new error. If you remember how to create your own error, we'll give a error as city not found. Otherwise, what we'll do is we'll use the data. Okay, so we are going to receive the response, right? So const, and then we'll take another variable data, and then we have response, correct? So response dot will take the information in JSON, right? And then we will call another function. Okay, so let's just name it as display weather, and then we'll pass the data inside this function. Okay, so this is the function that we'll be writing right now, but we are passing this data, right? Whatever is coming in the JSON format, we are passing this data to this function. Okay, and in the catch error part, let's just only show an alert here. Okay, so alert here, error dot message, right? So this is okay, so this function is done. Now let's just go ahead and implement this one. So here let's define the function, and then here we are getting the data, right? So now we can take out all the information that we are getting from the data. So first of all, let's create a variable, and I will name it as weather info. Okay, and if you remember the block that we have created here, right, in the HTML, what is the ID of that block? That is also weather info, right? This, so let's just take, because we want to set all the data into this block, right, the block that we will display here. So I'm going to take the ID of this div, because I want all the information to be displayed inside this div. So I'm going to take this div, I'll go back to the JavaScript file, and here document.getElement by ID, this is my div. All right, so now inside this div I want to display everything. Okay, and if I go back to the HTML file, I have created placeholders for all the information. So for example, city name, right? So in city name, let's just first take this element. So document.getElement by ID, I'll take the city name dot text content, right? What do we need to set here? So now we need to take the information from the data. So data, and then dot. Okay, now let's just go back to the response that we were seeing here, right? So here, if you see, let's see what we can display. Do if, like, where do we have the city name? So here is the name, and the name is not inside any additional node, right? So we can directly use this. So dot name, and then if I save it, okay, this should be fine. Let me save it. Sorry. So let me save this file, and then similarly, let's set everything else. Okay, so document.getElement by ID, and the next thing that we have is the temperature, right? So I'll take the temperature, or we can also set the image. I think we need to set the image, right? But let's take the temperature first, and then dot text content, and here let's first use backtick so that we can display the text as well. So I'll write temperature. Okay, and then here we are going to use template literal, so $sign, and then inside curly braces, so data dot, now let's see where we have the temperature information. Okay, so temperature information should be available inside it's inside main, right? Main dot temp. So we'll go here and we'll write here main dot temp. All right, so this should be fine. Now let's do it for the next one. document dot get element by ID. What is the next information that we wanted? We want description, right? So I'll go here and then description dot, let me just increase this. Okay, so text content, and here again let me take this first. I'll just copy and paste it here, and here we want the description, and let's see where we have the description. So we have the description and inside weather, right? So data dot weather dot description. Okay, so it should be data dot weather dot description. I'll just copy it from here. Okay, so dot description. Okay, so this is fine as well. Now document dot get element by ID. What is the next thing that we need? Let's go back to the HTML, and we need the humidity. All right, so humidity and text content, and then we'll do the same. Let me take this. We'll type in humidity, and let's see where it is available. Okay, so it's under main. Okay, so humidity is under main. So here data dot main dot humidity. Okay, and I'll save this. What else do we need? We need wind speed as well. So let me just copy this line and I'll paste it here. And what is the humidity block that we have? This is the ID, right? So I'll copy the ID. Humidity we already wrote, right? What else do we need? We need the wind speed, sorry, right? So I'll take the wind speed and we'll go here. So wind speed, and let's see where do we have the wind speed. It is under another node, which is wind, right? Here, so wind dot speed. So data dot wind dot speed, and let's just save this. Okay, and also we need the image icon, right? The icon that is coming here. So here, if you see, they have given us the icon code. So let's just create another variable. So const icon code, and here I will take the icon information from data. It is under weather, right? So let's take weather. So data dot weather, and I'll take the first element. Okay, 0 and dot icon, right? So I will have the icon code from here, and after this I have to get the icon URL. Okay, so const and then icon URL. I'm just giving a name. All right, and here you just need to pass your icon code. This is something that you can just open in open weather map, and you can see, right, they have all the images over here. You just need to pass the icon code. So our icon code is this. I'm going to pass the icon code. So this is the icon code, and then I will choose a size for the image. Okay, so this dot png. All right, so this should be okay. All right, so document dot get element by ID. Where do we want to? We want to set it somewhere, right? So I've created a space for weather icon, I believe. Yeah, this one. So we'll take this and go back here. We'll take the ID and dot source, right? In image we need to put the source. So dot source is what? Icon URL, right? So I'll copy this and I'll paste it here, and that's it. Now all we have to do is the weather info that we have, right? So we are just going to provide a style to it. So weather info dot style dot display, we will set it to block. Okay, and I think that's all we need. Okay, I think we can go ahead now and run this to see how is it showing up. Okay, so here if I enter a city name, so let's say if I'm entering New York. Okay, and if I click on search, city not found, what happened here? Okay, this is because we need to add a dollar sign here as well, right? So dollar city and then dollar API key here, and then let me save this and then let's run this again. Okay, so where was it running? Let me run this file again. All right, so here now if I enter a city name, let's say New York, if I click on search, cannot read properties of undefined reading temp. So I think here it is trying to do this before. So here also we need to add a wait. Okay, because so see, these are the things that you need to check carefully. Okay, because it is trying to display before it, like, everything else is done, like, the fetching and then the, like, conversion of the response that we are getting, right? So if I use await here, let's just go back, and I think this is fine. Let's just New York, and now you see we are getting the information. And if I type in, let's say Tokyo, right, and if I click on search, I get the, like, information. So you see temperature, humidity, description, wind speed, and also the image icon, right? The weather icon is also coming up here. All right, so we can now style it a bit more if you want. I mean it's fine, looks fine to me, but we can style it a bit more. Okay, so let me just first of all drag this to the screen. Here we can I think weather info we haven't styled, right? So let's just style the weather info. So I'll take this div, I'll go back to the style weather info, and here we'll use a background, and inside this, and then we'll give a padding around 15 pixel. If I save this, you see this is changing, right? So we are just styling it a bit more. So okay, so we have given the padding. Now let's just give a border radius, and I'll give it as 15 pixel, and I'll save this. So see, the corners are smooth now. And then what more? Text align. We can align the text in center. It always look, it already looks centered to me, but yeah, okay. And then we can give this box a shadow as well, right? So box shadow, and here 0, or you need to give the offset as well. Okay, the radius and the offset. So RGB here, and then let's just save this. Okay, so now there's a shadow. All right, so I think and like you can style it more. You can style all these tags as well. So for example, in weather info, whatever we have under p tag, right, we can style that as well. So weather info, and if you want to style these, right, so what I can do is we can set the margin as, let's say, 8 pixel 0. I'll set this, and then what else can we do here? We can change the font size. I'll give it as 18 pixel. Okay, and then let's just change the font weight to maybe 500. We can also give like a line height, okay, so that there's a space between the lines. So I'll give it as 1.6 maybe. Yeah, so there's a space between every line now. And then we can, like, the icon looks okay to me. I don't think that if you want, you can do that. And also the city name, right? You can target each an element and style them, like, the more you want. I think the main thing that you need to keep in mind is the JavaScript, okay? So all we have done here is we know that we have to use the fetch method of JavaScript to fetch the data, all right? So you need to sign up here, or you can use any other free websites as well, right? Where you can get the live weather info. But I've been using this one, so I'm recommending this one itself, right? So sign up and generate an API key. So you will have the API key and the URL, all right? So once you have your API key and URL, you are good to go. So the next thing that you have to do is, that on, like, when you enter the city name, you click on the search button. On that, you need to receive the input value, right? The city name that user has entered. And if there is a city name, then call this method, right? Now inside this method, fetch weather method, we are using two more methods, right? We are using fetch method, and we are also using this one, right? We are transforming the response to JSON, correct? So for both of them, we are using async and await, right? So this is what it does, right? Async and await makes sure that whatever your execution is happening, so this should get done first, and then only should go to the next line or next execution part, right? So this waits for the function to get resolved, right? So that is why here we need to use async and await, and we are using two functions. So we are fetching the data, and then we are transforming the response, and we are receiving it in the data, right? And then from the data, we are fetching all this information, and we are setting it to the weather info div block that we have created in the HTML, okay? And that's it. That's about it, okay? I hope at least you got the idea how to get started with it, and I think you should try it on your own, and I'll also provide the source code in the description link so that you can try it. So that's it for now, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you for watching.